Esperanza by Vernon Andrew Knight, The Tragedies and Triumphs of the South Pacific Seafarers, incorporating the demise of Cook and McIntosh and the survival of Shackleton, Bligh and Bryant. About the author. After 50 years of community service work in the not-for-profit sector, I embraced creative writing as an important hobby in my retirement. As an executive officer, my waking hours were largely devoted to submissions, strategic reports, newsletters, and endless items of correspondence. Retirement presented the chance to do something different and other things differently. It alerted me to the freedom one feels when there is the chance to pen one's own stories. In recent years, my wife and I have travelled extensively, trekking in Spain, Portugal and Italy. Santiago de Compostela will forever be one of those life-changing experiences and encouraged us to pen and publish our pictorial diaries. I may possibly be the only pilgrim to carry a dictaphone, a paint set and a sketch pad to record the sights and thoughts during the Camino Portuguese. Retirement was also a time when I would honour a commitment to my much-loved friend and mentor, Professor Tony Vinson. Tony challenged me to write a memoir in relation to my career. Chance's matter was, in the words of a long-time associate, Ross Lake, an understanding of the challenges for community service delivery in rural and regional Australia. The years which followed produced numerous personal accounts including I Confess, The Right Time, From Cradle to Grave, Happenstance, and close to 100 memoirs under the banner of Mallee Living Histories. It was in helping one lady who craved to pen and publish her own story that I came to appreciate the importance of storytelling. Monica Duckering was certainly uplifted by the experience, with the result that she not only survived a surgery which posed gloomy prospects, she lived on for 2 years signing and selling copies of her memoir. This reflection on Monica's book, I Confess, led me to the development of a project which now uses volunteer writers to spend time with folk in aged care and capture their precious memories. Throughout these and other projects, I harboured the desire to capture the story of my great-grandfather, James Sheriffs McIntosh. As you will hopefully discover, he really had a tale to share. Esperanza is my attempt at recording the tragic deaths of Captain Cook in Sandwich Islands and Captain McIntosh in Solomon Islands. Is it coincidence or maybe happenstance that my great-grandfather would suffer the same fate as Captain Cook just a century and 1 year later? I'm only sorry that my mother is not around to learn more about the grandfather she never met. Preamble. In the carefree days of a distant childhood, it is hard to remember anything other than outdoor fun and games. The street was our playground, and it was only an intermittent call of car coming that would delay the match. It was then that the garbage bin, which served as cricket stumps, would be briefly shifted to the gutter. The bin would return to the middle of Carlson Avenue just as quickly as it had been moved. No doubt there were times of fear and uncertainty, but rarely anything that would disturb the lives of us carefree kids. While I suspect it was different for our parents who had lived through the Depression and the Second World War, my mother and her siblings had to contend with another disturbance. All we kids knew was that our great-grandfather was a sailor and that he had died somewhere in the South Pacific. We would have occasionally seen a portrait photo of him in his captain's uniform, looking totally in command. Given that James was born in 1853, we could never meet him, but the same cannot be said for my mother, who was born in 1914, when James could have been 61, had he survived his first captaincy. Iris and her brother always seemed quite sure that their mother never met her father. Georgina Jessie McIntosh was born in December 1879, 6 months and 1 week prior to the massacre of James McIntosh. While shipping records are yet to reveal if James was at sea all that time, it is logical to assume that Georgina was never old enough to remember her father, even if she had met him. My sister and I can recall a certain sadness in Mum's voice when any reference was made to her maternal grandfather, but it is fair to assume that it was, in part, a sadness she would have felt for her mother, who never really had the chance to meet her father. It would have been a sadness shared by her siblings, as evidenced in the efforts of her brother Hubert to document this chapter of the family history. It was on reading Uncle Hubert's notes that I felt compelled to find out more about James and to visit the site where the massacre took place. I've long been interested in the exploits of those who sailed the South Seas, having read a good deal about Shackleton, Bligh, Cook, and the equally remarkable Mary Bryant. Each were to defy the odds in an era when brave souls put to sea in little wooden boats with limited navigation and little awareness of the difficulties which awaited. They often depended on resupply from little-known destinations and their ability to befriend those of vastly different cultures. In the early years of European exploration, crews were drawn from the uneducated swill of England with little to lose. They included youth in their early teens or younger. Maritime laws were administered with the unfettered authority of the ship's captain, so beatings and near-death punishments were commonplace. No doubt this culture helped earn captains like William Bligh their unenviable reputations, but the brilliance and ingenuity of these mariners should not escape us. Cook especially personified the complete explorer in terms of his navigational skills, his cartography, which remains in use today, his diplomacy and his engagement with indigenous communities, his ability to maintain a crew in health and generally good spirits and in keeping a weather eye to the future. In the confines of his tiny boat, he had to accommodate gifts that would open doors to the South Pacific chiefs, provide storage for the collection of fauna and flora specimens, and house livestock for consumption at sea or stockpiling for the future. Cook was renowned for seeing the future needs of both himself and his followers to the point that he would release pairs of rabbits and goats and other animals that might breed up possible meals when needed. Clearly there was little appreciation of what could ultimately result from such practices when we consider how Australia would later be plagued with rabbits, goats, foxes and the like. But there were other examples of forward planning which can only be regarded as visionary. Some years ago my wife and I visited the island of Kauai, the Garden Island, the fourth largest island in the Hawaiian archipelago. We were visiting a plantation and our guide pointed to a tree which was referred to as a Cook pine. It was very similar, if not the same, as a Norfolk pine with a tall, straight trunk and symmetrical lateral branches. We were informed that Cook had planted such trees as insurance, should he or some other adventurers have the need to replace a mast. An interesting feature of the Cook pine is its innate tendency to lean towards the equator. Those in the northern hemisphere lean south, and those in the southern hemisphere lean north. Presumably those growing in Hawaii would have been vertical given their proximity to the equator. It is ironic that a broken mast led to Cook's return to Hawaii on his third and final voyage. He was in search of a tall straight tree that would provide him with a replacement mast. Sadly, such a tree would fail to get him home or even back to his boat. To the many weary, weather-beaten sailors who had escaped the dank and despair of Britain, the South Seas would have seemed like heaven on a stick. After months at sea on meagre rations and the harshest working conditions, who wouldn't have relished time on an island bathed in sunshine with plentiful food and gorgeous maidens often only too happy to make their visitors welcome? Clearly the thought of living in paradise would have appealed to those who backed Fletcher Christian in his overthrow of the reportedly cruel and heartless Captain Bligh. If it had been otherwise, the mutiny on the Bounty may not have happened. Given Sam Neill's view that the arrival of the Europeans in the South Pacific didn't do anyone any good at all, his sympathies clearly lie with the inhabitants of the South Sea Islands who would fall victim to the diseases and the cultural encroaches put upon them by their uninvited guests. But many of the visitors would fare no better. For Captain James Cook, his adventures would lead to a horrible death in a fight with the islanders of Hawaii, one of the Sandwich Islands. For my great-grandfather, Captain James Sheriffs McIntosh, and his crew, a decision to trade in the South Seas would mean death by massacre. Captain James Cook. Born in an era when boys inevitably followed in their father's footsteps, it was probable that James would have been a farmer. Cook's father had risen to the position of foreman of Airy Home, one of the largest farms on the Cleveland moors, not all that far from Whitby and the other North Sea ports. While it is said that young Cook embraced his father's work ethic, he was also seen to display a rebelliousness, a tendency toward being a loner and competitiveness. James rejected familial structure, often wandering off to explore Airy Home's vast acreage. In the confined world of the farm, where his family was subservient to the landowners, James sought a world limitless and free. It was to become his life's common theme. It was in fact the owner of Airy Home who first identified Cook's drive and intelligence and paid for James to attend elementary school in Great Ayton. Cook was just 7 years of age, and this would prove to be a life-changing opportunity in a society where all too few could read or write. On completing his schooling at the age of 17, James was to leave the farm and family armed with a desire to make his way in the world. Only time would tell how large that world would become. His first port of call was the village of Stythes, where Cook was apprenticed as a shop boy to William Sanderson, the brother-in-law of Thomas Scottaway, the owner of Airy Home Farm. While the work would have been mundane and repetitive, the shop fronted the North Sea, and young Cook was surrounded by the conversations of seamen and fishermen who would have whetted the young man's appetite for maritime adventures. It is said that in his free time Cook devoted himself to learning all he could about the sea, poring over books on geography, mathematics, and astronomy, while learning all he could from the stories shared by local seafarers. In 1746, Cook left the grocer's store and made his way to Whitby, where he would seek employment with John Walker, the owner of a fleet of cargo ships. Clearly, Cook had scant regard for a class-based society that did not countenance the aspirations of anyone seeking to rise above their station in life. While Walker had great doubts that Cook would have the physical or mental stamina for life before the mast, Cook's perseverance paid off, and he was directed to report for duty on the vessel Freelove, moored in Whitby Harbour. Within 10 years, Cook had become indispensable. He was in de facto command of many of Walker's ships, culminating in his appointment to the captaincy of Friendship, the very best of Walker's fleet. Sadly for Walker, James Cook aspired to a post in the Royal Navy, and Walker would need to convince him otherwise. That honour only went to officers, and officers were always born of the upper class, entering the Navy at a young age and guided by influential connections up through the officer corps. The best Cook could hope for, and this was the main point of persuasion, because Walker knew that Cook seriously believed he was destined for greater things, was to be a master, always labouring in the shadow of a captain. He might do great things, but another man would always get credit. It was a forecast that didn't wash with a determined James Cook, given his decision to reject a decade's seniority, and he sailed to London, where he enlisted in the Royal Navy. Cook was clearly blessed with endearing qualities which, coupled with his determination, would see him defy the odds in terms of his career and the social constraints of the day. Significantly, he had won the confidence of the Admiralty and its Supremo Lord Sandwich, and Cook was ultimately chosen to captain His Majesty's bark Endeavour on a voyage to Tahiti. The Endeavour was launched in 1764 as the collier Earl of Pembroke, with the Navy purchasing the vessel in 1768 for its scientific mission to the Pacific Ocean. She was 97 feet long, 29 feet wide, and 366 tonnes burthen carrying capacity, fully laden. In addition to reaching Tahiti and charting the transit of Venus across the Sun, Lieutenant Cook was to explore the South Seas for the imagined Terra Australis, or the unknown southern land. It was a voyage which would have the Endeavour at sea for nearly 3 years, from 1768 to 1771. On leaving Plymouth on August 25th, 1768, the Endeavour sailed south, crossed the North Atlantic and followed the coast of South America to Tierra del Fuego, where the ship was resupplied. After rounding Cape Horn and heading west, she reached Tahiti and completed her observations in June 1769. The Endeavour then headed to the uncharted Southern Ocean, stopping at the islands of Huahin, Bora Bora and Raiatea, which Cook dutifully claimed for Great Britain. By September, Cook sighted the coast of New Zealand, with Endeavour becoming the first European vessel to make landfall since Abel Tasman in 1642. In October 1769, Cook again made landfalls at places he named Talaga Bay and Mercury Bay. It was at Mercury Bay that Cook and the British astronomer Charles Green observed the transit of the planet Mercury across the Sun. In January 1770, the Endeavour anchored at Ship Cove in Queen Charlotte Sound, a place which would become Cook's base in New Zealand on future voyages. The short stopovers were to be the first meeting between the British and the Maori. It sadly resulted in an altercation where shots were fired and a Maori leader was killed. In April 1770, Endeavour reached the east coast of Australia, with Cook going ashore at the place now known as Botany Bay. She then sailed north along the coast, coming close to disaster when she ran aground on the Great Barrier Reef. After jettisoning her guns to lighten her load, the vessel was beached for 7 weeks so that repairs could be undertaken. Then ploughing on, the Endeavour struggled into Batavia, rounded the Cape of Good Hope in March 1771 and finally berthed at the port of Dover on July 12th. It was to be the first of Cook's 3 explorations of the world, and one that would establish his credentials with the British Admiralty. Both his voyage and his naval posting would prove to be defining in more ways than one, as both would preface his demise. Endeavour was decommissioned in 1774, renamed Lord Sandwich in 1776, and scuttled at Newport, Rhode Island in 1778. It followed her service as a transport ship when she was carrying British soldiers to the American War of Independence. In Farther Than Any Man, Martin Dugard asserts that Cook never expected a hero's welcome, but he was a man of some ego who had guided Endeavour around the world, discovered a cure for scurvy, recorded the transit of Venus, intermingled with several new cultures, charted Eastern Australia, and saved his men from shipwreck, all the while graciously sharing his great cabin with botanical specimens and the carcasses of fish and birds. Just 12 months after his return, Cook was to receive his second commission. One suspects that it would have been received with little disappointment. He was again sent back to the Pacific by the Admiralty to look for a great southern land, Antarctica as we would come to know it. Belief in its existence stemmed from a view in Europe that there must be land circling the South Pole to balance the weight of the land masses in the Northern Hemisphere. Cook's ship, HMS Resolution, joined up with HMS Adventure at Plymouth on July 3, 1772, with HMS Adventure captained by Tobias Furneaux. Both ships sailed from Plymouth on July 13th, next dropping anchor at the Cape of Good Hope at the end of October to take on supplies. After setting off from the Cape, they sailed south towards the South Pole. The plan to circumnavigate the South Pole would entail an expedition that would venture further south than any explorer had done previously. In the process, Cook's ships were to be the first to cross the Antarctic Circle, being latitude 66 degrees south, while the Resolution would set a record for farthest south of any ship. It's a record that would stand for 49 years. Once reaching the ice sheet, they spent several days searching for a break and the chance to venture further south. Both ships had crossed the Antarctic Circle, with the result that the ship's boats had to be deployed to collect ice which could be melted to supply fresh water. In the absence of a break in the ice sheet, both ships returned north with plans to rendezvous in Charlotte Sound. This proved to be a fortuitous arrangement as the ships had lost contact and sight of each other in dense fog. After the rendezvous in Queen Charlotte Sound, Adventure headed home to Britain. By contrast, Resolution's return journey to Britain could well be described as a Cook's tour. After an anchorage at Easter Island, Cook paid a further visit to Tahiti, where he renewed his friendship with Tew. He stopped at Namaka in the Tongan archipelago to take on supplies. In July 1774, the Resolution reached the island group which Cook called the New Hebrides, now Vanuatu, and then anchored at New Caledonia, which Cook claimed for the Crown. He made landfall at Norfolk Island before taking on provisions at Queen Charlotte Sound in New Zealand and continued east across the Pacific until he reached Tierra del Fuego at the southern tip of South America. In January 1775, the Resolution reached South Georgia, a previously unknown island which Cook also claimed for Britain. We will learn more about this island later when reading about the adventures of another intrepid seafarer, Sir Ernest Shackleton. 2 weeks later, Cook sighted the South Sandwich Islands. Its southernmost island was named Southern Thule, indicating that it marked the edge of the known world. In February 1775, Cook completed his circumnavigation of the world and turned north towards the Cape of Good Hope. In May, he visited St Helena before eventually anchoring off Portsmouth on July 30th, 1775. But once again his stay would be short-lived. He was to sail again on July 12th, 1776, tasked by the Admiralty to find a North Atlantic Sea passage by way of the North Pacific. Such a passage would hopefully create a new trade route for Britain. It turned out to be a near miss in terms of its stated aim and a one-way ticket for James Cook. Despite many references to the motley crews assembled for the voyages of Cook and others, it is to be noted that many of the seamen who served under Cook were to serve on more than one exploration. They included William Bligh, who had served under Cook prior to his own ascent to the captain's position on the Bounty. Given the challenges of the northwest voyage, Cook soon knew that he would need the unfettered support of his crew. To do that, he'd have to offer his men something more than another hunk or two of hard tack. He also had the added challenge that delays leading to this voyage had seriously compromised the ship's supplies. He could not be certain that the people he would encounter on his way to the Arctic would be as accommodating as those who replenished his supply of food and water in the South Pacific. So Cook put it to his men. He'd share the bonus that would come his way when, as expected, they found the Northwest Passage. Given the aim of the voyage and its commercial significance, Cook was also obliged to keep his mission secret, and this was done by spreading the story that this was another South Seas tour of duty with the purpose of returning Omai to his homeland, Huahin, one of the Leeward Islands. Omai had joined HMS Adventure in September 1773, following Furneaux's visit to Tahiti. He was to become the first Polynesian to visit Britain. Cook was to captain the Resolution, a sloop of the Royal Navy. She was a converted collier and was Cook's ship of preference for his second and third voyages. He is claimed to have called her my ship of choice, and the fittest for service of any that I have seen. She began life as the Marquess of Granby, having been launched at Whitby in 1770. A year later she was registered as HMS Drake. Fearing this could upset the Spanish, she was soon renamed HMS Resolution. Cook was to be accompanied on the voyage by HMS Discovery under the command of Captain Charles Clerk. HMS Resolution left Plymouth on July 12, 1776, while Discovery suffered a delayed departure when Clerk was jailed, owing to the debts of his brother. Fortunately, Lord Sandwich came to the rescue, no doubt concerned about the future of the mission, and used his influence to have Clerk released. Unfortunately for Clerk, the stay in prison would challenge his health in the latter part of his voyage when he took command of Resolution, following the death of Captain Cook. In due course, the ships were to meet up again at the Cape of Good Hope in 1776, and then head east, calling at Tasmania, Van Diemen's Land, on January 26, 1777. Sailing on, the ships were to make further stops at places all too familiar to Cook: Charlotte Sound, New Zealand, islands in the Tongan archipelago, Matavai Bay, Tahiti, Huahine, where Omai disembarked and was gifted a wooden house built for him by the British, and Waimea Bay on the Hawaiian island of Kauai. Cook's ships were the first from Europe known to have called at the Hawaiian Islands. The islands had earlier been named the Sandwich Islands by Cook in honour of John Montague, the 4th Earl of Sandwich. Sandwich was the First Lord of the Admiralty from 1771 to 1782 and a keen supporter of Cook. One imagines that he had a part to play in Cook's commissions, and not surprisingly, Cook seemed keen to have him recognised when assigning place names during his voyages. In addition to the Sandwich Islands, Cook named Montague Island off the coast of Australia and South Sandwich Islands in the southern Atlantic. Hinchinbrook Island was named for the house owned by the Montague family. It was on the island of Kauai during a visit to a plantation property not far from Waimea Bay, where my wife and I had been introduced to the Cook pine. Cook was in the habit of planting such trees should he or other sailors find themselves in need of spare parts. From Hawaii, Cook and Clerk sailed north to Vancouver Island, where they anchored in Nootka Sound. Here they were to take on supplies and participate in some fur trading. Megan Anastasios writes that trading was very different to the cordial barter Cook had known previously. Cook would meet a group of people on the North American coast who would prove to be the masters of the art of the deal. Maybe the comparative imbalance in the trading relations is reflective of the awe with which the islanders of the South Pacific viewed Cook. They saw him as a god, arriving as he did in a huge boat, the like of which they had never seen before. He had regal attire and accoutrements, which obviously enhanced his image. While this no doubt gave him a distinct advantage in trade negotiations, it would be his undoing in the future when that view changed, and he was seen to be very mortal. It's to be noted that Cook's ego had enlarged significantly after his first 2 voyages. Dugard records Cook's lament in a letter to John Walker in Whitby. "A few months ago the whole southern hemisphere was hardly big enough for me, and now I'm going to be confined to the limits of Greenwich. Far too small for an active mind like mine. Whether I can bring myself to ease into retirement, time will show." Maybe, to use the vernacular, Cook was becoming too big for his boots. According to Dugard, Cook had keenly taken to his newly acquired fame and relished the attention afforded him by the nobility. As a result, he spent too little time overseeing the preparations for his voyage and was more interested in publishing accounts of earlier voyages, lest he be beaten to it by others. It is likely that Cook also paid too little attention to the appointment of his officers. In the lead-up to the expedition, Cook was invited to a dinner with the top brass of the Admiralty, little knowing that his hosts were endeavouring to determine who would be best to captain the Resolution in the search for a northwest passage. While Cook saw it as the chance to stake his own claim to the commission, the men of the Admiralty were really seeking Cook's view about the possible appointment of Charles Clerk. While Clerk had accompanied Cook on the 2 previous voyages, there were concerns about Clerk's fondness for the bottle. While Cook had no wish to cast a shadow on one who could eventually be his superior in rank, there was never a better opportunity to bury him. Clerk was in fact the second preference of the Admiralty, and the decision-makers were really tempting Cook to assert himself. When the time was right, he did just that. Cook burst to his feet and staked his claim. "I will myself undertake the direction of this enterprise if I am so commanded." With that the matter was settled, and the company raised a toast to Cook's health and longevity. This would have come as a blow to both Clerk and Cook's wife Elizabeth, who at that stage had only enjoyed her husband's company for 2 of the last 8 years. Here was the prospect of another 3-year absence. How Cook managed matters at home can only be imagined, but the strategy for calming Clerk left few, if any, choices. Clerk would need to receive the command of Discovery. Clerk was obviously disappointed at the news he would play second fiddle, and he had the additional burden of his brother's debts, for which he was guarantor. Clerk's brother John was also a sea captain in the Royal Navy, and he had set sail for the East Indies with the debts unpaid. This sent Charles to King's Bench Debtors' Prison, a matter which would take days to resolve and lead to significant delays in his departure. Cook had prided himself as a good judge when it came to appointing his officers, and despite the unwanted attention being given to Clerk, Cook knew his comrade to be a brave and resourceful commander. Other appointments appear to be a little less worthy. His second in command on Resolution was to be John Gore, an American who was deemed to be a capable mariner, albeit one tempted to put female friendships in advance of his career. Cook's obsession with other matters may have also led him to questionable choices when it came to the appointment of a third lieutenant and a ship's master. For the third lieutenant, Cook chose an angry Irishman by the name of John Williamson. As ship's master, Cook appointed William Bligh. Like Cook, Bligh was acutely aware of his underprivileged background, and this was displayed in arrogance and aggression. As for his crew, there were a great many who had served under Cook on both Endeavour and the first voyage of Resolution. They came back, most claimed, because Cook was a benevolent genius. He was loath to order a man lashed, unlike many captains. They also bragged about his brilliance in dealing with native people and his unparalleled seamanship, but mostly they signed on because they wanted to go back to Tahiti. But Tahiti would have been a distant memory as Cook and Clerk pushed north along the Canadian coast to Alaska. In May 1778, they entered Prince William Sound for repairs and more supplies. It's likely that the maintenance was well needed given the inadequacy of the work undertaken at the Deptford Yards prior to leaving England. According to Dugard, her structure was fatigued, she was limping from port to port, barely surviving storms she once brushed aside. Leaks had been a constant since departing Plymouth, but things got much worse when they were hit by storms off what is now Tasmania. Her foretopmast and topgallant mast were toppled. The destruction and chaos were a sign that Cook was becoming sloppy, gambling to catch up with his original timetable. Ironically, it was to be a broken mast that would be his downfall on his return to the South Pacific en route to Britain. Dugard's account of Cook's third voyage suggests that, like the Resolution, the captain was also becoming the worse for wear, no doubt jaded by the length of his life at sea, his absence from a wife who had not long before delivered him a son, and doubtless his thoughts of the high life and the prestige afforded him back home following his second voyage of discovery. This was all too apparent in the South Pacific when he had unknowingly fallen foul of the Tongans and a plan which could have stopped Cook in his tracks. Unbeknown to Cook, the chief for now was plotting to murder Cook and his men and loot the ships. The plan was to lure the crew to a convenient location and then kill them. But due to infighting with the other chiefs, The plot was never carried out, and the men of Resolution and Discovery escaped unmolested. That experience and growing tensions on board the Resolution were to change Cook greatly. Dugard's account asserts that Cook had become highly aggressive and had now taken to carrying a pistol, a practice which was foreign to the Cook of Voyages 1 and 2. It was almost as if Cook was suffering from dementia, brought on by fatigue, age and too many years, commanding a vessel capable of decimating a native village. Cook had developed a liking for Carver and an appetite for brutality. Cook would also have become exasperated by the challenges of his assignment. Storms had been his constant companion along the Canadian coast, and his failed exploration of its many inlets in the hope of finding the Northwest Passage would have hardly helped a demeanour already tested in the South Seas. However, Cook remained determined to make yet another great discovery, irrespective of the morale of his crew and the rapid disintegration of Resolution's spars and rigging. Both had been subject to overhaul and refit at Nootka Sound, but wild seas were again taking a toll. He sailed on through the Aleutian Islands and into the Bering Sea in what were clearly treacherous conditions. Time was of the essence, and Cook knew that time was running out. Winter was approaching early, and pack ice threatened to end his efforts. Undeterred, Cook kept zigzagging between the continents, Asia and North America, looking for the gap that was destined to evade him. He was now almost as far north in the Northern Hemisphere by degrees as he had ever been in the Southern Hemisphere. By August 29th, Cook was resigned to looking for a port where he could winter with a view to resuming the search in the spring. Little did he know that he had fallen short of the entrance to the passage by just 50 miles, but sailing south again was to provide little respite, as both ships were subject to severe battering and Resolution was again taking on water in dangerous quantities. While reasonable digs were found, it seems that there would be nothing that would rebuild a mutinous crew, and Cook had no option but to abandon the current venture and return to the comfort of the South Pacific. It was a return passage which produced little respite, and the logs suggest that the ships experienced the worst possible conditions. A weary and despondent Cook had no alternative than to seek the relative welcome of the southern seas and look for a port where he could revive his men and his weather-beaten boats. By the end of November he was in sight of Maui, and while the natives in their canoes made attempts to greet him, the surf and the swells left him to look elsewhere. Thwarted in their bid to anchor in Maui, Cook and Clerk sailed on to the big island, Hawaii, and made landfall in Kealakekua Bay, where provisions were purchased, and Cook was to enjoy more friendship ceremonies. Life must have seemed much improved in these kinder, warmer conditions, but Cook's departure was short-lived. More damage to Resolution's mast meant that they would have to return. The weather was such that Resolution's foremast broke, and Cook had to head back to Kealakekua to fell a big tree and fix the problem. They arrived back at the big island just 1 week later, and it proved to be a less than successful homecoming. Cook's subsequent inability to depart successfully was beginning to indicate that this god may be less omnipotent than he had first appeared. The attitude of the islanders was markedly changed, and what followed were events that irrevocably challenged the earlier friendships. One of the most damaging was the finding that natives had stolen items from the Discovery, and Cook became enraged, expressing the view that the natives must not be left to imagine that they have gained an advantage over us. Cook threatened extreme measures. The situation became worse the following morning with news that natives had stolen the Discovery's cutter. As a result, Cook went ashore with marines and muskets, intent on taking a hostage who would remain his captive until the cutter was returned. 3 boatloads of marines went ashore, and in shallow water Cook stormed towards the village where his men seized the chief Kalniopu and attempted to force him to accompany them to the waiting boats. A standoff resulted, but news arrived that Lieutenant King's men had shot and killed another chief. The natives were enraged, a situation not improved when Cook fired a warning shot at his nearest assailant. Sensing the fear in Cook, the chief made further threats and the mob erupted. Cook then made the mistake of turning to shout instructions to his men, and Cook was duly stabbed. While Cook's Marines bid a hasty retreat, their lifeless captain was dragged up the beach where the natives individually exacted their revenge. Clerk decided to bury Cook in Kealakekwa Bay with full military honours. It was requested that the Hawaiians withdraw from the bay during the ceremony. They complied. Clerk assumed command of the expedition, but the consumption he had contracted in prison was to take his life as well. The ship set sail for England, minus both Captain Cook and Captain Clerk. Captain James McIntosh. James Sheriffs McIntosh was born at St Nicholas, Aberdeenshire, Scotland, on May 30th, 1853. His parents were Alexander McIntosh and Gordon Smith McIntosh, no sheriffs. James was the couple's third child, and witnesses to his baptism were James Sheriffs, stonemason, and Alexander McIntosh Sawyer. The birth entry for James states that his father was a chief steward with the Aberdeen Steam Navigation Company. Birth records list all the McIntosh children: John William Ross, born 1850, Alexander, born 1851, James Sheriffs, born 1853, Oliver Ross McIntosh, born 1856, Isabella Ogilvy, born 1859, Catherine Sheriffs, born 1861, and William Ogilvy, born 1864. Census records indicate that it was a very extended family residing in Berry Lane, Gallowgate, in 1861. Head of the household is listed as Anne Ross, widow, draper, Oliver Ross, son, student, Alexander McIntosh, brother-in-law, ship steward, Gordon McIntosh, sister, James Sheriffs McIntosh, nephew, Oliver McIntosh, nephew, William McGordon, visitor bank clerk, and Catherine Yates, servant. Little is known about James's early years, but it is likely that his circumstances in Aberdeen could well have influenced his decision to go to sea and ultimately head down under. Gallowgate was a slum area of narrow streets, courts and closes, and Berry Lane was one of its side streets prior to its redevelopment and the construction of the Aberdeen College. Becoming bankrupt in 1817, Aberdeen was to suffer economically and socially from wars, plagues, and the post-Napoleonic depression. Thankfully, fishing and shipbuilding would commence its recovery. The town is located between the River Dee and the River Don. The town name Aberdeen translates as mouth of the River Don. Gallowgate Port was one of 6 gates or ports allowing entry to the medieval town. Gallowgate was the medieval route to the then place of execution on Gallowgate Hill. Much of the old city was swept away in the major slum clearance programs of the 1890s and 1930s. Under a local act of 1901, the town council obtained the power to widen the Gallowgate. Along with the widening, practically all the highly congested area lying to the east was completely cleared and new streets laid out. Gallowgate is an extraordinarily historic thoroughfare, once compared with the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. Up until 1776, there was a gibbet on Gallows Hill, where the heads and dismembered limbs of those executed were placed for public display. In other cases, the bodies of criminals were covered in tar and hung in chains or stored in cages to discourage persons of similarly malign intent. Gibbets were also strategically placed in the main routes into the town for the same reason. James and his brothers would have been exposed to seafaring influences like those which fired the imagination of James Cook a century earlier. James McIntosh's father, Alexander, was a seafarer, and it is probably not surprising that his sons would also aspire to a life at sea. In May 1874, James was awarded a certificate of competency as second mate by the Lords of the Committee of Privy Council for Trade. He was later elevated to first mate in July 1876. It was in 1876, at the age of 23, that James set sail for Australia. He departed London and sailed by way of San Francisco, Honolulu and Auckland, arriving in Sydney on November 15th, 1876. The State Records Authority in New South Wales lists him as an unassisted passenger and a member of the crew's second mate on the Darling Downs. The Darling Downs was an iron ship of 1,634 tonnes, built in 1852 by C.J. Mayer and Company of Blackwall, London. It was originally built as SS Calcutta for the General Screw Steam Shipping Company, then used by various owners as a steamer, known as SS Portugal. In 1861 it was sold, converted to a sailing ship and renamed Darling Downs. The notes of Hubert Bailey, James' grandson, record that the ship was becalmed at one stage of the voyage, thus confirming its operation as a sailing vessel. The Darling Downs was a ship which was well known in the Sydney passenger trade until it sank following a collision on the Nore in 1887. The records of the mariners and ships in Australian waters further lists both the crew and passengers and 3 stowaways aboard the Darling Downs when it docked in Sydney. Along with James McIntosh, second mate, are Mrs. Lawson's second-class cabin and daughters 1 and 2. It would seem possible that James and daughter 1, Margaret, could well have come to know each other during the voyage and prior to their arrival in Australia. Whether or not James and Margaret got to know each other on the voyage to Sydney, history confirms that they became well acquainted soon after. Their ship arrived in Sydney in November 1876, and they were married less than 2.5 years later. Their marriage took place at Comberton Park, Mittagong Registry Office, on March 3, 1879, when James was ship's mate on the SS Australia. Margaret was just 19, although she claimed to be 21 on their certificate of marriage. Margaret Wilson Lawson was born on November 25, 1859, at Coatbridge, about 8 miles east of Glasgow. Her parents, David Lawson and Jean Jessie Blair, were married at Kilwinning in 1858. Margaret's sister Jessie was born at Dundervan on December 31st, 1862. The family is said to have had a housemaid. David's parents were Janet Beck and James Lawson, born in 1815 in Cummertees, Dumfriesshire. He was the oldest of 6 children, 2 of whom died in infancy. The family lived at Kilwinning, where James was a furnace keeper. Margaret was the third of 7 children born to John Blair and Elizabeth Bailey, who were married at Kilwinning on December 24th, 1782. David, like his father, was a blast furnace manager. He worked at both the Moorkirk Ironworks and the Dundyvan Ironworks in Scotland and the Landor Ironworks in Swansea, Wales. While working at the foundry in Swansea, David gained an appointment in New South Wales where he was to manage the Mittagong Ironworks. He sailed from Glasgow aboard the Renfrewshire, arriving in Brisbane on September 20th, 1875. As we know, Jean and their daughters Margaret and Jessie were to follow 2 years later. The Lawson family lived initially at Millers Point in accommodation provided by David's employer. They lived there until another home was found for them, either in Mittagong or Piper's Flat. But it seems that there was a falling out between David and the ironworks. It is believed that in his report to the directors in 1878, David had been critical of the Fitzroy works. Fuel being brought from Bligh and from Lithgow cost 20 shillings per tonne on Furnace Yard, equal to 60 shillings per tonne on production of pig iron. So it is plain enough that a furnace producing 120 tonnes per week, requiring the same labour as would produce the greater quantity, could not be worked except at a loss, unless the pig iron brought a very high price indeed. Various documents, including Margaret's 79 marriage certificate, lists David as a farmer. In Hall's directory for Wallerawang, he is listed as Farmer Piper's Flat. Subsequent manifests indicate that on arrival in Sydney, James McIntosh was recruited to the crew of the SS Australia, sailing between Sydney and San Francisco. Passenger lists reveal that McIntosh was aboard Australia as 4th Chief Officer on its arrivals in Sydney on August 21st and December 5th, 1877, and July 11th, 1878. SS Australia, built in 1870, was the last Peninsula and Oriental Steam Navigation Company ship to have a clipper bow and the last built with compound engines. She was so strongly built she was nicknamed the P&O Ironclad. The Australia was a screw steamer with a gross weight of 2,737 tonnes. Her maiden voyage was from London to Sydney in March 1876, about 8 months prior to James' arrival on the Darling Downs. It is not known whether James was at sea after the Australia berthed in Sydney in July 1878 and his marriage to Margaret Lawson in March 1879. But we do know that James was appointed first mate on the Ripple sometime after his service on the Australia. The Ripple was part owned by Captain Alexander Ferguson, a well-respected trader in the South Sea Islands. After serving under Captain Ferguson for what must have been a brief period, James was given command of the schooner Esperanza. For his first voyage as captain, James McIntosh was assigned to collect copra from Colombangara, an island in Western Solomons. He would never return. The State Records Authority of New South Wales Shipping Master's Office records for passengers arriving 1855 to 1922 reveal the following. SS Ripple arrived Sydney from Solomon Islands on 17th May 1877, Captain A.M. Ferguson, and 6 crew, 12 passengers, 2 British, 10 single names, possibly islanders, no mention of James McIntosh. Esperanza arrived Sydney from Port of Melbourne, November 1878, Captain J.H. Arnora and 4 crew, 3 British, 1 Fijian, no mention of James McIntosh. SS Ripple arrived Sydney from Solomon Islands, 9th May 1879, Master A.M. Ferguson and 3 crew, 17 passengers, 7 British, 10 islander names, no mention of James McIntosh. The Esperanza left Rubiana in Western Solomons under the command of James McIntosh on May 16, 1880. She arrived at Colombangara Island later that day. On the vessel's arrival, according to press reports, the island chief informed McIntosh that his people had copra ready cooked a long way from the beach. It was reported to be a ploy to keep the ship waiting while the natives prepared to take control of the vessel and its crew. None of the ship's company or its young captain would survive. From 1876, the number of murders of European traders in the Pacific Islands increased. Many killed for no obvious good reason, often after living there for years in apparent security. By 1880, a crisis point was reached. That was a terrible year. It began with the looting and burning of the Sydney schooner, the Esperanza, at Colombangara. Not a single member of the crew escaped. The chief was a particularly notorious character. After ordering the massacre of the Esperanza's crew, he sent the following message to Captain Ferguson of the SS Ripple. Me, Haley, King belong Colombangara, big fella fighting man. Me speak you, me eat 11 fella men belong Esperanza, ship me finish. Not a single member of the crew escaped. Me take him altogether trade, Chief Haley told Captain Ferguson, and a little while later. Musket, powder, tobacco, bread plenty, me take everything, me make big fire, ship be finish. McIntosh, killed at the Solomon Islands about 8th June 1880. James Sheriff's McIntosh, aged 26 years, third son of Alex McIntosh of Aberdeen, Scotland. Sadly, McIntosh was to leave a wife, Margaret, and their daughter, Georgina. James and Margaret had been married for just 15 months. Georgina was less than 7 months old when her father was killed. Obviously, James and Margaret were to have little time together after their marriage, as James would have been at sea, while Margaret boarded with a Mr. and Mrs. Mills. The following letter, penned by James while on board Australia, about 6 months prior to their marriage, leaves us in little doubt that this young seafarer was very much in love, and it is difficult to imagine the grief which must have been felt by his young wife and the mother of his daughter. My dearest Maggie, I arrived all right last night. I went down to Mrs. Mills and had tea and gave all the news. I am staying aboard tonight. I expect Mr. and Mrs. Mills off directly, but I shall miss my own darling when they come, as it will be the first time. They have been without you, except for one Sunday afternoon. Will be very glad to hear that you have been down in Sydney, enjoying yourself for a little. I mean this, although you won't believe it. I only say I wouldn't when I am very selfish, which is very often, especially when I think anyone is enjoying your company besides myself, so you must excuse me for that weakness. Mr. and Mrs. Mills have been here since I commenced and gone again, but my dear sweetheart has not, so I've had little consolation. Although next to you comes Mrs. Mills, as she has always been so kind and obliging to me, and I think both of us, while I have been in the Australia, that she and Mr. Mills are the only company I care for before we leave, as we can only bring you into the conversation. I suppose you feel lonely now, as one out of a small company makes a difference. You will be wishing to get rid of me next time, but I will only stay until I get an answer to my application, which might be a week, or it might be a month. That is, if I don't get put out before that time. I have no news to tell you but the old story that I am spoony, as ever, if not more so, all over you, my darling girl. I will have to draw to a close, as the other lodger has come home, and I am no more by myself. I will send you a few lines along with kisses the day we sail for. If you don't give me any, I must give you. Hoping this will find you all well and clear of the toothache, give my kind love to your Ma and Jessie, and my fondest, warmest and sincerest to your darling self, and that you won't forget me when others are with you. Believe me to remain yours only, Jamie, August 13th, 1878. P.S. I will go ashore at 6 in the morning to post this, so don't blame me if it is late, as I don't know when the mail goes. Georgina Jessie Blair McIntosh was born on December 10th, 1879 at Miller's Point, just months prior to her father's tragic death. Hubert Bailey's records contend that she never got to see or be nursed by her father. Following James' death, Margaret worked in the laundry of Mrs. Mills, who, with her husband, were friends of Margaret and James prior to their marriage. In time, Margaret would meet and marry Robert Chassels Wilson. The records list Margaret as a dressmaker and draper grocer. Robert was a stonemason born in 1859 in Motherwell, 15 miles southeast of Glasgow, on August 8, 1859. It's believed that he arrived in Cooktown in September 1883 on the Anglo-Indian sailing from Glasgow. This 2,000-ton ship carried 1 saloon, 19 steerage, 97 assisted, 367 free and 64 remittance passengers. Robert left the ship at Rockhampton, then aged 25. He was in New South Wales a year later, where he resumed work as a stonemason. He lived in Macquarie Street, presumably Sydney, from 1884 to 1888, Leichhardt from 1889 to 1890, and Annandale from 1894 to 1900. The Annandale property is in the name of Mrs. M. Wilson, draper and grocer, presumably Margaret. Robert Wilson and Margaret McIntosh were married on December 15, 1884, when Georgina was 5. It was about then that the care of Georgina seems to have been taken over by her grandparents, David and Jean Lawson, at Piper's Flat, where Georgina attended school. When she returned to live with her mother and stepfather, she attended the Fort Street School in Annandale, where she learnt French piano and possibly violin. Whether at school or elsewhere is not known. On completing school, Georgina became a resident dressmaker in the home of William McCourt, a Member of Parliament for the Camden electorate. The McCourts lived at Berrimah and Woollahra. While at Berrimah, Georgina looked after the McCourts' younger children and took them to church. Robert Wilson contracted tuberculosis and died on August 29, 1900. His will, dated June 18, 1900, states that he's a stonecutter. His estate of £101 net was left to his wife Margaret. After his death, Margaret went to work as a housekeeper for New South Wales Premier Sir John Charles C. at Wentworth Falls. Sir John served in the States Parliament from 1880 to 1901. Margaret then operated a boarding house, Frankfurt, at Lawson, but she had to battle a nervous breakdown. During this time, Georgina returned to nurse her mother. Margaret was to die from breast cancer in 1911, aged 52. It was during Georgina's time with her mother when Louise Bailey, who was holidaying with Margaret and Georgina, suggested that her brother Fred should come and meet Georgina. On May 27, 1911, Georgina married Frederick Ferdinand Bailey, my maternal grandfather. Frederick was a wood pattern maker for the New South Wales Railways. Their children were Hubert, Winston, my mother Iris, Neville, Cherry and Hazel. Both Neville and Hazel died within days of their births. After the murder of Captain McIntosh, Captain Ferguson and another Captain John McIntosh began an investigation of the Esperanza's massacre. Sadly, that was thwarted by the murder of Captain Ferguson and many of the crew of the Ripple. Just a month after the death of Captain McIntosh, Ferguson, himself an old South Seas trading hand and quite a popular figure in the islands, was murdered at Bougainville. Only fierce resistance by other members of the crew prevented the Ripple suffering the same fate as the Esperanza. James' death notice reads as follows: It is likely that Captain John McIntosh was an older brother of James. He is known to have lived in Williamstown, Victoria. John W. McIntosh of Aberdeen was second mate on the schooner Day Spray. It is believed that all four McIntosh brothers migrated to Australia. The Esperanza. Like its last captain, the Esperanza was never long for this world. Launched in 1875 at Berries Bay, it was only 5 years old when it was consigned to a watery grave at Gartera in the Western Province. James McIntosh, who coincidentally grew up in Berry Lane, Aberdeen, was just 26 or 27 when he too would end his days. The Esperanza was built just a year before James McIntosh set sail for Australia. The Register of Australian and New Zealand Vessels records Esperanza's official number as 73,322. Dr. Ian Scales notes the vessel's register details. A wooden two-masted schooner of 17 tonnes, 48.14 cubic metres, capacity 43.6 feet or 13.3 metres long. The register was also found to contain the following information: framework, wood, build, carvel, stem, elliptic, head billet, main breadth to outside plank, 14.2 feet, depth in holds from tonnage deck to ceiling at midships, 5.35 feet or 1.63 metres. The Esperanza was built by Alfred Dunn at Berries Bay, New South Wales. It was one of 47 vessels constructed by William Dunn between 1872 and 1904. Among these were ferries, tugs, launches, cargo ships, pearling luggers, schooners and yachts. The Sydney Morning Herald of September 25, 1875, records the following details of the Esperanza's launch. A fore and aft schooner centreboard, built on the American principle, was launched yesterday from the establishment of Mr. W. Dunn for the order of Messrs. Amora and Dodds. She measures 20 tons and is intended for the Lake Macquarie trade. She has a very yacht-like appearance and, judging from her lines, likely to turn out in very fast craft. She was named Esperanza by Miss Dodds. A number of gentlemen were present at the launch. An historian of the wooden vessels of the South Seas, Maury Flappen, provides additional information on the Esperanza as follows. Owners and history. 1875, Captain Joseph Horatio da Silva Amora. 1877, Joseph Holdsworth Mortgagee. 1877, Henry Foreman. 1878, Joseph Horatio da Silva Mortgagee. 1878, Thomas Cowlishaw. The log. 1876, September 10th, departed Barrenjoey for Sydney. Cleared Sydney for Howe's Island with 4 passengers. 1876, November 20th, recovered bodies of 2 men from Ketch Shamrock in Brisbane Water, towed bodies in boat to Gosford. 77, May 8th, arrived Sydney from Howe's Island with captain and crew of the barques M. Stetson. 1878, April 15th, departed Norfolk Island, under charter to New South Wales Government for Lord Howe Island, then to Elizabeth Reef to inspect and report on the lifeboat, and report on the drought by the Land Government agent at Norfolk Island. Arrived at Suva from Taveuni with Sub-Inspector Foster on board. Master had been fined £200 at Taveuni for neglecting to comply with the quarantine regulations, had been anchored at the island of Fortuna when it came to blow, and had to get under way and put to sea without any water. After 2 days, Taveuni was made, and going ashore the master was arrested. 1879, April 27th, lying at Simbo, a small island of the Solomon Group. Departed Simbo for Ronongo in company with schooner HMS Beagle. 1879, April 29th, anchored off Cape Satisfaction for the night. Both vessels departed next day. 1879, May 1st, HMS Beagle and Esperanza anchored at Curio. Found it to be an extremely well-sheltered anchorage. Both vessels took in water, which detained them for a few days. Coasted for 3 days along the northwest shore of Vella Lavella. 1880, May 16th, departed Roviana and arrived at Kulang Bangara on the same day, anchored in Ariel Cove. At the solicitation of the natives, asked to wait a few days for a consignment of copra. Regrettably, research has been unable to locate an image of the Esperanza. This is deemed unsurprising given the vessel's brief existence. Maury Flappen observes that the registered dimensions indicate that Esperanza was relatively beamy and shallow for her length. However, he says, she was remarkably small to be trading around the Pacific in those days. Notes provided by the anthropologist Dr. Ian Scales, an Australian resident of Columbangra, and another authority on historic vessels, gives further descriptions of the Esperanza. It was fore and aft, so no topsail. Presumably the American principle mentioned refers to the also mentioned centreboard, perhaps the wedge-shaped hinge type used in the Americas, rather than the rectangular vertically lifted type often used in Australia and New Zealand, and the Atlantic style of shallow, flat-bottomed craft, sometimes called a scow, suited to shallow harbours. It is to be remembered from the report in the Sydney Morning Herald, she was intended for the Lake Macquarie trade. Scales believes that the Alma d'Oepel in Melbourne, although being a 3-masted topsail schooner and much longer, gives a good idea of the typical construction practice probably used by Duns. According to Scales, while the New South Wales cargo coasters usually seem to have had heavy double frames spaced 24 inches apart, my memory of the standing frames I saw of the Esperanza were single frames with a rather square midsection, sharpish entrance and long run, but shallow draught and flat-bottomed. Scales believes that the schooner at Simbo shows a wooden fore and aft trading vessel, although the aft awning suggests that it is probably longer than the Esperanza. According to Scales, this is a photo of a schooner at Fred Green's trading station on Simbo, an island near Columbangra, probably taken some time between 1900 and 1910. The schooner at Simbo is probably about twice as long as the Esperanza, but it does show a wooden fore and aft trading schooner in Solomon Islands. Topsail schooners were indeed popular at that time, but Esperanza was a much smaller vessel than the 70-foot to 100-foot long topsail schooners, typically used for the New South Wales coastal trade circa 1860 to 1900. The small size of the Esperanza is probably why she didn't have a topsail rig. She was built for short runs, not the central and north coast timber trade, as so many were. Scales goes on to suggest that the May Queen, moored at Hobart, built 1867, gives a sense of what it would have been like on board the Esperanza. While at 70 feet she is quite a bit bigger, you can get a good feel of what life would have been like on board the Esperanza. The May Queen is a two-masted ketch rather than a schooner, but that doesn't change the deck layout and the sense of cramped sailing conditions below deck or its constructional approach or general appearance. The Esperanza was tinier still, and while I really don't equate it with what sailing on Esperanza would have been like from going on board the May Queen, you can get a good feel of that kind of vessel. The May Queen is the oldest sail trading vessel afloat in Australia and the fourth oldest fore and aft sailing vessel of her type still afloat in the world. Scales writes, "The Esperanza was perhaps the smallest vessel in the islands, with no headroom under deck, crowded with unwashed men, their stench mixing with the fetid smell of the copra, all sweating together in the humid tropical heat. No change of clothes and no privacy for days on end. Problems in paradise." In Shipwrecks and Seafaring in the Solomon Islands, 1788 to 1942, Annika Korsgaard briefly describes the history of European contact with the islands of the archipelago. Beginning with the visit of the Spaniard Alvaro de Mendaña, Korsgaard goes on to reference the impacts of the whaling industry and subsequently the South Sea traders. Whalers are known to have been whaling in Solomon Island waters from 1798 onward. The industry peaked in the 1850s and 1860s, however. By the 1880s, very few whales were left in the region, and the last known whaling vessel to have contact in the Solomon Islands occurred in 1888. Quoting from Wealth of the Solomons, she writes, "The whalers stopped at various harbours in the Solomon Islands to wood and water their vessels, in particular deep, sheltered anchorages, fresh water sources, fresh food provisions, wood for fuelling and refitting ships, and in some locations such as Makira Harbour, women. In exchange, the whalers traded tomahawks, tobacco pipes, beads, glass bottles and cloth." Korsgaard concludes that mutually beneficial relationships were established between whalers and Solomon Islanders, and although European goods such as iron inadvertently changed the socio-economic dynamic of the Solomon Islands, the whalers never intentionally set out to initiate these changes. In Wealth of the Solomons, Judith Bennett explains it this way. "Before 1800, the Solomon Islands were visited rarely by Europeans. The few explorers had found little to attract them. Mendaña's gold-obsessed expeditions drew back the curtain momentarily, and what they saw was a bitter disappointment. In the early and mid-19th century, there was increasing contact by whalers who came to the islands for food and refreshments. In most areas they received a welcome because Solomon Islanders knew from experiences within their homeland that trading could be beneficial. The whalers traded metal goods, which in some areas altered the indigenous technology and, in turn, the economy and polity. Bennett goes on to explain that the discovery of valuable supplies of tortoiseshell attracted Sydney traders in the 1860s, and by the 1870s, traders were also sourcing copra and other tropical produce. As a result, Solomon Islanders were becoming more and more dependent on the manufactured goods of the Europeans. Bennett observes that in the less productive Eastern Solomons, the men offered themselves as labourers on overseas plantations in order to obtain such goods. She observes that in the Western Solomons, most people could produce copra or collect shell to sell and thus did not offer themselves for plantation work. Korsgaard writes that the next phase of European activity in the Solomon Islands was the trade industry, which learned of the commercial possibilities from the whalers. In the 1850s, independent traders, predominantly Australian, sought pearl shell, tortoise shell, bêche de mer, ivory nut and coconut oil, which they took back to Australia to sell. In exchange, they bartered firearms, fish hooks and an array of metal objects. She says that in the 1860s, some traders became permanent residents where they either traded or became agents for small trade companies. She states that in the 1870s, resident traders began to establish trade stations that were either owned independently or by Sydney commercial houses such as Cowlishaw Brothers. The Cowlishaws were in partnership with Alexander Ferguson, the man who captained the Ripple and engaged McIntosh as his first mate and later captain of the Esperanza. These stations were situated on the coasts and were little more than shacks made from local materials. The trading station operated by the Cowlishaw brothers was in Roviana. It is from this station that McIntosh set off when assigned to collect copra at Gatere in May or June 1880. Korsgaard writes that by the late 1870s the process for copra manufacture had become widespread in the Solomon Islands, and the oil from the dried meat of coconuts used in the manufacture of soaps and cosmetics became the main export. She also notes that the 1870s saw the development of the labour recruiting industry, which had been active in the New Hebrides since the 1850s. She says that the British and French started to recruit men from the Solomon Islands for labour on sugar plantations in Fiji, Queensland, Samoa and New Caledonia. While the industry was semi-regulated by the Queensland government in the 1870s, Korsgaard notes that although these regulations were in place, they were regularly subverted, and the industry was renowned for its negligence and abuse of indigenous populations. Obviously, there would be tensions, and Korsgaard's research seeks to document the growing incidence of indigenous attacks on traders and the resulting shipwrecks. Her dissertation reports that indigenous attacks were responsible for 25 wrecks, with at least a further 37 vessels which could have resulted in wrecking. She says that for safety reasons, most of the recruiting was done on the ships or at the water's edge. The 1870s and 1880s witnessed the highest number of attacks, resulting in wrecks. The number of non-destructive attacks also peaked during these periods. This peak in attacks can be attributed to the increased trade and recruiting activity. The vast decrease of attacks on vessels in the 1890s and the cessation of attacks in the 1900s may be attributed to several factors directly related to British imperial interests in the region. Prior to the establishment of the British Solomon Islands Protectorate in 1893, British warships made annual voyages to the islands, which involved conducting attacks on villages that were believed to be involved in the killing of a British subject or responsible for attacking a vessel. The warships would sometimes destroy villages and often destroyed indigenous war canoes. One very notable retaliation was reported in the Hobart Mercury of November 23, 1881. The paper details an attack made upon the trading schooner the Atlantic by the natives of Roviana, under the heading Unprovoked Outrages by Solomon Islanders. It seems that a plan had been arranged by the Bubiuia natives to attack and, if possible, capture the Atlantic in order to get a supply of skulls. The cooperation of a chief who had hitherto been supposed to be friendly to the whites was secured with some difficulty. At early morn his people, who were unarmed, came in canoes, their ostensible purpose being to trade with the crew. During the day a canoe owned by Kubmia people joined the others, having arms concealed about their persons. The mate of the vessel, who was rendered suspicious by his experience of the frequent massacres at these islands, took the precaution to see that the arms of the men were all ready for any emergency. He was walking the deck carrying a bayonet in one hand and pretending to clean it when suddenly, as if by instinct, he felt he was about to be attacked from behind. He sprang aside, and the blow intended to cleave his skull missed its mark. Quick as lightning, he plunged his bayonet through the body of his assailant. A general melee ensued on board, but the crew being prepared, the natives found themselves being overmatched and fled, having killed but one of the crew of the Atlantic, a black boy, while on their side a number were shot during the short and fierce struggle which occurred. Another disturbing account was penned by Admiral Sir Reginald Tupper in his monograph Reminiscences. I remember with excitement when one day in October 1880 I saw a telegram posted up that Lieutenant James Bower and a boat's crew from the schooner Sandfly had been massacred in the Solomon Islands. 2 months later I had a surprise when I was informed that I had been appointed to act as first lieutenant on the schooner Renard, a little ship engaged on police work on the Australian station. The Renard was one of 5 schooners that had been built by Sydney shipbuilders to Admiralty design. Amidships, a 12-pounder Armstrong breech-loader was mounted. The only other weapons were the rifles and cutlasses, carried by the men and the officers' revolvers. The Renard was chosen to accompany the sloop Cormorant to find and punish the murderers of Lieutenant Bower. The massacre was now several months old. It had occurred on Mandalana Island, a small island off Florida in the Solomons. Kalakaona was the chief of Florida Island, and it appears that he had been involved in a domestic quarrel with some or all of his wives. This made him sulky, and he declared that he would not eat until some skulls had been brought to him in traditional fashion. 2 of his chiefs, being Utamati and Vorea, heard the threat, and having seen a man-o'-war's boat belonging to Sandfly, they sent one of their lads to work out if the occupants were armed. While there were rifles and ammunition in the boat, the men were preoccupied surveying. Sadly, Bower gave permission for his men to bathe, while he and a seaman by the name of Savage went to explore. They were at some distance when the natives rushed out of the bush and attacked the bathers. The natives cut off the heads of the 5 seamen, which they afterwards took away with them. Arriving at Florida Island, the Renard and the Cormorant established a blockade to ensure that none of the culprits could escape or have other islands send reinforcements. An ultimatum was delivered that, if the murderers were not surrendered to justice, all the villages and property on the island would be burned. In time, canoes brought the chief Vorea, who they alleged to be the leader of Bower's murderers. The surrender of Vorea was the beginning of the end, and before long all of those involved in the murders were delivered. They were then tried on board the Cormorant and sentenced to death. In a paper titled Massacre of Naval Personnel in the Solomons 1880, visiting fellow at ANU, Professor Clive Williams further details the account of Admiral Sir Reginald Tupper, in Tupper's own words. We had to supervise the recruiting of labour for the Queensland sugar plantations and to check the activities of the Blackbirders who invited the natives on board their ships and then kidnapped them, being, in fact, no better than slave traders. The activities of these depraved whites had much to do with the indignation of the natives and their occasional outbursts against us, while government agents who were appointed to these labour schooners to supervise the recruiting of labour were in some cases the worst type of down and out beachcomber and were often hand in glove with the men they were supposed to watch. Similar concerns are expressed by the National Museum Australia in defining moments. First indentured islander labourers. A group of 67 South Sea Island labourers were brought to Brisbane in 1863 to work on a cotton plantation, but that industry soon became unviable. As sugar was proving to be a more successful crop, most South Sea Islanders were sent to work in the cane fields instead. There was little legislation to protect the labourers, known then as Kanakas, from exploitation in the first few years. But what makes the trade so controversial were the recruitment techniques used. The Queensland government introduced the Polynesian Labourers Act, 1868, to try and limit the exploitation of islanders while on the transport ships and in the fields. Its aim was to halt the practice of blackbirding, but unscrupulous operators found ways to circumvent the legislation and forced recruitment continued. In 1880, the first major revision of the labourers' legislation was enacted with the Pacific Labourers Act, Queensland. This was the first legislation that sought to regulate all aspects of the trafficking and employment of Pacific Island labourers. The Act made forced recruitment techniques illegal and imposed minimum living standards on board ships, which were to be enforced by inspectors sailing with the ships. However, government agents were not always conscientious, and some were susceptible to bribes from the crew. Annika Korsgaard contends that it was the declaration of the British Solomon Island Protectorate, the appointment of a resident commissioner, and the establishment of a permanent police force in Gizo that really contributed to the decline and cessation of the attacks. The Commissioner, Charles Woodford, established a prison at Tulagi, where native murderers were imprisoned or hanged. An early Protectorate administrator, Arthur Mahaffey, was born in Ireland. After joining the Royal Munster Fusiliers, Mahaffey joined the Colonial Service and was appointed British Government Agent and District Officer to the Gilbert and Ellice Islands Protectorate, now Kiribati. He then became the resident magistrate under Charles Woodford. In 1900, Woodford sent Mahaffey to establish a second government station at Gizo. His main task was to control headhunting, which Woodford believed had increased in recent decades and would lead to the extinction of the people and impede the establishment of copra plantations. Mahaffey arrived at Gizo with a force of 25 police and instructions to make punitive raids on offending villages, particularly around Roviana Lagoon. His policy was fierce and successful, but quite illegal. He was probably assisted by the past decades of headhunting, which had become endemic and debilitated the people, leaving them exhausted and ready to accept the new regime. Likewise, according to Korsgaard, the influx of various mission groups resulted in the conversion of many to some form of Christianity, which also put a stop to such attacks. She goes on to conclude that there is a clear correlation between vessel industry and indigenous attacks. Trade vessels experienced the highest losses and sustained the most attacks that did not result in wrecking. The recruiting industry also suffered high vessel losses, while non-industry vessels were the least prone to being attacked. The Blackbirders. The very graphic accounts of the South Sea massacres remind us of Australia's dark history in what came to be termed blackbirding. While Australia has much to be ashamed of in relation to its historic treatment of its Indigenous people, the fact that this extended to our near neighbours seems largely unknown. In penning this story, I have inevitably spoken to friends and family, and I'm surprised how many have never heard the term blackbirding or been fully aware of Australia's grisly past. One of the motivations for capturing the massacre of my great-grandfather was to find out if my maternal grandmother got to meet her father. My Uncle Hubert doesn't believe so, but that assertion must surely assume that James was constantly at sea for the 7 months of Georgina's young life. Then again, his death when she was only 7 months of age would inevitably mean that she was probably too young to know if she had met him or not. I also write this story out of concern for my mother, who obviously never got to meet her grandfather. Whether my grandmother ever got to meet her father may never be known, but there is an even more pressing question. Was my great-grandfather involved in blackbirding? The traders in the South Seas had numerous quests, and as we have read, they were shipping copra looking for pearls or harvesting bêche de mer. Finding labour was equally high on the agenda given Queensland's need to recruit labour for the sugarcane industry, while the record of the massacre of the crew of the Esperanza asserts that Captain McIntosh was at Columbangara to collect copra in May 1880. It is not clear what the SS Ripple was up to, when before that my great-grandfather served as a crew member. The fateful voyage of the Esperanza was McIntosh's first assignment as captain, and for at least 3 voyages prior, James served under Captain Ferguson on the SS Ripple. The reported massacre of Captain Ferguson and several of the crew of the Ripple after the massacre of the crew of the Esperanza simply reports that the Ripple was in Bougainville to trade. Whether that was copra or labour is not clear, nor is it clear what the Ripple was doing when James was its first officer. Despite some widespread ignorance of Australia's involvement in the slave trade, there is much written about this period, and probably none more informative than a paper by Eric Vaughan Stevens, the paper he read at a meeting of the Historical Society of Queensland in March 1950. It is to be noted that this address took place a mere 40 years after the end of the trading. In a 2-part address, Stevens first delivers a brief history of the South Seas Islands labour traffic. He similarly laments the shortage of official records and notes reliance on the mainland press for limited second-hand information. He writes, "It is hoped to record the vessels engaged, the men who sailed them and the fate of both, before they pass entirely into oblivion." According to Stevens, the South Sea Islanders were first brought to Queensland for work in the cotton fields of Mr. Robert Towns. The needs of the sugar industry would come later. The American Civil War had seriously interfered with that nation's cotton production, and a world shortage of cotton resulted. Recognising the plight of the mills in England, Robert Towns identified an investment opportunity and began working in collaboration with his business partner, a Mr. Brooks based in London. Cotton is a cheap labour crop, and labour at the time was neither cheap nor abundant. Given his previous experience as a trader in the islands, Towns quickly turned to the South Seas as his source of labour. After purchasing 4,000 acres of land on the Logan River, about 40 miles from Brisbane, Towns fitted out the schooner Don Juan, and in August 1863 became the first labour recruiter in Australia's history. The records of the boat's captain indicate that Towns was a man humane and just, desiring to afford his labour good conditions according to the standard of the times. Towns instructs his captain to proceed to Leifu, Ware and Sandwich Islands or others with a view of securing a useful class of men, lads and native boys. He put aboard 2 shirts and 2 pairs of trousers for each of the 100 natives he hopes to get, expecting about 70 but would be content with 50 for field labour on his Queensland plantation. He was emphatic that no force be used, the natives must be kindly treated and assured of justice in all things. They would be provided on arrival with comfortable huts and a diet of rice, meat, pumpkin and potatoes, with yams if they could grow them. He undertook to return them within 12 months. The recruiter assigned to Don Juan was Lewin, a man of a very different disposition to Towns. According to Stevens, Towns knew little, the viper he was taking to his bosom in this same Lewin, charcoal would have left a white mark on his character. It didn't take long for Lewin to seize his own opportunity. With his partner Pritchard, he advertised his willingness to recruit natives at £7 per head. Aboard the schooner Spunky, the two engaged in kidnapping and illegal practice on a grand scale. This led to their acquisition of bigger boats and much prosperity. Lewin eventually took up pearling and moved to live on Tanna Island, Vanuatu, in a stone fortress, safe in the protection of guards. He is said to have tyrannised the Tanna population, and when eventually caught unawares, he was shot by a Tanna native in what was deemed a revenge killing. Lewin was allegedly killed by a Tanna native for his killing of the man's cousin for the theft of a bunch of bananas. Stevens believes that the Honourable Lewis Hope was the next to follow Towns in the employment of island labour. Hope was the father of the sugar industry in Australia and engaged island labour to manage his 20 acres of sugar cane at Ormiston. In reward of his efforts, Hope was granted a further 2,560 acres, and by 1868 the area of cultivation of cane exceeded that of cotton. It obviously called for more labour and more vessels to recruit it. Licences for labour recruitment were now being issued by New South Wales, Victoria and Fiji, as well as Queensland. While the Queensland Act of Regulation was passed in 1868, it had many deficiencies. The unscrupulous were ignoring the small protection the Act afforded the islander, and worse, retaliatory attacks on vessels and crews were frequent. In Pageant of the Pacific, Frederick Rhodes states that the first attack on any ship was the one involving the Marion Rennie at Solomon's in January 1868, when the master and 4 seamen were killed. Given that the press reported the attack as another outrage, we must assume that there had been others. In the 1870s, Royal Navy vessels were policing the recruiting areas and seizing vessels including Melanie, Woodbine, Challenge and Daphne. All were to escape penalty because of defects in the Act. An attempt to toughen the legislation in 1872 resulted in an imperial statute which came to be known as the Kidnapping Act, brushing aside the defence that the native, as a barbarian, had under Roman law no legal protection. It provided the highest penalty, other than capital punishment, awarded by the laws of the colony in which the offence shall be tried. Stevens records the details of various vessels charged under this Act and the penalties applied, including forfeiture of both the ship and its cargo. In one dramatic case, the schooner Albert, seized under orders in 1885, saw the ship's master charged with piracy. The master then charged the crew with mutiny, while the crew accused the master of kidnapping and worse. The 1868 Act provided for inspection of recruits by land-based magistrates. It had no preventive value. So, in 1871, the Government Gazette prescribed that government agents were to accompany recruiting vessels, and the Act of 1868 was repealed. Many government agents were killed in the execution of their duties. When recruiting, the master usually did not leave the ship. 2 boats were lowered and manned. 1 carried the recruiter, generally the mate, 1 white and 3 native seamen, all armed with rifle and 10 rounds. This boat backed in stern first to the shore, so there would be a clear run-out in case of attack. The second boat, with the government agent, second mate, 1 white and 3 native seamen, also armed, stood off a little to cover the first. The life was hard and dangerous. Many men, white and black, were killed, and shipwreck accounted for a large number of vessels. The account of the Esperanza under McIntosh does nothing to suggest that it was engaged in labour recruitment. There is no mention of any government agent, and none of the shore arrangements indicated by Stevens. Furthermore, the account of the Ripple just 2 months later also seems to discount any notion of recruitment. According to Stevens, no recruiting had been carried out in New Guinea waters prior to 1884. That said, Both the Esperanza and the Ripple are listed by Stevens in Blackbirding as two of the 130 vessels engaged in South Seas labour recruitment. Samuel Griffiths became Queensland Premier in 1883. His election was to throw the sugar industry into turmoil, given his strong opposition to the recruitment of native labour. While his stance was highly regarded by other opponents of the slave trade, his stance also reflected his aim to ensure that white Australia did not degenerate. The parliamentary argument about the sugar industry was not a debate between racists and their opponents, but a contest between different visions of whiteness. The Conservative Premier Sir Thomas McIlwraith expressed the perspective of planters. He wanted, he said, a Queensland both successful and white. Economic prosperity depended on cane, a crop he thought Europeans racially incapable of harvesting. Hence the necessity for a subservient caste of islanders. His rival Samuel Griffiths argued that the importation of islanders would foster the degeneration which we have seen wherever the black and white races have endeavoured to mix. If whites depended on slavery, they'd lose their racial consciousness and accept widespread immigration. By the mid-1880s there was growing public opposition to the labour trade, and in 1885 the discovery of many who had been illegally recruited saw the government's repatriation of 400 islanders. All New Guinea waters were again closed to recruiting, and no firearms were to be carried except those for the ship's use. Some dramatic sentences were passed, and the populace became increasingly shocked by the practices. In 1885, the Queensland Parliament succeeded in passing an act prescribing that the importation of South Seas labour was to cease after December 31st, 1890. To the dismay of supporters and the jubilation of opponents, the Act was repealed in 1892. When looking back and thinking how he, Griffiths, attained the pinnacle of his political fame largely by the stand he took in his effort to prevent the good name of Queensland being besmirched by the dirty, sordid surroundings of a trade in black human skins, one wonders what malign influences were brought to bear to make so great a man recant such great ideals after expending the best years of his political life in cleansing the Aegean stable. Griffith's plan to prohibit the importation of islanders was a promise to end the controversy and commit Queensland to the liberal vision of a racially pure nation rather than the conservative plan for segregation. But before the plan could come into operation, the Great Depression of the 1890s struck, threatening the state with economic ruination. Balking at the prospect of closing the sugar industry in such desperate times, Griffiths united with his former rival McIlwraith to delay the ban. But the calls for abolition persisted, and the Commonwealth Parliament decreed by an Act of 1901 that there should be no entry of islanders after March 31st, 1904. The Act limited the importation under licence in 1902 to a number not more than 3/4 of those repatriated in 1901, in 1903 to not more than half of those returned in 1902, but no more to be imported after March 31st, 1904. To avoid injustices, certain exemptions were granted, those of extreme age or infirmity, those with children being educated in state schools, those introduced into Australia prior to 1879, those married to partners born in different islands, those married to or living with a female not Pacific Island born, and those continuously in residence in Queensland or Australia for not less than 20 years prior to December 31st, 1906. With the end of the trade approaching, fewer vessels remained engaged in the practice. Owing to the provisions of the Pacific Island Labour Act of 1901, no licences to recruit were issued in the year ending 31st December 1903, and 4 vessels withdrew from the trade. The last to repatriate was Lady Norman on the 8th of December 1904. An ABC News feature by Will Higginbotham records the following. Tens of thousands of Pacific Islanders were taken to Australia to work on plantations in Queensland, often by force or trickery. Unmarked mass graves full of labourers who died on those plantations are still being uncovered today. While there is evidence that some of the 62,000 people sent to Australia came willingly and signed contracts to work on plantations, many others were lured or taken forcibly onto the boats. Most were from Vanuatu and the Solomon Islands. This practice is what's known as blackbirding. While some of those contracted may not have understood what they were signing up for the first time they came to Australia, many returned multiple times by choice. The fact that the men were paid makes it difficult to classify them as slaves, but it's worth noting the wages paid were well below what European workers earned. The British Empire had ended slavery by the time the Don Juan arrived in Queensland. After slavery was abolished, the British practitioners asked themselves, how can we get the same labour we used to get? So they used the indentured system, said Professor Clive Moore, a leading researcher on South Sea Islander history at the University of Queensland. Higginbotham contends that the legal definition does not mean the men did not experience slave-like conditions. The Act of 1901 ordered the mass deportation of most of the 10,000 or so indentured labourers. The legislation was one element in a package of reforms that would become known as the White Australia policy. The provision which exempted islanders who arrived before September 1st, 1879, or worked in ship's crews would only enable 700 islanders to stay. In an ironic twist, the Act was challenged by thousands of labourers in a petition to King Edward VII, with the result that the previous mentioned exemptions were also adopted. This enabled about 2,500 islanders to avoid deportation, and their descendants are now known as Australia's South Sea Islander community. To quote Professor Moore, Australia has in the past few decades begun to really acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, but too often the South Sea Islanders are forgotten. In Stephen's address to the Historical Society of Queensland, he concludes as follows: so ended an era of considerable historical importance. It was objectionable from every point of view. The second section of Stephen's paper contains a record of some 130 vessels engaged in the recruitment of South Sea Island labour. It was predictably the section that I was eager to inspect in terms of my great-grandfather's ill-fated voyage on the Esperanza and his prior voyages on SS Ripple. With measured concern, I discover that both Esperanza and Ripple are listed in the 130 vessels engaged in the recruitment of South Seas labour. It is the nature of that recruitment which has now become the issue, and the importance, or otherwise, of the licence years. Ever keen to distance my great-grandfather from any involvement in labour recruitment or blackbirding, I'm left to wonder why the licence year for the Esperanza specifies 1879, noting that Captain McIntosh was in command in 1880. The Ripple, on the other hand, specifies licence years 1877 to 1880, including the year 1879 when James served as the mate. The reference to Warne in Stephen's details for the Esperanza and the Ripple points to Captain William Twizel Warne and another important record titled The South Sea Islands and the Queensland Labour Trade. Warne's account of the period, published in September 1893, was edited and republished by Peter Corris in 1973. It is long recognised as the most authentic account by those actually engaged in the labour trade. Growing up in England, Warne initially worked in an architect's office. This apprenticeship may have been suited to his talents with a pencil, but not to his wider vision. Seafaring was a family tradition. Warne abandoned the drafting board for the deck probably before he was 20. As a young man, he traded to the east aboard the sailing ships engaged in trade between England and India. He received his certificate as a second mate in London in 1861 and as a first mate the following year. It was after a voyage to New Zealand that Warne left the New Great Britain and made his way to Australia, where he began his long association with the ports of the Australian colonies and the Pacific Islands. After gaining his master's certificate, Warne started gathering bêche de mer off the Queensland coast and undertook his first visit to the South Sea Islands. In 1870 he accepted command of the Mary Ira, a trading schooner which was then in New Caledonia. It was the start of 5 years of voyages among the islands of the Western Pacific. What followed was a series of mishaps which saw Warne marooned on Ponape, the Caroline Islands north of New Guinea. After some months he was rescued. The Isabrook took Warne to Tau, the Mortlock Islands, where he lived for 9 months without the company of his own kind. He occupied himself by keeping a journal and taking full notes on the customs of the people amongst whom he was living. Further mishaps and bad deals saw him similarly marooned on other islands, where it is reasonable to conclude that he developed a keen appreciation of life in the South Pacific and the nature of the peoples with whom he lived. Poor health would ultimately see him return to Australia and subsequently skipper 23 voyages, completing 20 years in the labour trade. Warne experienced the complete range of troubles which could befall a labour trade skipper: injuries in conflicts with the islanders, quarrels with the government agents aboard his ships, inquiries in the colonies into his conduct as a recruiter, failed voyages and spectacularly successful ones, and debarment from the trade. In the introduction to Warne's book, the publishers Swan, Sonnenschein and Company wrote in 1893, "His narrative is that of a practical man, than whom none could be better acquainted with the subject he treat of. He has recorded much that is interesting, relative to numerous little-known islands, and the tale he has to tell may be regarded as a valuable contribution to the history of Queensland and the Western Pacific." It was while the labour controversy was at its height that Captain Warne sent his manuscript to England for publication. It was a manuscript Warne had to rewrite when the original was lost while aboard the ill-fated SS Quetta. Warne receives further mention in Stephen's address to the Historical Society, when charges were laid against several vessels who had recruited labour from New Guinea against regulations. The matter was dealt with leniently despite the conclusion that the natives were illegally recruited. Reaction of the Griffiths administration was prompt. In June 1885, the Victoria, captained by W.T. Warne, left Townsville with 400 repatriates. While I make no attempt to summarise all that Warne had to say, the text is here appraised for references to both Captain Ferguson and Captain McIntosh. Page 98. HMS Barracuda. Captain Stevens was subsequently sent to Florida Island to apprehend or punish the murderers. Captain Stevens had made an appointment with Ferguson, the well-known and respected trader. Page 185 to 186. His one great failing was an unvarying trust that savages would not harm one unless in retaliation for injuries or insults received. It was belief in this theory, so often preached by men who have had no practical experience of savage character, that led to the assassination of Mr. O'Bard. The murders of Captain Ferguson and Commodore Goodenough, as well as scores of less noted white men, were attributable to the same cause. Page 209. In August of this year, 1880, the SS Ripple was nearly captured by natives in Bougainville Strait, Solomon Islands. The Captain Ferguson, 2 Kanakas, and the woman were killed. About 50 of the savages were killed before they were beaten off. Page 212. HMS Emerald was sent to the islands, but as usual she did little or nothing. She returned to Sydney, her cruise having been a mere farce. It would seem that she visited Bougainville Island, where Captain Ferguson and others had been murdered. There she burned some villages and canoes and destroyed coconut trees, but no natives were hurt. At Coolangatta, where the crew hurt, merely the usual destruction of property. Page 211. Other outrages committed by Kanakas during the same year were the murder of the crew of the Esperanza and Captain McIntosh at Coolangatta Island. But Warne is obviously entitled to some last words. At the conclusion of his log he writes, "As I sit in my room in Glass's Hotel facing the wharves at Mackay, where the Barrabelle has been laid up for sale, I cast a retrospective glance on my experience of 16 years past. I do not regret one single hour of it. Notwithstanding all the tales of bloodshed, murder and kidnapping in connection with the labour trade which have been dinned into the ears of the public, for the last few years especially, I conscientiously affirm that it has been in the main equally beneficial to the colony and to the islanders themselves. What are now the conditions of the sugar industry and the seaports of Queensland that depended on it? Since the trade has been stopped, will the islanders remain home? No. Samoa and its German plantations, New Caledonia and its French ones, continue to employ them and reap the benefit of their labour. Has the trading of firearms to the islanders stopped? No again. The use of bows and arrows and even of spears has gone out of fashion in the New Hebrides and the Solomon Islands. It may occur to my readers that the South Sea Islander in Queensland has been treated simply as a labouring animal, no attention being paid to his mental or moral education. But such has not been the case. In this relation of my experiences in the labour trade and of my voyages to the South Seas, I have confined myself strictly to facts. These have led me to the conclusion that the stoppage of the Polynesian labour trade and, in consequence, the enormous loss in capital and development to the rich tropical land of northern Queensland was due to a purely political cry, that the public was grievously misled, that the so-called anti-slavery party, consisting almost entirely of southern men, know no more about plantation work in tropical Queensland than an infant in arms. I trust that the reader who has pursued this log will be better able to exercise an impartial judgment. At any rate, I have endeavoured to lay before him a plain and truthful statement of my view of the Polynesian labour trade. A compelling conclusion from the log of William Warne is that labour recruitment in the South Pacific in the 19th century involved traders and islanders both good and bad, and that both white and native had little to fear in circumstances of ethical practice. What also seems clear is the reality that both the Ripple and the Esperanza were engaged in labour recruitment. They are specifically listed among the 130 vessels identified by Eric Stevens in his address to the Historical Society of Queensland. The Esperanza is similarly listed as a labour vessel by Warne in the index of the South Sea Islanders and the Queensland labour trade. For reasons which are not clear, there is no reference to the Ripple. My review of these records leads me to the present time and Australia's implementation of the Palm Scheme and the development of another Pacific Islander labour program aimed at recruiting visiting labour for work on farms in various parts of Australia. The Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme allows eligible Australian businesses to hire workers from 9 Pacific Islands and Timor-Leste. When there are not enough local workers available, through the Palm Scheme, eligible businesses can recruit workers for short-term jobs for up to 9 months, or long-term roles for between 1 and 4 years. In unskilled, low-skilled and semi-skilled positions, the Palm Scheme helps to fill labour gaps in rural and regional Australia and nationally for agriculture. and select agriculture-related food product. Manufacturing sectors by offering employers access to a pool of reliable, productive workers. It also allows Pacific and Timor-Leste workers to take up jobs in Australia, develop their skills and send income home. The PALM scheme has also been subject to criticism in that the workers were initially assigned to an individual employer and there was no recourse to other work opportunities in the event of the need to delay a harvest. In such circumstances, workers would have no income and there would be no recourse to benefits for unemployment. Clearly, both labour recruitment and the Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme have not been without challenges. Labor's proposed Pacific Labour Scheme reforms might be good. Soft diplomacy, but will it address worker exploitation? Following is an extract from the report of Emily Foley, PhD candidate, and Rebecca Strating, Associate Professor, La Trobe University. National security had been a feature of the 2022 election campaign, but there's been little substantive difference on key issues of foreign policy. Last week's foreign policy debate between Foreign Minister Senator Maurice Payne and Shadow Minister Penny Wong barely touched on differences in policy. An exception was Labor's proposed changes to the government's existing Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme. This scheme provides jobs for Pacific and Timor-Leste workers in Australia. Labor's proposed policies for the Pacific are positive for Australia's foreign policy and include some wins for these workers, but the plan so far does not make it clear how it will address rampant wage theft, exploitation and unsafe working conditions faced by Pacific workers in Australia. And reforms made under the coalition government have so far failed to fix systemic problems that have led to some Pacific Island workers being exploited. The recent Solomon Islands-China Security Pact revealed coalition weaknesses in the Pacific. Labor soon proposed a suite of policies it said would restore Australia's place as the partner of choice for the countries in the Pacific. It proposed a new Pacific engagement visa to provide pathways to permanent migration, the first of its kind in the existing Pacific labour mobility schemes. This visa would initially allow about 3,000 Pacific Islanders to migrate annually to Australia. Other proposed reforms include the travel costs of Pacific migrant workers to be paid by the federal government instead of by employers, allowing Pacific migrant workers to bring their families with them. In a move welcomed by unions, a new dedicated agricultural visa would replace a contentious ag visa introduced last year. The existing Pacific Australia Labour Mobility Scheme, which emerged from a series of reforms to older schemes, was launched in 2022. It is more heavily regulated than other temporary workers' visas. Still, significant concerns remain about workers on these schemes. Both Labor and coalition governments have overseen various iterations of the scheme where exploitation and wage theft occurred. Since 2012, 30 workers have reportedly died on the Pacific Labour Scheme visa and a previous iteration, the Seasonal Worker Program. Recently, the Senate Select Committee on Job Security heard from Pacific Islander seasonal workers who experienced wage theft and unsafe working conditions. Pacific workers have experienced reduction in promised hours and pay deductions. The investigation revealed seasonal farm workers receiving as little as $9 Australian a week after deductions. Critics have likened the poor conditions to modern slavery and blackbirding, where Pacific Islanders were lured or taken forcibly to work in Australia. The Solomons. Solomon Islands consist of a double chain of volcanic islands and coral atolls in Melanesia in the southwestern Pacific Ocean. Separate to the Solomons are the islands of Buka and Bougainville, islands at the northwestern end that form an autonomous region of Papua New Guinea. Once a British protectorate, Solomon Islands achieved independence as a republic in 1978. Honiara, on the north coast of Guadalcanal Island, is Solomon Islands' capital and largest city. Most of the population live in small rural villages. They largely engage in subsistence gardening, pig raising and fishing. Most are ethnically Melanesian. Polynesians, who form a small minority, live mainly on the outlying atolls. There are also small numbers of Chinese and Europeans, and Gilbertese from Micronesia, who were resettled on Gizo and Wagina Islands between 1955 and 1971. They were settled there by British administrators who sought to alleviate overpopulation on the Gilbert Islands, now known as Kiribati. Almost all Solomon Islanders are Christian, most are Protestant, Church of Melanesia, Anglican, with smaller numbers, Roman Catholic or other. A small minority practice a traditional belief. English is the official language. Pidgin, or Solomon's Pidgin, is a grammatically simplified form of a language, typically English, Dutch or Portuguese. Some elements of which are taken from local languages is used for communication between people not sharing a common language. An English-based Melanesian Pidgin is the language most widely used and understood. Fish and timber have been the island's main resources, with plantation crops, palm oil, copra and cacao being the major exports. China and Australia are the primary destinations. Some islands have significant reserves of bauxite and phosphates. Some gold has been extracted from Guadalcanal. Manufacturing primarily involves the processing of coconut and other vegetable oils and cocoa. Traditional handicrafts are made for the tourist market and the export trade. While the Solomon Islands dollar is the official currency, indigenous currency such as shell money is also used in some traditional transactions. Solomon Islands is a constitutional monarchy, with the British monarch represented by a Governor-General appointed by the National Parliament. Executive power is exercised by the Prime Minister, who is elected by and from the Parliament. The Prime Minister rarely commands a clear majority in Parliament, so governments are usually formed out of a coalition of parties or factions. Local government councils control matters regarding transport, economic development, health and education. Education is not compulsory, while schools are run by both the national and provincial governments and by various churches. Many provide practical training in fields such as agriculture and development studies. There are a technical institute and a campus of the University of the South Pacific in Honiara. The islands were first settled by people coming from New Guinea and the Bismarck Islands up to 30,000 years BC, when Buka and Bougainville were joined by a land bridge. The first European to reach the islands was the Spanish explorer Álvaro de Mendaña in 1568. Rumours led to the belief that he not only found gold, but also the place where the biblical King Solomon obtained gold for his temple in Jerusalem. These rumours are thought to account for the adoption of the name Solomon Islands. It is to be noted that the name is now designated Solomon Islands as opposed to the Solomon Islands. It was in the late 18th century that the islands were sighted and charted by French and English navigators. Some of the earliest foreign visitors to the islands were whaling vessels from Britain, the United States and Australia. They came for food and water from late in the 18th century, developing trading relationships and later enlisting islanders to serve as crewmen. Beginning in the 1840s and accelerating in the 1860s, islanders began to be recruited or kidnapped as labourers for the colonies in Australia, Fiji and Samoa in a practice known as blackbirding. Relations between the islanders and visiting seamen were not always good, and sometimes there was bloodshed. In the second half of the 1800s, more traders arrived seeking turtle shells, sea cucumbers, being bêche de mer or trepang, copra and sandalwood, occasionally establishing semi-permanent trading stations. By the late 19th century, the islands were being exploited for labour to work the plantations of Queensland. The Protectorate was declared in 1893, partly in response to the abuses associated with labour recruitment and largely to stall the threat of the island's annexation by France. British colonial rule commenced in 1896. With the outbreak of World War II in the Pacific, the Japanese began occupying the Protectorate. This resulted in the invasion of US forces in August 1942, resulting in some of the most bitter battles of the Western Pacific. The Battle of Guadalcanal was one of the most decisive conflicts. The campaign of the US and its allies was strongly supported by the islanders. The creation of the wartime airfield in Honiara on Guadalcanal saw Honiara become the capital of Solomon Islands, replacing Tulagi Island in the central province. Another result of the war was the stimulation of political consciousness, inspiring a nationalist movement known as Masina Rura. It lasted from 1944 to 1952, but the worldwide movement for decolonisation set the path for constitutional development. The country was formally renamed Solomon Islands in 1975, and independence was obtained on July 7th, 1978. There followed periods of unrest and coups, leading to an approach by the then Prime Minister to the Pacific Islands Forum for Assistance. It resulted in Ramsay, the regional assistance mission to the Solomon Islands, led by Australia. Ramsay troops were deployed to help maintain order, and the country's recovery progressed through an influx of foreign aid from Japan, New Zealand, Australia, and the European Union. Ramsay ended its military operations in 2013, but personnel remained in place to continue assistance with policing. Ramsay formally ended its mission in 2017, but now we are here on the islands, the colony which saw so many of its young men victimised in Australia's quest for cheap labour, the protectorate that stood firm against the Japanese in concert with Australia and America, and the country which would forever be the resting place of James Sheriff's McIntosh. It is hard to know what to feel. There is much to confront the senses in Honiara: heat and humidity, roads that cry out for attention, rubbish, and Solomon time. It will happen, just not sure when. It is our first time in the Solomons, but hopefully won't be the last. A wish not granted to James McIntosh. While it is the gush of heat and humidity that greets us initially, this first impression is quickly followed by the friendliness of the islanders. Words won't do justice to their wish to communicate. Sadly, it was not the sort of welcome which awaited the Esperanza in June 1880. Kids in dugouts fishing, market vendors, or workers crowded on trucks that have seen better days. Almost everyone wants to wave and bid you welcome. These truly are the happy isles as identified on various vehicle registration plates, equally worse for wear. One gets the immediate impression that the islanders are self-sufficient despite their limited means. There is no begging and no tipping. We arrive well equipped to learn more about my great-grandfather. I am travelling with my wife Chris and a friend of many years, Brian Dodson. Thanks to my eldest son Ben, I've already consulted Stephanie March, a former South Asia foreign correspondent for the ABC. Having spent some time in Solomon Islands, she was able to provide important tips and many useful contacts. They included Sir Bruce and Lady Keithy Saunders, who were previous business owners in Solomon Islands and well-regarded advocates for the recognition of islanders and various development programs. It was Keithy's family, the Blums, who established the King Solomon Hotel in Honiara. The Saunders led the campaign to memorialise the contributions of the Solomon Islanders in working to thwart the Japanese invasion taking place during World War II. Referred to as the Coast Watchers, the islanders monitored the movement of the Japanese and alerted the Allies to troop and ship movements. Their contribution was seen as pivotal. It was explained to us that the natives would stand in the sea with just their heads exposed. Being dark-skinned, they apparently looked like floating coconuts, so their espionage was mostly undetected. There are various signs that the nation is working to develop pride of place, as we discovered back in Brisbane, where we visited the Queensland Museum exhibition titled Say Our Name. It is an exhibition that seeks to honour the past and embrace the future of islanders in Australia. Further evidence of this wish came in our encounter of an islander program called Women Make Waves. The program, which was officially launched in the Western Province, aims to empower women and promote gender equality through one very popular activity, surfing. In addition to my contact with Sir Bruce Saunders, I also corresponded with Dean Wickham. It was Sir Bruce who arranged our visit to the National Archives in Honiara and our meetings with Bernard Rizzo, the senior archivist at the National Archives of Solomon Islands. Dean Wickham is a Solomon Islander who had previously worked as the CEO of the Sunraysia Mallee Ethnic Communities Council and had since returned to Honiara to assist with the management of the Labour Mobility Program. Dean's family are well known in the islands, and we are later to discover an island which bears their name. In earlier correspondence with Dean, I learned that Dean's great-grandfather had migrated to Solomon Islands from Bougainville on SS Ripple, the vessel commanded by Captain Alex Ferguson. Thanks to Stephanie March, we are connected to Edwin Schramm, the manager of the timber plantation on Columbangra Island, and subsequently Tim Bula, the plantation's human resource manager. Equally important connections were to follow, thanks to Bernard Rizzo and his association with Dr. Ian Scales. It would be the latter who would significantly inform much of the history of the Esperanza and the place where it would end its days. After a quick reconnoitre of Honiara, the port with its fleet of sea taxis and boatloads of copra, the Central Market, the memorial to the World War II Coast Watchers, Bloody Ridge and the American War Memorial, it was off to the archives where Bernard Rizzo greeted us with Annika Korsgaard's report on Solomon Island shipwrecks 1788 to 1942. Bernard seemed slightly embarrassed about the museum's limited resources and the fact that we needed to separately arrange copying of sections of Annika's dissertation. He explained that while the museum had a copier, the budget did not allow for the purchase of more toner. He informed us that the museum had few records predating the Protectorate, 1893 to 1976, and that many of the records pertaining to the Protectorate are held elsewhere. The Western Pacific High Commission, the Auckland University Archives, the Anglican Church of Micronesia, and the Uniting Church Western Province. He suggested that this was probably fortunate, as they may not have survived in Solomon Islands. As it turned out, it was Bernard's connection to Ian Scales in Columbangra that would prove to be the most valuable. Little did we know that we would end up meeting a man who had carefully captured much of the demise of the Esperanza. He was someone who had viewed what remained of the vessel in the 1990s. A further highlight was the chance to meet with Australia's High Commissioner to Solomon Islands, Rod Hilton. It turned out to be an unexpected bonus. We were to learn of Rod's involvement in a plan to capture the oral histories of some of the older islanders, a project that sat well with some of the living histories we were publishing back home. Fascinating was the High Commissioner's reference to the previous day's visit by the manager of KFPL, Columbangara Forest Products Limited. The plantation is located at Ringi, not far from the cove where the Esperanza was plundered and its crew killed. Ringi has a deep water port which has predictably attracted the interest of China. The Commissioner's visitors were seemingly intent on pursuing Australia's interests. We are seen to discover that there is much suspicion and concern about China generally in the islands. From Honiara, we flew by Dash 8, also a little the worse for wear, to Gizo Airport. The airport is situated on a tiny island which seems to have little more than an airstrip and a departure shed. We were on our way to Mbambanga Island, where we would stay for several days, and our sea taxi was waiting to greet us. The stay was a refreshing change from Honiara, given the pristine environment and comfortable accommodation. Among other adventures, we jungle trekked to the Mbambanga village, which is home to some of those folk resettled from Kiribati, given the overcrowding of what was previously termed the Gilbert and Ellice Islands. Our accommodation at Fat Boys on Mbambanga is almost directly opposite Gatere Cove on Kolombangara, albeit an hour or more away by boat in open water. Between the two is the tiny island where John F. Kennedy took refuge with his crew after their PT boat was rammed by a Japanese warship. It is an amazing story which successfully ends when the future President of America is rescued by natives and transported back to base. It was during our time at Fat Boys that I came to meet a native carpenter by the name of Tamale. He was involved in constructing a new building for housing a dive shop. Mbambanga Island is one of many popular destinations for visitors wanting to dive on wreck sites. The coasts of Solomon Islands are littered with casualties of the war in the Pacific. After hearing what brought us to Mbambanga, Tamale became keenly interested. He claimed to know the story of the Esperanza and proceeded to draw a mud map of the cove. He explained that the cove was a shallow inlet with the tiny island of Nusa Comba, the island of crabs, in its mouth. He said the remains of the vessel were alongside Nusa Comba and that we might be able to find remnants of the boat. He says that the skeletons of the crew were on Nusa Comba. He stated that it was Healy, a local chieftain who led the massacre. It's a name which closely resembles the name Chief Haley, as published in various press reports. Later conversations with Dr. Scales would question the notion of remnants of the wreck or the placement of skulls on the island. Predictably, we were keen to make the move to Kolombangara and our next accommodation, Leliana Resort. I did at one point suggest to Lily, the proprietor, that Leliana Retreat might be more apt. Lily was a bit miffed, but I tactfully suggested that the term resort in any Australian marketing would assume power other than batteries, hot water, fans or air conditioning and fly wire. Leliana was, however, a pristine paradise where single-use plastic was banned by Lily along with betel nut, an observance more honoured in the breach. We quickly came to understand and appreciate the traditional fare and the subsistence economy. With very little assistance in terms of the kitchen appliances, we were treated to whatever could be sourced from the Leliana garden and the surrounding sea. Plentiful fresh fruits such as bananas and papaya, taro, eggs and, of course, fish, cooked magnificently outdoors. Lily was quite emotional when I explained the purpose of our visit. She knew about the Esperanza, and she became visibly upset that the captain was my great-grandfather. "Your story pains me," she said. Lily kept wanting to apologise, ignoring the fact that she was not even close to being around when the massacre occurred. She proceeded to relive past atrocities, including the killing of her great-grandmother, who was allegedly burned alive when accused of being a sorcerer. She says she is still seeking reparation, and this just makes her all the more determined to help us. She revealed that it was her tribe that was responsible, and she would be taking steps to compensate us. In time, she arranged a visit to the village where we would get to meet some of her relatives. She then shares a chilling story about white sailors who find themselves marooned on Bougainville after their boat was wrecked on a reef. She says the crew were apprehended by natives who proceeded to cut the soles off their feet so that they could not escape. The reason for keeping them alive and captive does not bear thinking about. When Lily returns to the resort after visiting her relatives, we are invited to make the trip to the village of the elders. We proceed by boat to Garterra and make our way up the narrow winding river which empties into the inlet. The water is shallow and we needed to use the oars to pole our way to the track which leads to the village. We are there greeted by Lily's extended family. They include her brothers, which we come to think are cousins, Lani Savutu, Pebi Savutu, and their niece Nerilyn Savutu. Nerilyn, who looks to be in her 30s, tells us that she can remember swimming around the remains of the Esperanza when she was young. We meet Lani Savutu in his hut, a small wooden structure about 1.5 meters above ground. He is frail and blind and consigned to the remains of a wheelchair. We struggle to understand how he survives, although it's fair to assume he is well supported by others living in the small village. With Lily interpreting, we are again greeted with words of regret and apology. While we explain that such words are not needed, we are told that it is the custom of the tribe to make peace with anyone who has suffered, irrespective as to when the offence took place. There is again talk of compensation, and while this is also dismissed, it is explained that making peace involves a ceremony and the handover of shell money, the currency still used traditionally for bride prices and the like. We are asked if we can come back to Kolombangara for a peace ceremony and the handover of payment for the hurt that has been inflicted. Again, as an expression of friendship or remorse, we are gifted a pumpkin from the village garden. Given the meagre resources of the village, we quickly come to appreciate the significance of the gift. Hopefully we will make it back to Kolombangara one day, but for now it's time to contemplate what's just occurred and make our way back to Leliana Resort. The Massacre. Before charting in detail the events concerning the Esperanza, it is appropriate to revisit the place names associated with this tragic event. Sundry reports claim that the event took place on Kolombangara, which is obviously correct. Writers like Annika Korsgaard point to a location she terms Ariel Cove. Our eventual meeting with Dr. Ian Scales informs us that Ariel is not a name which attaches to the inlet on any maps. He says, Ariel Cove is ambiguous, as it often applies to a village called Merisu, which is further up the coast. He points out that while the village of Gatteray did not exist at the time of the massacre, it is Gatteray that now appears on many maps. Most maps do not name the bay at all. They only name the village as the Cove. According to Ian, the site's proper name is Hakipe, pronounced Hangi Pai, but as Gatteray features on most maps, it's appropriate to use that name. For ease and consistency, we will opt now to use the name Gatteray unless other names are used in any direct quotes. There are numerous accounts of the massacre, and while I am indebted to several contributors, the work of Dr. Ian Scales is monumental. We had the good fortune of meeting Ian on a visit to Gatteray, near the end of our stay on Kolombangara. I am equally indebted to Bernard Rizzu at the Archive Museum, who pointed us in Ian's direction. Ian has lived at Gatteray, on and off, for 35 years, having come to the Solomons in 1990 as, in his words, an idealistic young university student seeking to save the world. His university studies were in anthropology, but it was technology that occupied his mind in the early years. He had plans to try and develop a hydro scheme, making use of the abundant rivers around 80 and the steep terrain to try and generate electricity. It was a brave idea, but one that didn't deliver for several reasons. It seems that the biggest reason was possibly the withdrawal of philanthropic funding. Ian would in time marry an islander, and he is clearly much at home in the Solomons. Of great significance to the Esperanza story was our discovery that Ian had lived with a village elder when he first settled in Gatteray, and he was to hear an almost first-hand account of what took place. Thankfully, Ian took the trouble to document the story in an unpublished paper he penned for the Department of Anthropology, Research School of Pacific and Asian Studies at ANU. The paper is titled The Fate of the Esperanza. Even more thankfully, Ian has generously made his work available to us, along with some very compelling attachments. We will get to those in due course. We begin, however, with the accounts of Maury Flappen and Annika Korsgaard, and conclude with the Australian newspaper reports. A note from Maury Flappen reads, "Vessel attacked by natives, 23rd May 1880, and crew of 11 murdered, vessel set alight. Loss valued at £2,000. 9th November 1880, registry closed upon advice that vessel had been burnt by natives and the crew murdered. After sailing from Roviana, also known as Rubiana, to Columbangara, the Esperanza was attacked and wrecked at Gatteray, Ariel Cove, New Georgia, on May 30th, 1880. Annika Korsgaard records the event as follows. Esperanza, anchored for 4 days awaiting a delivery of copra. The villagers pretended the cargo was ready and boarded the ship. They then attacked and murdered the 10 crew with tomahawks. The village chief Haley sent word to Captain Ferguson that the crew had been cannibalised. The vessel was looted and then burnt to the waterline, extant remains buried in 2 to 3 metres of water and sand." And from Dr. Ian Scales, abridged, "The Esperanza was owned by Messrs. Cowlishaw Brothers and Ferguson. The Cowlishaw brothers were Sydney ship owners, and Ferguson was a trader based at Roviana Lagoon in the Solomon Islands. Cowlishaw brothers operated a number of small ships in the region in addition to the Esperanza. The Esperanza sailed to Columbangara on the 16th of May 1880 in order to buy copra. On board were at least 2 Australians, James McIntosh and Peter Gaffney, along with between 4 and 8 islanders. The Esperanza anchored in the cove where the village of Gatteray is now located. During the exchange on that day, the ship was captured. All on board were killed, and the ship was burnt by local men." Eventually, in early January of the following year, HMS Emerald, a small British Navy steamer, visited a number of islands in the Solomons, including Columbangara, to apprehend perpetrators of what had by then become a spate of massacres within the previous 18 months. The Emerald was not able to find anyone on Columbangara, as it appears that all the residents had hidden. The Emerald's crew fired a couple of shells towards some houses that they could see perched about the mountainsides and ridges, but nothing was hit. The Emerald departed and the incident was not followed up again. The incident occurred at a time when there was a great deal of social upheaval in the Solomon Islands. Raiding and headhunting had become endemic in the Western Solomons, largely as a result of the intersection of indigenous beliefs with opportunities for trading rare resources such as turtle shell for European trade goods, the most sought after of which were steel tomahawks and guns. By the late 19th century, many local men who had grown up during the previous decades of violence were tempted to take the Europeans' goods by force rather than by trade. Toward the end of the century, the efforts of the British at pacification and the changing economic and social conditions in the islands led to a rapid decrease in the incidence of inter-island raiding and attacks on Europeans. There is on Columbangara a well-known story about this incident as well. This recounts the killing of the white men, the looting of the ship, and its burning. The visit of the Navy gunship is remembered, as are the locations where the shells the ship fired are said to have landed. Letter from Captain Ferguson to Commodore Wilson, dated 1st August 1880. Sir, I have the honour to inform you that on the 16th May last the British schooner Esperanza, belonging to Messrs. Cowlishaw Brothers, and myself was captured and burnt by the natives at Ariel Cove, Columbangara Island, Solomon Group. The crew consisted of 11 hands all told, 3 Englishmen and 8 Kanakas, all of which were killed and eaten. I know of no extenuating circumstances that would provoke the massacre. The late Captain McIntosh was well and favourably known throughout the islands and in Sydney. Haley, the chief of the place, acknowledges that all he wanted was heads and trade goods. The district for 100 miles around is now seriously disaffected, and great fears are entertained for the safety of the numerous small vessels now trading in the vicinity. The Esperanza and her cargo we value at £2,000 sterling. I have the honour to remain, Sir, your obedient servant, Alex M. Ferguson, Master, S.S. Ripple. Letter from Louis Nixon to Sir Arthur Gordon, High Commissioner, dated 10th August 1880. Being the only representation of the firm of Messrs. Cowlishaw Brothers at present trading in this group, I beg to inform of another dreadful massacre that has happened at Coolamboongary Island near New Georgia. The Esperanza, a small schooner of 17 tons, was employed trading on Coolamboongary for copra. Having anchored on the south side of the island, the natives came on board to inform the captain that some copra was waiting for him on shore, but kept him waiting for 5 days. On the 5th day he sent the boat away to get the copra. Shortly after the boat reached the shore, they gave a signal from the ship and then seized the 3 white men and made them fast hand and foot. Having no tomahawks with them, they obtained them from the shore and murdered the unfortunate men in cold blood. The natives in the boat were killed by the natives on the beach at the same time. This happened on the 25th of May last. The names of the white men were Captain James McIntosh, George Elston and Peter Gaffney. The natives 5, Lord Howe men, and 2 Tanner men. Coolamboongary is not a large island. There are only 2 chiefs on it named Haku and Hully, who openly boast of what they have done, and have already sent threatening messages to 2 white men who are staying at Rubiana, not far from Coolamboongary, trusting on behalf of the white traders that this will meet with your earnest attention. I hope I have the honour to be, Sir, your obedient servant, Louis Nixon, Master of the schooner Pacific. Press Report, Sydney, Morning Herald, dated 9th September 1880. Atrocities in the South Seas. Another barbarous outrage by Solomon Island natives on a peaceable trading schooner has to be recorded. It was supposed that after the castigation given to the natives near Marau and other places by HMS Danae, that for some time to come we should hear little or nothing of native outrages. This unhappily is not to be the case, for we already learned that the schooner Esperanza of Sydney has been taken, the crew murdered, and the vessel plundered and destroyed by fire. Captain Haddock of the Queen, which arrived in Sydney recently, spoke the Esperanza some time before the affair at Simbo, or Eddystone Island, and had an interview with the master James McIntosh, also with the mate Peter Gaffney. They had just come from Rubiana, where they had discharged a cargo of copra, that being the headquarters of the fleet of Messrs. Cowlishaw Brothers and Captain Ferguson, to whom the Esperanza belonged. The Queen again called at Simbo early in June, when the chief of that place and other natives came off and reported that the Esperanza had put into a place known by the local name of Kololanghangra, where a dispute, it is alleged, arose between the chief of that place and Captain McIntosh. It was stated that the natives, who were allowed on the vessel for trading purposes, came on board in swarms. One of them seized Captain McIntosh round the neck, whilst another struck him with a tomahawk, and he died almost at once. The mate, Peter Gaffney, who was related to the master, was butchered in a similar manner, and the rest of the crew, 4 hands, made up of natives from various islands, were also killed in the native fashion. The schooner's trade and everything the natives could relieve her of were stolen, and the vessel was fired as she lay in the harbour, and was quickly consumed with the object, it is said, of destroying all traces of the affair. The chief who reported the outrage to Captain Haddock came from the locality of the massacre. Other natives had heard of it, and the news had been received at Rubiana. The victims of this massacre, James McIntosh and Peter Gaffney, were well known and much reported in shipping circles in Sydney. The former was once fourth mate on board the mail steamship Australia and leaves a widow and a child in this city. Mr. Gaffney was a single man, aged 22, and he has several relatives in Sydney. Letter from Lieutenant Commander Bauer to HMS Renard, dated the 29th of September 1880. Sir, I have the honour to inform you that whilst at Rendover, I received information from a Mr. Jones, one of Ferguson's traders of Munda, Rubiana, of a massacre of the crew of the ketch Esperanza of Sydney by the natives of Coolangatta. As I expected shortly to meet the Commodore at Morrell Sound, I refrained from taking any action in the matter, intending to refer the matter to him and await instructions. As the Wolverine has, however, been prevented from visiting the islands, I have the honour to request that you will instruct me in the matter. I am, Sir, your obedient servant, James Edward Richard, Lieutenant Commander HMS Renard. Statement of Mr. Jones of Rubiana, New Georgia, concerning the massacre of crew of ketch Esperanza of Sydney, August 1889. The people of the ketch had previously been trading with the natives of Coolangatta and returned there to get in copra. The boat of the ketch was inshore putting in the copra with 4 natives, all the white men, 3 being on board with the other 4 natives. The natives came off in canoes to the ketch unarmed and rushed onto the crew and secured them, then went on shore for their arms, then came on board again, killed all the white men and all the natives aboard, and 2 who were on shore in the boat. 2 of the Tanner Islanders running away into the bush. One of them was instantly killed, the other they kept for some time, but it is supposed he has now been killed. They then burnt the ketch. These facts Mr. Jones has gathered from the natives of Rubiana. Signed, John Jones. Report from Captain Maxwell to Commodore Wilson, dated 31st January 1881. An extract of the report of proceedings. Sir, in compliance with your orders, I left Sydney on the 8th December, immediately on the receipt of your dispatches for the Solomon Islands. At 8:15 p.m, Lieutenant Hay and the boats returned. He had gathered from the Rubiana people that the Coolangatta natives had made an unprovoked attack upon the Esperanza. They utterly declined to guide us, fearing the consequences from the Coolangatta men when our backs were turned, and they added we could not catch them, nor could they show them to us, for that directly we were seen, they would fly to their mountains, where no one could find them, as their mountains are, some of them 5,000 feet high, and all densely wooded. This seemed but too probable. As regards the Zephyr, they said the village was Tarakasi, in Choiseul Island, on Lara Point, but Mr. Hay could not quite make out where this was situated. However, they said that as a place called Bambatama, on the south coast of the island, eastward of Choiseul Bay. I could get all the information I required. Having got the boats on board, I lay to for the night in Coola Gulf. The Rubiana people say that the Coolangatta men make forays upon them at night and kill any men they find asleep, carrying off their heads. They had lost several men in this way in the past few weeks, but it was no use trying to retaliate because their enemies were hid in the mountains, where they could not get at them. The principal chief of Rubiana, Isomo by name, was away on a fighting expedition somewhere in the south of New Georgia, with 50 warriors, probably head hunting. Mbanga was the name of the chief Mr. Hay conferred with. There was a white man staying there named Jones, a trader who knew little himself but acted as an interpreter. At daylight on the next morning, Saturday, the 8th of January, I proceeded through the strait south of Coolangatta for Ariel Cove, which I found after considerable difficulty, the chart being very much out and the directions vague. There was nothing whatever to be seen in this cove, not a sign of life or human habitation. I therefore returned a couple of miles to where I had, in passing, seen some houses in a group of coconuts, and sent the boats in with Lieutenant Clark to destroy them. This he did, cutting down coconut trees, and tried to penetrate inland in order to look for more habitations, but was forced to give it up, finding the bush impenetrable. We saw several houses perched, one here and one there, about the mountainsides and ridges, but at heights and distances that placed them quite out of reach. I tried a couple of shells at extreme elevation, but the guns would not range near the distance. The island is nearly circular and some 15 miles in diameter, rising from the shores to the central peaks of 5,000 feet, with a few peaks and ridges intervening, densely wooded to the very summits, a country quite impossible to search out, and in which the native retreats are wholly inaccessible. It is needless to say that not a native was visible. Having got the boats back at noon, I proceeded slowly round to the northward, and finding no sign of any more habitations near the coast, and nothing more practicable to be done, I stood over towards Choiseul Island to try and find the locality of the Zephyr massacre. Press report, the Sydney Morning Herald, dated 11th October 1880. Esperanza. Tragedy in the South Seas. The following details of the capture and burning of the schooner, Esperanza, and horrible massacre of the ship's company at the Solomon Islands are collated from notes by the late Captain Ferguson and forwarded to us per Gazelle a few days before his death. The account will no doubt be read with melancholy interest. Captain James McIntosh, commanding the schooner Esperanza, left Rubiana on the 16th of May and arrived at Kulang Bangarra on the same day. Arrived there, he, at the solicitation of the natives, anchored his vessel in Ariel Cove, the natives of which place have at various times received kindnesses from Captain Ferguson and his traders, of which the Esperanza was one. Haley, the chief of the island, informed Captain McIntosh that he and his people had a lot of copra ready cooked, but that as it was a long way from the beach, it would take them a day or two to get it down. Poor McIntosh, never suspecting a trap, willingly consented to wait, never dreaming that the wily savage was only begging for time for the purpose of perfecting his scheme of slaughter. From day to day the natives made excuses for the non-appearance of the copra, but on the fourth day a large number of natives went off to the ship and stated that the copra was lying on the beach, and that he, Captain McIntosh, had better send a boat for it. This he at once did, sending in it 2 Tana and 2 Lord Howe men, thus weakening his force on the vessel by 4 men. Scarcely had the boat reached the shore when the loud, fierce death yell was raised by the savages on board the vessel. The signal was repeated on shore, and immediately a simultaneous attack was made upon the vessel and the boat. A few moments of futile struggling against the overwhelming numbers of savages that surrounded them on every side, perchance a half-breathed prayer to God, one agonising moment of thought of wife and child, then hopelessly bound and held by dozens of fiends in human form, they were slaughtered like sheep in the shambles. All but one were killed ere they had time to realise even the possibility of being killed at all. That one was George Elston, and he, a young and powerful man, full of health and strength, fought bravely and fiercely for dear life. There were no firearms on deck, and his object was to get to the cabin where they were. Grandly he fought his way to the hatchway, and reaching down his hand, succeeded in seizing a revolver. Life and liberty were very near him then. He fired twice, when suddenly he was seized from behind, and his arms pinioned. Still he struggled for his life, undaunted by the terrible odds against him, and kicked and threw his foes from side to side, but now came the climax to this horrible scene. A native succeeded in seizing his head and twisted it around. His eyes met those of his fierce foe, but only for a second. A moment more, and the savage, more like a dog than a man, seized his nose with his teeth and bit and tore it off. There is no need to attempt to describe what then occurred. It would only shock your readers. Within one short half hour from the commencement of the attack, the savages had naught but the dead to mutilate and the ship to gut and burn. Poor McIntosh had, through his honesty, steadiness, and genial qualities, just been promoted from being first mate of the SS Ripple to the command of the Esperanza, in which position he would have, in the course of a few months, through his well-known kindness of disposition and tact in dealing with natives, earned much for his young bride, pining for his return in faraway Sydney. Just as everything was beginning to prosper with him, just at the time that he could reasonably hope and count upon a speedy return to those he loved, he was savagely butchered. Both George Elston and Gaffney, the two white men that were murdered with him, were single men and bore a good character through the islands. There were also 6 Lord Howe natives and 2 Tanner men belonging to the ship murdered at the same time. The Esperanza was owned by Messrs. Cowlishaw of Sydney and Captain Ferguson. The loss, irrespective of the valuable lives sacrificed, may be put down at full £2,000. Indirectly the loss will be far greater, as the firm have no vessel handy to take the place of the one that is gone. The following message was sent to Captain Ferguson soon after the murder by Haley. The Haley, big fellow king, belong Coolangatta, big fellow fighting man. Me speak you, me kiki have eaten 10, 111 fellow man belong schooner. Esperanza, me take him altogether trade, belong that ship, musket powder, tobacco bead plenty. Me take him everything, me make big fire, and that fellow ship he finish. He then went on to say that he had heard that a man of war would be certain to punish him for what he had done. At this threat he laughed, stating that if 10 men of war were to come he would fight them, the more the better, as he would then be enabled to obtain more heads to hang side by side with those he has already got in his taboo house. He could see no reason why he should be afraid of white men, for, he says, Landu, king of Rubiana, took 2 schooners. The Pearl and the Marion Rennie, the Florida natives, took 2. The Lavinia and the Dancing Wave, the Treasury Islanders have taken 3 whalers. Lord Howe Islanders have taken 4. His neighbours at Banyutar have captured many whaleboats and slaughtered their crews, and the Simbo men killed Captain Blake. He has heard of all these, but in no case did the authors receive any punishment from the white men. Why then should he not do the same? On his island there are but few coconuts, so that he cannot buy from the white men tobacco, knives, tomahawks, and so forth. But though he cannot buy, yet he and his people understand how to fight, so that he intends to supply himself by force. He then states that he has heard that Captain Ferguson wishes to punish him by and by. He pompously asks him to be quick about it, for if he isn't he will get frightened like a woman and not try to do so at all. He has fought many people and taken many heads. They are in his taboo house, and he looks at them with pride, for he knows that men are afraid of him. He has heard of the manner in which English men of war fight. They fire their big guns. They make a fearful voice, but they only break coconut trees down, smash rocks, tear the ground, and perhaps knock down a house or 2, but they don't kill any men. Then why should he be afraid of them? He finishes up with white man, all same woman. He no savey fight. Suppose woman plenty cross. He make him plenty noise. Suppose man of war he come fight me. He make him plenty noise, but he all the same woman. He no savey fight. All same black man. This was the rather boastful message which Captain Ferguson received from Haley. The message was sent to him by Haley, as he heard that he, Captain Ferguson, was at Rubiana, New Georgia Island. There is, however, in this savage's cranium a thorough knowledge of our ways and habits. Not only that, but he is posted up in every case. Where the whites have been beaten by the blacks in the Solomon Islands, he evidently feels perfectly secure in his iniquity. For, well, not only him, but every other nigger in the group knows that the white traders in these islands dare not take the law into their own hands. Consequently, as this impression takes firmer root in their mind and spreads from tribe to tribe, white skull hunting will not improbably become an institution amongst them. Humanitarians and other sympathisers with the poor benighted heathens will be glad to learn that this cruel and treacherous massacre was not the result of any swashbuckler pistol brandishing policy and trading. The unfortunate men fell victims to their overconfidence in natives that have been kindly treated for a period of over 12 years by white men. In this case, no extenuating circumstances such as kidnapping or its more mysterious and ambiguous form, labour-getting, has as yet extended to Kulang Bangra. That the whole affair was premeditated, there can be no doubt. The putting off from day to day the arrival of the copra, and the cunning manner in which they succeeded in dividing the ship's force plainly show that Haley, whatever he may be, knows how to carry out his bloody plans to a successful termination, and probably, as far as English protection extends, a safe one. The Press Report, Timaru Herald, September 9th, 1880. By the arrival of the schooner the Queen from the Solomon Islands last night, information has been received that the schooner Esperanza of Sydney has been seized by natives at a place known as Kololang Hangra, all the crew murdered and the vessel first plundered and then destroyed by fire. It appears that Captain Haddock of the Queen spoke the Esperanza and had an interview with the master, Captain James McIntosh, and with the mate, Mr. Peter Gaffney. This was before the murderous outrage by the natives at Simbo. The Esperanza had just come from Rubiana, the headquarters of Messrs. Cowlishaw Brothers and Captain Ferguson's trading fleet, and where the Esperanza had discharged a cargo of copra for Captain Ferguson, to whom the Esperanza belonged. Captain Haddock called at Simbo again early in June, when the chief of that place and a number of natives came off to the Queen and reported that the Esperanza had put into a place known as Kololang Hangra, where a dispute arose between Captain McIntosh and the chief, that the chief came on board the Esperanza for trading purposes, when suddenly one of the natives seized the captain by the neck and held him, whilst another native struck him dead almost instantaneously with a tomahawk. The mate, Mr. Peter Gaffney, was also killed in a similar manner, and the 4 islanders comprising the remainder of the crew were also at once surrounded and killed. The schooner was at once pillaged, and after everything of value had been removed, she was set fire to and completely destroyed. The chief told Captain Haddock that he had come from the locality of the murders, and that the natives had endeavoured to destroy all traces of the affair. Reports of this nature from the native chiefs are often unreliable, but in this instance other natives have spoken of it, and it has also been heard of Arubiana. Mr. McIntosh and Mr. Gaffney were both well known and highly respected in Sydney, the former having been for some time in the RMS Australia as 4th officer, and the latter being a brother of Mr. B. Gaffney of George Street. The Register of Ships supplies a different date of the incident. In a closing note to the register for the Esperanza, set on fire by the natives at Columbangra, southwest end of the Solomon Islands near Rubiana on the 23rd of May 1880, the Master Captain McIntosh, the mate Peter Gaffney, and the crew consisting of 4 of the natives of the various islands were murdered. It concludes with the following graphic entry. Set on fire at the Solomon Islands by natives, all hands murdered. The transactions record subsequent to first entry is no less cryptic. set on fire by the natives at Kolambangara, south of the Solomon Islands on the 23rd of May 1880, the master Captain McIntosh, the mate Peter Gaffney, and the crew consisting of the natives of various islands murdered. In a postscript to his paper, Dr. Scales writes, "The reports of Ferguson to Wilson, 1st of August 1880, and Jones undated say 3 white men were on board, but Sydney Morning Herald, 21st of August 1880, gives the names of only 2, Ferguson to Wilson. August 1st, 1880 says 8 Kanakas were on board, while Jones undated says 4 Tanner Islanders were on board. This is known from the oral tradition of Kolambangara and witness sightings of the remains. The discovery, from my point of view, of the long-lost Esperanza in the oral tradition of Kolambangara was matched by the discovery, from the Kolambangara point of view, that written records about the ship's demise existed in Australia. It is the combining of these 2 previously separate understandings of the incident that prompted this research paper. The reports provided by Captain Ferguson imply that James McIntosh was an honourable man focused on providing for his young wife and his daughter through the advancement of his career as a merchant seaman. Others can be seen to have had other ambitions, as we possibly find with Cook, Christian, and of course Captain Bligh, all of whom were to roll the dice in the South Seas a century prior. The Wreck and the Remnants. The visit to Gatteray was emotionally confronting. To stand within metres of the site of the massacre couldn't help but conjure up visions of what had taken place. The words of the carpenter Tomley at Mbambanga couldn't help but compound the emotions, given his indication that the skulls of the crew had been placed on Nusa Comba. I wondered whether to try and visit the tiny island, which was just a stone's throw away from us, but we were then informed that the skulls had been removed. On further inquiry, we were informed that the skulls had been taken for trading, and that the buyers were largely white men looking for a trophy. The thought that the last of my great-grandfather's remains adorned some mantelpiece was abhorrent. It was obviously difficult to reconcile the motivations of natives who went headhunting to increase their skull collections in their taboo house, but it seems that some white men have done no less. I'm quickly reminded that James grew up in the Gallowgate area of Aberdeen, where the heads and body parts of criminals were displayed on gibbets to dissuade others from disobedience. We spent an enthralling couple of hours with Dr. Scales at his home in Gatteray, and we relished the prospect of receiving a copy of the record he had documented in relation to the Esperanza. He not only offered to provide us with a copy of his paper, but he also indicated that he would provide us with the custom story which had been recorded when he first came to Gatteray, more than 40 years ago. Ian writes, "I'd taped it back then and had transcribed it with the storyteller. A man named Silas Bio died 2003. It's in Dughall language. I'd need to translate it, or anyone here could as well. The actual cassette tape is lost, so it's just the transcript. The story is in an indigenous language, and while Ian is clearly conversant with the dialect, he was keen to ensure that it was accurately translated. The islands have between 63 and 74 distinct languages, including many local dialects. For this he plans to engage one of the village members. I suppose I remained keen to retrieve something from the site, if only to console myself that something of Captain James McIntosh and the Esperanza might make it home to Australia. The discussion with Dr. Scales alerted us to the fact that the remnants of the wreck were visible when he first settled in Gatteray, and he recalls someone touching one of the wooden ribs. He said, "It immediately dissolved into dust, and I resolved to avoid any further disturbance of the wreck." He writes, "I saw the remains myself once back in 1998. An odd current had washed out the sand usually covering the keel and lower frame timbers. The bottom 4 feet or so of 3 or 4 of the frames were jutting up out of the seabed sand, but still submerged. A number of the locals turned up that morning to look. Someone touched one of the frames as I was looking on holding my breath underwater. The frame just dissolved instantly into a puff of powder. There were also sheets of copper from the anti-fouling. In 2017, a log point was built using heavy machinery by Asian loggers exactly at the spot, near the shore on the north side of the cove. Hakip pronounced Hangi Pai. Stress on second syllable is the local name of the cove. Very few people here would know Ariel Cove. The village is pronounced Gatteray. Stress first syllable. The log point is visible on Google Earth, and that is the wreck location. But I'm afraid it is more than that the wreck was merely buried. A large excavator was used and obliterated the wreck. I was not present, but I did warn it would be destroyed and the tourism draw card lost. However, at the time, the villagers were certain they would receive millions of dollars, so were reckless and very concessionary. Some did get a few thousand, most got nothing. That's the normal run for logging. Our early conversations with folk at Mbambanga suggested that there might still be relics of metal buried in the silt, and there were offers that divers might be able to locate an anchor, a mast ring, or other bits and pieces. Prior to the visit to Gatteray, we had made the boat trip to Ringi, where the offices of Columbangara Forest Products sit beside the island's deep water port, so interesting to the Chinese government. We were kindly received by KFPL manager Edwin Schramm and KFPL Human Resources Officer Tim Bligh. It was originally thought that we might be staying there during our time on Columbangara, but the accommodation was not available at the time of our visit. We were left to conclude that the accommodation had been taken up by the delegation of Australian businessmen who were seeking to establish an interest in the company. They explained to us some of the work of KFPL, and they were clearly interested in what had happened at Gatteray. We put forward the idea that some sort of excavation might take place to recover something from the vessel. Tim Bligh indicated that he would give the matter some thought. However, at Gatteray that notion was reframed by Ian in ways I had not considered. While Ian suggested that there are likely to be artefacts buried in the silt, he pointed out that KFPL had carried out dredging works in the location, aimed at facilitating the needs of their business, and that the remains of the vessel are probably well buried. He reminded us that the timber would not have survived, but there were probably copper sheets which were used to clad the hull of such boats below the waterline to protect the boats from shipworm and barnacles. It was thought during conversation that there was a sheet of copper which had found its way into the village and was situated at the base of a small water tank. With some excitement we set off to the location indicated by one of the villagers, but we were stopped in disappointment when the material was found to be fiberglass. In any event, we were also to discover Ian's general opposition to any disturbance of the wreck. He wrote as follows: "The remains of the Esperanza are occasionally seen under certain tidal conditions in the cove, when currents dig away the sand that usually covers the wreck. Locals say that the copper sheeting that covered the keel is well preserved. The location of the wreck is near the northern shore of the cove at Gatteray, near the small island that is locally known as Nusa Comba. Some people have had the idea of digging out the Esperanza. However, a poorly planned excavation would lead to the destruction of the remains, because it would be very hard to preserve the remains once they have been excavated. Without proper treatment, the remains would soon fall apart. Any remaining timber would need to be leached of salt, then impregnated with polyethylene glycol. Any copper would need treatment with sodium dithionite. Any iron would need to be leached of salt in a bath of caustic soda and kept in an electrochemical bath for around 5 years. These are very expensive treatments to perform. Unplanned digging up of the remains would also lead to the loss of many small items, and many details about the layout and location of the ship would eventually be lost. Another problem with excavating the Esperanza is that there is government legislation covering archaeological sites like the Esperanza. These include the Western Province Preservation of Culture Ordinance 1989 and relevant national acts. Excavation would need to comply to these laws. In terms of tourism, many tourists visiting Columbangara who hear the story of the Esperanza will be attracted to the mystery of knowing that the ship is still there beneath the sand, rather than to see it dug up and rapidly decaying on the shore. If a decision is made to excavate the ship, it would be best to postpone such work until some time that a qualified archaeologist can lead the excavation and funds are available to house the remains. However, it should be remembered that the remains themselves are likely to be rather unspectacular, and the mystique of the ship still buried beneath the sands may well be far more attractive to tourists. Many such tourists may comment that it would be good to excavate the wreck, but the wise tourist operator will realise that this is exactly what is valuable about leaving the wreck undisturbed. It is precisely the secret of the buried ship, in the context of its gruesome history, that works on the imagination of the visitor. Like a magician's trick, if the mystery is exposed, the attraction will largely be lost. But Ian did alert us to a possible relic discovered at a hilltop called Ivivu, inland of Gatteray. It was a gun found by Douglas Yen in 1971. Ian believes it is possibly a Snyder rifle, popular at the time, likely to have been accessioned by the Bernice Pauahi Museum in Hawaii where he worked. While there is no evidence of the source, it is clearly possible that the rifle had been taken from Esperanza, and I am excited at the possibility of touching something which may have been in the hands of my great-grandfather. Ian has offered to make inquiries of the museum given his need to access Yen's research into taro farming. We also decide to make contact with the rifle's possible custodians. A further email exchange with Dr. Scales served to shed some light on the tribe responsible for the massacre. It followed from the earlier conversation with Lily of Leliana Resort, who maintained that her people were responsible and that Lani was one of the tribe's elders. Ian writes, "The language and people of southwest Columbangara are called Dukai. Dukai is not the same as the whole island of Columbangara. It is just the southwest mountainous area. In an overall general sense, one could say any Dukai person was involved in the Esperanza incident, just as one could say that a Solomon Islander was involved. Lily's tribe's involvement is at that level. Within Dukai are a number of named clans. These have changed gradually over time, a complicated but knowable story. At the time of A.M. Hobcart, the anthropologist, who spent time at Gatteray in 1908, there were 4 clans in existence. This is the best proxy available for the situation in 1880. From north to south of the southwest quadrant of Columbangara, that is the Dukai area, these were Vairu, Ingoana, Dughore and Kongu. These were also the names of corresponding districts. Gatteray and Esperanza are located in Ingoana. Lily is further south in the area in a clan known at that time as Kongu. These days her clan calls itself Columbangara, also the name of the whole island. But this is a second sense. Her clan was not directly involved, the Ingoana clan was involved. The old blind man you went to see is Lanikera. He is from Ingoana. In a general sense, he is Lily's brother, but only in the sense of being a cousin removed at quite a distance. Perhaps that provides some clarity, or perhaps it just raises further questions. As to the whereabouts of the skulls, Dr. Scales states that he knows nothing of the suggestion that they were placed on Nusakoba and later bought by traders or foreigners. He says, "It may be something that I never knew. I don't know why my source, Silas Bio, a clever man with a great memory, who lived right there all his life, wouldn't have told me. It sounds like a mixing of other known stories. Heads of local resident clan members were moved in the 1920s or early 1930s from Gatteray village, where the village church was built, to Noosa Comba. There were 2 fishing shrines carved from coral stone in Noosa Comba. They are both missing, and the assumption is, like many such figurines, they were sold to tourists. The tragic records. Bathurst Free Press and Mining Journal, April 1872. Massacre of a portion of the crew of the schooner Lavinia abridged. On the 26th of April, the schooner Lavinia, Captain Brodie of Sydney, on a bêche de mer and trading voyage, anchored in a small bight at the eastern end of the Florida island, Solomon Group, and fished there for 10 days. The chief, called Pomo, rendered his assistance in keeping order among the natives on shore. It was by his advice that Captain Brodie shifted round to Moboli Harbour, about 4 miles from where he first anchored. The following particulars are extracted from Captain Brodie's account, with a copy of which he has kindly favoured us. On Monday, the 6th of May, they arrived at Moboli Harbour and got ready for curing the catch. The natives seemed to be very treacherous, for not one of them could move without having his war implements with him. Captain Brodie, seeing this, told his crew to be very cautious, and if there was any danger to come on board the vessel at once. He also instructed those on board that if ever he went away, not to allow the natives to come on board. On Wednesday, the 8th of May, the appearance of the natives on shore was still suspicious, and in case of any mischief, the larger guns were loaded, and other firearms got in readiness. On Thursday the 9th, the shore party went away as usual, but as the mate did not return to breakfast by 8:30 a.m, Captain Brodie sent the boat with one hand to bring him off. The mate came, but the man remained on shore. The mate ridiculed the idea of danger, but the whaleboat was sent on shore, and the remaining man brought off, leaving all the trade and so on shore. The natives, upon seeing this, began to disappear. At 11 o'clock the crew resumed work on shore, and everything went on quietly for the remainder of the day. On Friday the 10th, things looked quiet on the shore, and as there were not many natives about, the captain ordered Louis Nixon and 5 or 6 of his own native crew to get into the whaleboat, as he was going away to look for another harbour, and gave instructions that the shore natives were not to be allowed on board. The boat started with the wind right aft, but after going 4 miles the wind began to freshen, and fearing that the natives would not be able to pull back if the boat got any further, Captain Brodie thought it advisable to return. When about 600 yards from the vessel, a shriek was heard, and looking towards the shore they saw a native swimming off to the boat, and to their great surprise the crew found him to be one of their own natives. There appeared to be no movement aboard the schooner, so the boat pulled along the shore. The Florida natives at the time, yelling and brandishing their spears at the boat's crew, who, surmising that there was something wrong, returned to the schooner and, jumping on board all together, rushed to the hatches to see if the natives had got possession. But there was not a living soul on board. The crew then beheld one of the most horrible sights imaginable. James Shearer was lying alongside the windlass, with his head split open and several wounds in his side. Charles Wolfe was lying amidships, with his head battered in and his brains scattered over the hatches. George Sellers was lying aft, with his head very nearly severed from his body. Captain Brodie thinks, from the appearance of the bodies, that Sellers was the only one that had a struggle with the natives. After the remainder of the crew got possession, the schooner's natives rushed out of the bush and into the water, and Captain Brodie sent a boat and picked them all up, and from them he learned that the mate, Francis Wenham, and Edward Nichols were murdered on the shore, along with 3 of the schooner's natives. The Florida natives now began to gather along the beach in large numbers, yelling and making other hostile indications. The bodies of the dead were at once buried, and the schooner got under way as soon as possible, as it was not safe to remain any longer. When out of reach of the natives, the blood was washed from the decks, and the crew began to look about to see what damage was done. From the house on deck where Captain Brodie lived, the natives had taken everything, comprising chronometer, sextant, ship's papers, charts, and all they could carry away. On examining the forecastle, they found it completely gutted, nearly the whole of the trade taken out of the hold, likewise a large quantity of tortoise shell. Captain Brodie believes that if he had been away a little longer, he would not have had the vessel to come away to. On the 15th of May, the vessel arrived at Esau after a very tiresome passage. Mr. J. Bale came on board with the chief of Esau and reported that 2 vessels, the Star of the Sea and the Captain Cook, were lying at Rubiana. One of the chiefs then ordered 10 of his men to get a canoe and pull Captain Brodie to Rubiana, a distance of 24 miles, in hopes to procure a chart from one of the vessels. Arrived at Rubiana the same day at 9 p.m, but both vessels had left the previous day. Lapello, one of the Solomon Island chiefs, kept watch, and Captain Brodie thinks that this is the only chief of the Solomon Islands that can be trusted. Nothing transpired to disclose the motives of the natives of Maboli for committing this dreadful massacre, but as the island forms a portion of the Solomon group on which Bishop Patterson and others were murdered, there can be no reasonable doubt that this is another of the fruits of what in the cant of the age is called the labour traffic, but which was formerly known to Englishmen as the slave trade. It was not until after the above was written that the dreadful occurrences narrated in connection with the voyage of the brig Carl came to light. Sydney Morning Herald, August 17, 1872. The murders on board the brig Carl abridged. At the Water Police Court on Friday, August 16th, before Messrs J. Hall, C. Lester and a J. Stewart. Joseph Armstrong was charged with feloniously and of his malice aforethought killed and murdered a man whose name is unknown. Mr. John Williams, Crown Solicitor, prosecuted. Mr. Lowe appeared for the defence. The following report details only the evidence of the owner of the brig Carl, Dr. James Patrick Murray. Mr. Williams informed the bench that the charge of murder would be withdrawn as against Solomon McCarthy and William Turner, who in the first instance were charged together with Armstrong with murder on the high seas, but that they would be still retained in custody on a charge of kidnapping. Dr. James Patrick Murray deposed, "I have lately come from Sandhurst, Victoria. I arrived in the city of Adelaide this morning. In 1871 I was the owner of the brig Carl. She sailed from Melbourne in the early part of 1871 on a voyage to the South Seas. Captain Flynn was then the master. Prisoner Armstrong was mate of the vessel. We proceeded with passengers to Levuka, Fiji. We arrived there in about 3 weeks from the time we started from Melbourne. When we got to Levuka, the passengers were discharged and Captain Flynn was discharged. Prisoner Armstrong then became master of the vessel. She was chartered for the labour trade by authority of the consul. The labour was to be collected on my account. I proceeded in the vessel. I remained in Levuka upwards of a week. The brig then sailed for the New Hebrides. From there we sailed to Sandwich Island. We did not get any labour at these places. We then sailed to the island of Apia, one of the Hebrides. We stayed for some little time there getting yams, and then sailed to the island of Malakolo, about 30 miles distant from Apia. We anchored outside a certain place. The boat was sent to look for better anchorage. I was in the boat. Whilst looking for better anchorage, the boat was fired upon with arrows. At this time, a number of canoes were trading round the vessel. We saw those canoes round the vessel when we returned to the ship. Partly in retaliation for the firing, we made an attack upon these canoes. We fired at them. Most of the natives jumped out of the canoes. One remained in one of the canoes fighting. another was wounded. The second boat of the ship was then lowered, and the natives were picked up out of the water by either one or other of the ship's boats. On reconsideration, I am not sure whether the second boat was lowered or not. Our boat picked up 12 or 13 natives. They were taken on board the ship and put in the hold. They were pulled up the ship roughly by the crew of the brig. When they were got on board, they were placed in the hold. Those men did not resist. We sailed away directly we got the men in the hold and went to the Solomon Group. The ship was anchored not more than 2 or 3 cable lengths from the island of Malakolo. The natives who were not picked up escaped to the shore. Some were wounded. Prisoner was assisting in the general effort to take the natives. We sailed for the Solomon Group. The voyage thither took 8 or 9 days, or perhaps less. We sailed to the island of Santa Ana, the southernmost island of the group. We had been in the channel about an hour perhaps, when canoes came to us from Santa Ana, with natives on board. The vessel was under sail at the time. The natives commenced to trade with us. They exchanged coconuts, tortoise shell, and such things. 2 of the natives came on board. The majority remained in the canoes. The canoes came close alongside. Heavy pieces of iron were thrown into the canoes by the crew and captain. Some of the canoes were by this means upset. The ship's boats were lowered and the natives were picked up by the crew of the vessel. About 12 or 13 were picked up in this way. The natives were pulled out of the water into the boats, and from the boats they were lifted into the ship. The ship might have been about a quarter or half a mile from land at this time. The canoes and natives that were not taken went to the shore. When the natives were got on board, they were put in the hold. The natives who had previously been placed in the hold were allowed on deck. They were usually kept in the hold a couple of days. After the men were got on board, the brig sailed away to an island north of Santa Ana, but still in the same group. There were no natives taken there. We went from there to the island of Isabella, another of the same group. The canoes came out as before and commenced to trade. Whilst trading, they were upset in the same manner as the others were upset, by the captain and crew of the brig Carl, throwing iron into them. Directly the canoes were upset, the ship's boats were lowered and manned by a crew from the vessel, and all the natives that could be picked up were so picked up. About 10 of them were picked up. The canoes were, generally speaking, small ones, having 3 or 4 men each. The ship was under sail all this time. The natives came on board from the boats almost voluntarily. They were put in the hold and kept there for a day or 2. They were liberated in a day or 2 if they did not exhibit any inclination to fight. We sailed away to Bougainville, the northernmost island of the group. The voyage took us a few days. The island of Bougainville is densely inhabited by warlike natives. The natives of the other islands were not so warlike. We sailed along the east coast of the island. I omitted to say that before going to Bougainville we called at the Florida group. We obtained a few men there, not more than 4 or 5. We got them in the same way as the others were got, by the upsetting of the canoes by dropping pig iron into them. In throwing the iron, care was taken that none of the natives were hurt. I saw the pig iron taken from the side of the vessel and thrown over. It was placed on deck for the purpose of throwing into and sinking the canoes. One of the crew would take up the iron and stand on the taffrail of the ship and throw it into a canoe. We were about a week or 10 days off and on at Bougainville. We were getting natives for 4 or 5 days. We got about 80 natives from this island. They were obtained by their canoes being upset by the crew of the brig throwing iron into them. When the canoes were upset, the crew of the brig manned the boats and got the natives on board in the same way as the others had been. When they were got on deck, they were placed in the hold. These Bougainville men resisted very much, but the crew and some other white men on board assisted to get the natives into the hold. They resisted the capture altogether. At night time the natives were all put into the same hold, but the natives from the different islands did not mix with each other. We had not the men on board more than 48 hours when an alarm was given by the evening watch. The day before there was some talk of a disturbance, but it was not noticed. But on this evening, about 7 or 8 o'clock, an alarm was given that the natives in the hold were rising. Every effort was made to pacify the natives. No white man on board knew their language. None of the natives from the other islands could converse with those from Bougainville. The Bougainville natives and the others kept aloof from each other. On this particular night they fought with each other. We shouted to them and endeavoured to intimidate them by firing pistols over their heads. We did our best to quell the disturbance. The disturbance lasted for about a quarter of an hour. The Bougainville natives endeavoured to set fire to the ship by rubbing coconut shells together. I believe that caused the natives to fight. The other natives endeavoured to extinguish the fire. After the expiration of about a quarter of an hour, the natives were fired upon. The fire was directed to the natives under the main hatchway. Guns and revolvers were used. Everybody fired. The firing and fighting lasted all night. When the natives stopped in the least, every effort was made to pacify them. The general alarm being given, everyone took their firearms and proceeded towards the main hatch. Some of us carried arms with us, but most of the arms were kept in the cabin. I think each man took his own weapon out of the cabin. I think some of the arms were loaded. In the morning, after the firing had ceased, a man named Scott attempted to go into the hold to endeavour to pacify the natives. He had only gone down 2 or 3 steps when he received a thrust in the stomach from a pole. The white men who were on board besides the crew were interested in the cruise but not in the labour trade. A party of 5 young men in Melbourne had associated together for the purchase of land at Apia. During the night, the friendly natives had been admitted on deck through the fore and aft hatches. Some few of them that could not be got up remained below. Nearly all of them were got on deck. In the morning the hatches were taken off, and the killed and wounded were taken out of the hold and put on deck. I think some of the crew went down to bring them up. The captain was giving directions. About 70 dead and wounded natives were brought on deck. All the Bougainville natives, with the exception of 10 or 12, were either killed or wounded. The dead natives were thrown overboard. There were about 50 killed and about 20 wounded were thrown overboard whilst they were still alive. The Argus, Tuesday 22nd August 1876. From the Fiji Times, 28th July 1876, The Dancing Wave, abridged. Captain MacDonald of the schooner Star of Fiji has kindly given us the following particulars of the murder of the master and crew of the Dancing Wave at the Florida Islands in the Solomon Group. The Dancing Wave, chartered by a pearl fishing company in Sydney to recruit labour for their pearl fisheries, and commanded by Captain Harrison, who was well known in Fiji, having been mate with Captain Brown when some of his crew were murdered, arrived in Massacre Harbour, Solomon Group in May, and engaged an American Negro named Freeman as recruiting master, also a boy belonging to Massacre. She left for the island of Guadalcanal, recruited 12 labourers and stood for the small group of islands, the Floridas, came to anchor and began recruiting. The men on board all spoke English. As each man consented to accompany the vessel, he received a tomahawk or knife as an acknowledgement of the engagement. Freeman, the recruiting master, saw that instead of passing these to their friends, they kept them themselves, and thereupon told the captain that these were not the sort of men to recruit, and that he had better arm the crew. The captain replied, "Oh, you need not be frightened, they are all missionary scholars," and returned Queensland labourers. Freeman replied that he would recruit no more until he had his shooting irons and shut the trade box, but instead of going down to the cabin for them, he went forward. The carpenter was sharpening tomahawks, and the mate, who was standing close by, said, "You are right. You are sharpening that tomahawk for the next recruit, and he will perhaps cleave your skull with it." This was scarcely uttered when, with a yell, the natives, who had in the meantime well placed themselves, sprang upon the crew and commenced hacking them frightfully with the tomahawks, while one seized that last ground sharp from the hand of the carpenter and planted it into his head. The captain fared no better, for, as he was writing a name in the book, he was struck down. He, with the mate, steward, and one of the crew, managed, amid the blows that were showered upon them, to get down to the cabin where the captain expired. The steward got a revolver and shot himself. The mate said, "I am dying, and I will do the same." The seaman got a gun, loaded it, and fired through a porthole. Immediately after, he heard a report of another gun, and on turning round saw that the mate also had shot himself. He then lost all possession, and, on going back on deck, jumped overboard. By a strange coincidence, the shot thus fired killed the chief in command of the murderous assailants, who thereupon used all speed in getting clear of the vessel. He slipped the cable, and getting a sail up, made for an island called Suva, where the barque Sydney was at anchor, but the Guadalcanal natives demanded to be taken back to their own island and took charge of the ship. At this determination on their part, the seamen became alarmed and jumped into the boat and pulled away to Suva. The captain of the barque sent a boat after the Dancing Wave, but a breeze sprang up and they were unable to catch her. When the boat returned, the captain got the barque Sydney under way and chased the schooner for 3 days, at the expiration of which time they discovered her lying wind-bound at Guadalcanal. They found everything in complete disorder, the vessel having been thoroughly ransacked by the natives before they left her, and stains of blood everywhere. The seaman, who was the sole survivor of the Dancing Wave, was wounded in several places, having received a blow on his head and a large gash on each shoulder, and an injury with a bolt in his spine. The Sandfly Incident, October 1880, Wikipedia abridged. HMS Sandfly was a schooner of the Royal Navy, built by John Cuthbert, Millers Point, New South Wales, and launched on the 5th of December 1872. She commenced service at Sydney in 1873 for anti-blackbirding operations in the South Pacific. She was paid off in 1883 and purchased for the Tongan government by the Reverend S.W. Baker, retaining the name Sandfly. The Sandfly was assigned to Australia Station at Sydney till June 1873. Her maiden voyage was short tour to the South Seas Islands. In October, under Lieutenant W.H. Noel, she seized the brig Aurora for breaching the Imperial Labour Act, which banned the practice of blackbirding. Her second voyage in 1874 was to New Guinea to assist with surveying, but she was caught in a storm and had her rudder damaged. After receiving assistance, she returned to Sydney. Her next voyage took her to Santa Cruz, where on the 17th of September she came under attack by a large group of islanders in canoes. After a brief but fierce skirmish, a breeze came up and she was able to make good her escape. Santa Cruz Islanders had attacked and massacred the crew of the Lapwing several months earlier. In 1880, the Sandfly was tasked with undertaking hydrographic surveys work in the Solomon Islands and New Guinea, then took the ship's whaleboat to the Ngella Islands with 5 sailors from the Sandfly to survey the east coast of Ngella Pile. They camped on Mandoliana Island, a small island opposite Ngella Pile. A group of 4 islanders from Gaeta, led by Vuria, who was the son of Calicona, a big man, saw them and attacked Bauer and his party. 4 of the sailors were killed in the initial attack. Bauer managed to escape and hid, but was later found and killed by the islanders. The surviving sailor managed to elude the attackers and swim 16 kilometres to Hongo on Ngella Pile, where he was rescued and taken to safety by another islander. When the party did not return as expected on the 20th of October, the Sandfly began a search. On the 22nd of October it located the surviving sailor, and hearing of the attack sailed into Rita Bay opposite Mandoliana Island to exact reprisals on the islanders. None were found, so the crew burnt several canoes that were on the beach. When they were leaving, a group of islanders came out of the surrounding bush and opened fire on the sailors, killing one and wounding another. The Sandfly then returned to Sydney and reported the incident. HMS Emerald under Captain William Maxwell was dispatched to the Ngella Islands in December to locate the attackers. Being unable to do so, the crew of the Emerald set fire to numerous islanders' houses, cut down fruit trees and destroyed canoes in reprisal for this and other incidents. Approximately 33 villages were destroyed. In January 1891, the Sandfly's chief officer, Sam Craig, was shot and killed by Solomon Islands natives. The Maitland Mercury and Hunter River, General Advertiser, Thursday, 23rd September 1880, abridged. We gather the following particulars from Sea Rip, schooner, from New Britain. On the 14th of August, the Sea Rip was going along close to Port Hunter and learnt the sad intelligence of the death of Captain Ferguson, of the Ripple from Sydney. The captain of the Sea Rip landed on the beach and, on entering a house close at hand, found 4 wounded men in a fearfully bad condition. There were 1 white man, 1 Japanese, and 2 Howe's Group natives. He says, "A man named Bismarck informed me the Ripple came to anchor at 11 a.m. on Sunday, August 8th, off the northeast side of Bougainville Island, and the natives came to trade on that day. The massacre commenced on Monday, August 9th at 8 a.m, the natives being on board in great numbers." Captain Ferguson appears to have been the first man attacked. He was stepping out of the cabin door when a native struck him with an American axe, which he drove into his neck, and the poor captain died instantly. The native stepped over Ferguson's body, entered the cabin, and cut a woman servant in 2. A Japanese seaman was down in the store when the attack commenced, and on coming on deck he was attacked by a native with a long knife. The Japanese and the engineer are said to have fought like demons, and being fully armed, the chambers of their revolvers having been exhausted, they fell back on their Winchester rifles. The engineer, it is stated, killed a man for every one of the first 15 shots he fired. The king of the native party, named Beta, was about the first man shot. The natives did not appear to understand the effect the rifles had on them. The scene on the deck of the Ripple was a frightful one. The natives fought with American axes and 14-inch knives, which had been purchased from the Ripple. The natives, having been beaten back, took to their canoes which surrounded the Ripple and fought with their bows and arrows, and the Ripple party kept up an incessant peppering from the Winchesters, which had once belonged to the Marquis de Rays expedition. The fight lasted some 20 minutes, and the Ripple bore marks of the blows from the axes and spears and arrows, lay thick among the dead and wounded. One of the Ripple's crew died at Port Hunter, making a total of 6 dead, 4 wounded, and 2 others are not expected to live. The Argus, Friday 12th of November 1880. Shocking massacre at the Solomon Islands. The Fiji Times supplies the following details respecting the massacre of the crew of the brigantine Borealis. The particulars of this most horrible affair are as follows. On Monday the 13th of September, the Borealis was lying outside a small island called Ern, which is situated in a deep bight, formed by the mainland, and is separated from it by a channel about half a mile broad. About 7 o'clock in the morning, when Captain Mackenzie, Mr. Hankin, government agent, 1 European and 2 Fijians boat crew, left the vessel for the purpose of recruiting, leaving on board Daniel Kremer, first mate, James Natherwood, William Kershaw, William Mackenzie, captain's son, William Edward Huntley, apprentice George Ward, steward and Johnny, a Fijian boat crew who, having a sore hand, remained. When he left the vessel, the captain states there were but 6 of the islanders on board, and he gave strict instructions to the first man to keep a sharp lookout against surprise. After being on shore about 3/4 of an hour, he heard a scream and returned immediately to the vessel. The recruits and interpreter at once jumped over from the boat, and on getting within hail, he found the ship in possession of the natives and was saluted with a shower of spears. He could see none of the vessel's people, and having made every effort to retake her until ammunition ran short, while at the same time canoes were rapidly approaching from the mainland, he decided to pull for Sua Bay, about 45 miles to leeward, where he hoped to find some other vessels anchored. He arrived sometime after midnight and found the schooners Flirt, Dauntless and Stanley there. He ran alongside the Flirt, which quickly communicated with the other vessels, and all made sail to the scene of the disaster. Half a gale of wind was blowing dead ahead at the time, and the progress was of necessity slow. The Stanley arrived first on the afternoon of the 15th and found the steward terribly wounded, but still alive in the captain's cabin. None of the bodies of the other men were to be seen, but the decks bore sad evidence of the sanguinary work which had been in progress, and portion of an arm was found in the scuppers. The ship was gutted from stem to stern and chopped and hacked about in every direction. Everything lying on the deck had been thrown overboard, and the stores and provisions were broken open and scattered about the decks. The prisoners, 2 men, 1 woman and a boy, are now on board the Stanley and will be brought by her to Levuka. The steward's narrative is to the following effect. After the captain left the vessel, all hands on board were engaged, setting up the rigging and putting the ship in order after the bad weather she had experienced. He was occupied in his galley and saw people arriving, but paid no attention to them, till, while he was stooping, he heard a signal given, heard a rush on the other men, and saw a native aim a blow at his head with a tomahawk. He partially dodged the blow and received a fearful gash on the side of his head. It staggered him, but before it could be repeated he reached his revolver and shot the man who wounded him. He then tried to fire another shot, but found that someone had emptied all the other chambers. Then he seized a large knife and fought his way outside, and found about 80 men on the deck, evidently dispatching the crew, as he saw none of them amongst the crowd. He defended himself with his knife until he received a cut from a tomahawk on each arm, which completely disabled him, when he knocked down the main hatch and contrived to creep into a half-emptied water tank, where he remained for upwards of 3 hours until the natives deserted the vessel. He then crawled back on deck, where he saw the bodies of all the murdered men except the young apprentice and the Fijian, both of whom he supposes were killed in the forepart of the vessel. He managed to crawl into the captain's cabin, where he bolted himself in and remained for 3 days until relieved by the people from the Stanley. Absolutely no reason whatever beyond the thirst for blood and the desire to plunder can be assigned for the attack. The Brisbane Courier, Monday 4th December 1882. A South Sea Tragedy, abridged. The following is a condensation from the Maryborough Chronicle of evidence taken on the 13th of November in the case of Samuel Rudford S. Thomas for feloniously setting fire to the British brig Janet Stewart. Peter Graham stated, "A shipping agent residing in Maryborough. The vessel Janet Stewart was the property of Miss Kate Powell of Maryborough. I think the vessel was in Mackay in September 1881. Accused was captain of the brig. First time I saw him after that date was in April in this year. Saw him in my office in Kent Street. He stated that on the 12th and 13th February last he left the vessel with the 2 boats, the mate and the boat's crew. Returned to the ship the same day at 2 o'clock. Found the government agent, mate and crew all murdered, with the exception of 1 man named Germain. Also found the ship on fire. Left the ship and proceeded to the nearest white station. Said the ship was totally destroyed by fire. The fire he mentioned was the fire that destroyed the ship. He stated that this took place off the island of Malaita. Solomon Group this year saw the accused again on the same day. He was with the second mate, Lowry. Lowry also made a statement in the presence of the accused to the same effect. Captain and mate both stated that Germain stayed behind at the Solomon Islands, that he would not come on. The Janet Stewart was a labour vessel trading from Maryborough and Mackay to the South Seas. The boat's crew attached to the Janet Stewart consisted of 10 Polynesians. The brig was supplied with arms. She had 10 Snider rifles and some revolvers on board. The captain stated that his own and the ship's log were taken away by the natives and that he had lost all his own property. Gustave Germain, able seaman, stated that he remembered September 1881, was then at Port Mackay, shipped on board the Janet Stewart. Captain Thomas, now in court, was the master of that ship. Mr. Lockhead was the government agent, sailed from Mackay to Cardwell and from there to the Solomon Islands, picked 35 recruits on board. On 12th February were at Malata. Captain Thomas and the second mate Lowry went away that morning at 6 o'clock in the boats. They took about 7 rifles. About 7 o'clock saw niggers coming from a small island off Malata, every canoe full of niggers. They came on board, and in no time the deck was crowded. At about 8 o'clock, when the cook sang out breakfast, the niggers made an attack on us. I was forward, they came on me. 4 or 5 of them, drew my knife and struck one of them and jumped down the forecastle, where I found Peterson, a seaman, sick in his bunk. Said, "Come down in the chain locker with me, everybody's being killed on deck." He would not come with me. He said, "The niggers will not harm me." Went down into the chain locker by myself. When down there, heard steps of some 4 or 5 niggers coming down the hatchway. Heard one nigger say in English to Peterson, "You old fool, what are you doing in your bunk all the time? Go on deck." Peterson said he was sick. The nigger then said, "Go on shore and we will give you some medicine." Peterson said, "I have good medicine from the captain." Afterwards heard the nigger tells Peterson that if he did not get up and go on deck, they would kill him. Heard Peterson go on deck, then heard blows of tomahawks, and then heard a body fall on the deck. Niggers were shouting and dancing on deck. The prisoner was further remanded until the 21st. Bail allowed prisoner in the sum of £80, with one surety of £80. The Brisbane Courier, Saturday, December 5th, 1885. The Elibank Castle Massacre abridged. The steamer Maranoa, which arrived from Cooktown via ports on Thursday last 3rd December, brought the only survivor from the schooner Elibank Castle, the captain and all hands except himself having been massacred at the Solomon Islands on the 17th or 18th of May last. The man, whose name is David Brown, supplies the following particulars in addition to what has already been sent to us by our Cooktown correspondent and published in last Saturday's Courier. The vessel started on the 6th of April last. She duly reached Teste Island, where a boat belonging to them had been left on the last voyage. The boat was taken on board and sail was made for Bentley Island, where the station had been previously formed and the 2 men left. It was ascertained, however, that one of these men, named William Reed, had been killed by a neighbouring tribe of hostile natives. The other man, McCord, went to an island in the vicinity to give information to the missionary, and falling ill of fever on the way was taken on charge of by the missionary. He was ultimately sent on to Cooktown in a Beche de Mer trading boat. Sail was made from Bentley to the Goodwins, but the weather being bad and the ship's gear giving way, they put into one of the Solomon Islands for shelter in order to effect repairs. While there 15 or 20 natives came on board, and Captain Roach, thinking it would be a good opportunity for taking in a supply of firewood, began to bargain with the natives. he showed them a quantity of trade, comprising knives, tomahawks, beads and calico, on seeing which they completely went off their heads, to use the narrator's own words. This was on the 17th or 18th May last. All hands at the time were fixing the topmast rigging, and Brown, who was suffering from rheumatism in the shoulders, had just descended, and was in the forecastle rubbing his shoulders with oil, when he heard loud cries on deck of murder. He hastily seized his revolver, which was in his bunk, and ran up on deck. On arriving there, he was struck on the head with a tomahawk by a native. A gash was cut over his left temple. He at once took in the situation and rushed below for shelter. A few seconds afterwards, Hugh Gildy, another seaman, rushed below with the blood streaming from a terrible gash in his face, inflicted in a similar manner, one side of his face being laid completely open. He fainted almost immediately after reaching the forecastle. Brown drew him clear of the scuttle so that the natives could not get access to him. The two men remained quiet in the forecastle until dark, the attack having taken place about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When darkness had set in, hearing no further noise, Brown and Gildy, who were very feeble and bleeding terribly, went through the bulkhead and into the hold of the vessel. They then crawled up through the fore hatch, and having gained the deck, saw a light burning in the cabin. Not knowing whether they were natives or some of the crew, Gildy cautiously crept aft on the starboard, and Brown on the port side. On arriving near the poop, a native's head was seen to emerge from the companionway. Brown took aim, but the revolver misfired. The native then rushed at Brown and seized hold of him, and in the struggle the revolver went off and blew off a portion of Brown's left hand. He then sang out to Gildy to fire. Gildy fired and shot the native in the head, who then rushed headlong down the companionway into the cabin. It was apparent that there was only one other native in the cabin. This man rushed up the steps armed with a cutlass, which he had procured below. The seamen, however, closed the companionway and made the natives prisoners in the cabin. The natives had not the sense to extinguish the lights in the cabin. Hence they made themselves good marks for the men in the dark on deck. The latter removed the plug from the stovepipe, and watching for an opportunity shot both natives dead. It was then that the men discovered the horrible details of the massacre that had taken place. The captain and crew, taken unawares, had actually nothing with which to defend themselves. The dead body of Captain Rooch lay bathed in blood, a gash extending across his face from eye to eye, and his eyeballs laid open and hanging in close proximity to his mouth. Only one tomahawk gash had been inflicted, but the stroke had done its deadly work. Near his body was that of the mate with his skull open. Pools of blood were lying all over the deck. A coloured man named George Richards was also lying in a pool of blood with a huge gash across his forehead. The native boy obtained at the Goodwins also lay dead, with his head completely split open. In all these cases, one stroke only had been inflicted, but it was sufficient to prove fatal owing to the dexterity with which these savages have learned to wield the tomahawk. The cook, a coloured man, a native of Demerara, was next found. His head was hacked and chopped in several places, and numerous gashes were also inflicted across the back of his shoulders, evidently from someone behind. The cable was then slipped and the vessel put to sea. The bodies were sewn up in canvas and were then cast overboard. In the meantime, the men dressed each other's wounds, but their sufferings were terrible. The vessel drifted about for a week or 10 days, and Brown's wounds having improved, the sails were trimmed and a course was steered for New Guinea. Mercury, Hobart, Wednesday, December 16th, 1885. Murder and cannibalism in the Solomon Islands. The schooner Fairlie from the Solomon Islands brings intelligence that a trader named Child has been murdered by the natives of Bagger Island. It appears that the savages, who were very lecherous, called Child out from his dwelling and killed him with tomahawks. They then cut off his head and cooked and ate his body. Solomon Islands Historical Encyclopedia, Young Dick Massacre, Malaita, 1886. The Young Dick, a 162-ton, 32-metre schooner built in 1869, operated in the Queensland labour trade for 2 years, 1884 to 1886, when it was wrecked near Dungeness, Ingham, Queensland. The ship left Brisbane on the 16th of April 1886 with 2 returning labourers under part owner Captain John Hugh Rogers and government agent Charles Hope Popham. The Young Dick returned to Maryborough, Queensland in June the same year after it was attacked at Malaita. Jock Cromer said that Rogers had avoided recruiting around Malaita, but in fact he had been mate on the Heron in 1883 and had been involved in illegal recruiting at Atta. There is also oral testimony collected by Roger Keesing that Busui, son of Teowhanaua, had been seized while he was at Lely Island and that his family planned to attack the next ship that ventured to that area. Cromer said that Malaitas had put a price on Rogers' head. There had previously been attacks on 2 other labour trade vessels, the Borealis and the Janet Stewart, in the same area. Tawhanau had put up blood money, which motivated the attack. In 1963, Whaatalo, nephew of Alaotana, gave an account of a plot to take the ship, saying that it was hatched by Arume from Te Tefu, Bay, Whaawa and Alaotalo, and that sacrifices were made beforehand to ensure success. On the 2nd of May 1886, John Harding from the ship was tomahawked and almost killed at Port Adam in South Malaita. He was attended to by the surgeon on HMS Opal, and after a message sent to the local chief brought no response, the village was shelled. The ship was attacked again on the 20th of May while recruiting at Sinalagu Harbour in the Kwaio language district in East Malaita. 14 recruits were in the hold. Rogers was away recruiting with a passage master named Aloha, which was illegal without the presence of the government agent, when 20 of Arumai's men came aboard, their skins oiled to prevent easy capture, and pretended to arrange an enlistment. They used axes to kill 2 Europeans working on the rigging, and the cook Merlin and a sailmaker Lagerbloom. Thomas Crittenden, a sailor, seized a Snyder rifle, climbed into the rigging and opened fire, killing many attackers and chasing away the rest. The ship was searched and the carpenter Bean was found dead. Mate Charles Marr was found injured and Popham was in his cabin with his head stove, in from axe blows. 5 Malaitans were lying dead, including Whaota, Fioi, Tawhanau and Alaotana, and 1 recruit. 1 more Malaitan was found hiding in Popham's cabin and shot dead. Rogers returned to the ship and found the carnage, and distraught headed the ship for home, arriving on the 2nd of June at Woody Island off Harvey Bay, Maryborough. After an inquiry was held by the Maryborough magistrate, HMS Diamond was sent to destroy Kwaio houses, canoes and crops in retaliation. At Sinalagu, a reward of 100,000 porpoise teeth was offered for the capture of a ship, and a smaller reward for the head of a European. This was claimed in 1888 when the people of Mana Oba Island, just off North Malaita, decapitated T.S. Armstrong, government agent of the Ariel. Sydney Morning Herald, Friday 23rd January 1891. The Sandfly Incident. The Sydney-owned schooner Sandfly, Captain William Thomas Kirkpatrick, anchored in Watson's Day last night from the Solomon Islands. The Sandfly left Sydney September 12th for Noumea, where she arrived on the 20th. Discharged cargo and left again on October 4th, with the FAO's 8-time expired labourers as passengers for makers in the Solomon Group. She arrived there on the 10th and left again on the 17th, visiting the several islands of the group, arriving again in Markira Harbour, Sandchris Horse Island on January 2nd. On January 6th the boat went, as usual, collecting copra with the mate, Captain Craig and 3 hands. At 11 the boat returned with the mate. Captain Craig shot through the breast by one of the return labourers, who was brought as a passenger from Noumea. The schooner left Massacre for Sydney on the 8th, arriving as above. Maitland Mercury and Hunter River Advertiser, Thursday 2nd of June 1892. Murder at the Solomon Islands. On Tuesday, brief particulars were given by the Herald of the death at Santa Ana in the Solomon Islands of a well-known white trader and storekeeper, Franz Emily Nyberg. Since then, a letter has reached Sydney to Mr. G.I. Waterhouse, written by an eyewitness of the murder. It is from Captain Keating of the steamer Savo and is dated the 5th of May. Captain Samuel Keating says, I arrived at Santa Ana on the 12th of April and found Nyberg in an excited state. He appeared to have been drinking. I stayed that night at his house and arranged to take him in my vessel to Gala and back and give him all the trade and provisions I could spare, as he was quite run out of some things. I gave him a lot of things and we went on shore to wait for his mate to come back from Star Harbour. After we had breakfast, a lot of natives, perhaps 50 or more, came to him with copra, but he would not buy it, nor allow me to do so either. The natives stayed for fully 2 hours, and I only heard one native say anything at all, and that was just at the finish. Whatever it was he said I did not quite catch, but Nyberg, who was inside his house at the time, fired and killed, not the man who spoke, but one standing about 2 feet from me. I was splicing some wire rope outside on the veranda at the time and least expected any such disturbance, as no one had made any trouble. Immediately the native fell. All the others began throwing spears and stones at Nyberg through the doors and the windows. So as soon as I could gather my wits about me, I tried to stop them, but they very plainly told me to go on board the schooner, that they were determined to kill Nyberg, come what might. I ran inside to Frank Nyberg, told him to go and hide himself. He made no reply, and it took us all our time to keep clear of the rocks and the spears. I was wounded in the right arm, above the elbow, so badly as to be disabled for a week after. Nyberg still held the rifle in his hand, but as he did not fire again, I fancy there could not have been any more shots in it. I took it from him and went outside to try and stop the natives, but to no purpose. I noticed when inside the house that they had already set fire to one end, and there was a strong wind blowing. The structure, being of leaf, of course quickly blazed and broke out into a mass of flame. Nyberg followed me out a minute or so later, and I went up to him and again urged him to fly for his life. I then saw he had several charges of dynamite in his hands, but he had no fire. 3 natives sprang at him and drove their spears into him. He turned and rushed down the hill to the beach, and when about knee-deep in the water, a Malaita boy, who has been about 2 months in Santa Ana, sent a bullet through him and he instantly fell. Immediately after I saw the natives running away from the shore. Lancier, Nyberg's mate, and I ran into the house, but there was nothing left. What the fire had not consumed had been carried off. Dwelling was nearly half burnt. Lancier said there were lots of powder and dynamite in the house, so we did not stay more than 2 or 3 seconds. So soon as my boat came ashore from the schooner, I picked up Nyberg's body and withdrew from it 5 spears. He was quite dead, so I took the corpse on board for fear the natives would mutilate it, and on return of Nyberg's mate we buried it. When Nyberg was first speared he appeared to be quite dazed, and I then took the rifle and raised it as though to fire and frighten off the natives, but 2 of them seized it and twisted it out of my grasp, and as I could only use the right hand, they got it, but there was only an empty shell in it. Strange to say, there were 4 Snider rifles quite handy inside. Had Nyberg meant to make a fight of it? It was a mad thing for him to do, but it appears he was in the habit of taking his rifle to threaten the natives away, and no one who knew this foolish habit of his would have felt alarm at seeing him with the weapon in his hand. There is no doubt that had it been any other place in the Solomons than Santa Ana, the natives would have finished me up, or anybody else who came in their way. The only property left at the place is some copra and Nyberg's boat. The Brisbane Courier, Saturday 19th of 1896. Solomon Islands Massacre abridged. Extraordinary secrecy maintained Solomon Islands Massacre by telegraph from correspondence. With regard to the massacre of a party from the Austrian cruiser Albatross, it has been learned from a most trustworthy source that on the 12th August a party landed on one of the Solomon Islands. The coast natives were very friendly and accompanied the party to the border of their territory, where the bushmen were met. These also appeared to be friendly, and 3 were taken as guides into the interior. While on the journey, the bushmen kept on increasing in numbers as the party proceeded, but they still maintained a friendly attitude. When climbing the mountains far inland, the party sat down to rest, and after a short time, the bushmen suddenly attacked them, killing 4 and wounding several others before the members of the party had time to defend themselves, but at the first shot, fired by the Austrians, the bushmen fled. One of the coast natives brought the news to the officers of the Albatross, and the remainder of the party found their way back to the coast. A party was sent out by the Albatross to recover and bury the bodies of the murdered men, but they had to return without accomplishing their task owing to bad weather. The party were out for scientific purposes, and their armed escort, as well as themselves, were taken by surprise. The government resident met the Albatross at the Solomon Islands, and he was to accompany the party on their next trip inland. Dispatches from the commander of the Albatross, which have been brought from the Solomon Islands by the vessel Siskin, and addressed to Captain Miguel, consul for Austria-Hungary, reached Sydney today. They, however, were marked confidential, and therefore Captain Miguel felt that he could not break the silence which had been so strictly imposed upon him. This astonishing secrecy has occasioned much conjecture, especially as the details received from British traders seem to show that, except for the distinction of the victims, the massacre was marked by the features usual to such outrageous confidence amid hostile tribes, sudden surprise, and a sharp retreat pursued by an harassing enemy. Early in August, the vessel anchored off a sloping beach on the north coast of the island of Guadalcanal. It was decided, despite the unsavoury reputation of the place, to explore, while the vessel lay here, the Lion's Head mountain in the interior, and a party consisting of Baron Norbeck, Lieutenant Boudic, Midshipman de Beaufort, and another midshipman, 20 sailors, Baron Norbeck's 2 servants, and 2 native guides, started from the coast on the 25th of August. After 2 days' marching, the heavy work of forcing their way through the bush had completely exhausted one of the midshipmen and 7 sailors, who accordingly returned to the ship. From particulars furnished by Mr. T.H. and H. Darban of Moran Sound, the remainder of the party pushed on and reached the foot of the mountain on the evening of the 10th. Next morning the party divided. Baron Norbeck, accompanied by Lieutenant Boudic and 7 sailors and his 2 servants, with 3 bushmen for guides, started about 8 o'clock in the morning for the top of the mountain, Midshipman Beaufort, 6 sailors and 2 guides from the coast being left in the camp. Several bushmen joined the Baron's party on its way up the mountain, but as they had no arms and seemed to be peaceful, no notice was taken of them. Several bushmen had also been in the camp the evening before. The Baron and his servants, with the native guides, were in the lead going up the hill, several natives being apparently near or mixed with the party. When up near the top they heard 2 shots fired in the neighbourhood of the camp that they had left, and at the same time they saw what appeared to be a bushman chief standing on the top of a rise a little above them, making some signs. Whether he could see the camp from where he was or not is not known, but he apparently, on hearing the shots from the camp, gave the signal for an attack on the Baron's party. Natives from different parts rushed on them with tomahawks and clubs, but they had no guns. The Baron being entirely without arms of defence, a native rushed at him with a tomahawk or small axe and cut him down by a blow on the back of the neck. The native who cut down the Baron was immediately shot down by a sailor, but in the meantime there was a general attack on the whole of the party. One of the Baron's servants protected himself and did good execution with a big knife, which he carried for clearing the track, and the other servant saved himself by seizing the tomahawk by the handle just as it was descending on his head. Lieutenant Bligh, who fortunately had his revolver in his hand, shot a native just as he was about to strike him with a heavy club. This native, at the time the attack took place, was attempting, through the medium of signs, to induce the lieutenant to give him his revolver in exchange for his club, which was a very fine weapon. The sailors, being prepared with their rifles, at once opened fire upon the attacking party, and after a few minutes put them to flight. A considerable number of natives were shot in the affray, but it is impossible to say how many. Baron Norbeck, who was the only one seriously wounded in this attack, was able to walk slowly back to the camp, where all was done for him that could be done under the circumstances, but he gradually sank and died about half an hour afterwards. The scene that presented itself to the Baron's party when they came back to the camp was a very melancholy one. They found that, of course, what they had suspected before, from hearing the shots, that the detachment at the camp had been attacked almost simultaneously with themselves, and apparently by a much greater number of bushmen. Express and Telegraph, Adelaide, Monday 25th of January 1897. Murder in the Solomon Islands. News has been received of another murder by the Solomon Island natives, who were responsible for the death of Baron Foulon and his party. The victim in this instance was Mr. J. Gibbons, a British trader. He was murdered on November 28th last off the island of Rendezvous in the west part of the Solomon Group. Particulars came to hand by the steamer Titus today, and show that Gibbons was induced to anchor off the islands, and under the plea that the islanders had copra to sell him, Gibbons, after taking the stuff on board, went below to obtain trade. While in a stooping position, he was seized by two natives, who held his head while another completely cut it off with a large trade knife. The murderers then looted the lugger and set fire to it. The natives of Rendova are noted headhunters and frequently make raids on the villages to prosecute their horrible occupation. Brisbane Courier, Queensland, Friday, August 11th, 1905. Trader hacked to death. A story of mutiny and murder reached Sydney from the Solomon Islands. A few weeks ago, W. Finlayson, a trader in the service of Norman Wheatley, of the island of Gizo, proceeded on a trading cruise in the cutter Savo. Finlayson was engaged in trading with natives who had come from the shore when he was seized from behind and securely bound. As soon as Finlayson was secured, he was attacked with tomahawks and literally hacked to death. The Savo drifted along the coast, and the antics of the natives on board attracted the attention of Captain Oven, who was also trading on the coast. He decided to investigate the matter and eventually captured the Savo and brought the murderers back to Gizo. Mercury, Hobart, Tuesday 12th July 1910. Trader beaten to death. News was received today of the murder at Morova Lagoon, Solomon Islands, of Mr. F. Pankey, a well-known white settler. Pankey was on board a small ketch in which he traded when he was attacked by one of the native crew and felled by a tremendous blow of a club. While helpless on the ground, Pankey was beaten to death. Another member of the crew slew Pankey's assailant. Why the South Seas? For centuries, the maritime countries of Europe have been drawn to the South Seas, and its history is awash with the exploits of the French, the Dutch, the Spanish, the Portuguese, and of course the British. How they dared to try and conquer the elements in their flimsy craft is quite beyond belief. The casualty rate alone would have informed them that many sailors would never return to a safe harbour. In many cases, these explorers would be at sea for years without any guarantee of finding places to replenish their food and water supplies. It's no wonder that diseases such as scurvy would be so prevalent given the absence of fresh fruit in diets only made tolerable by a daily ration of rum. They also had the added challenge that in the absence of the Suez Canal, most would first need to round the treacherous waters of the Cape at the southern tip of Africa. The reasons for these adventures were many, but trade and global dominance were critical drivers. Clearly, control of the oceans was critical to the sovereignty and independence of the maritime nations, so the voyages were often instigated by governments through their admiralties and a wish to advance science through bodies such as the Royal Society in England. While it is difficult to understand what would have led anyone to enlist for such voyages, two things stand out in the literature. The first is the insatiable appetites of those who would captain the ships and who seemingly couldn't wait for their next adventure. For the lowly seamen or jack-tars, it was probably the chance to escape their miserable lives back home. Their tender ages would have also been a factor, and one has only to reflect on the enlistment of soldiers in Australia in the First World War to recognise that countless youngsters would happily throw caution to the wind just to see the world and savour experiences beyond their wildest dreams. Ironically, it would be for all, the dreams of home that would occupy their minds when their situation began to look dire. The relish with which the coastal kingdoms of Europe came head to head in their quest for new real estate and seek claim to the rest of the world is witnessed in terms of the race to raise their standards on foreign shores, often abetted through international diplomacy. One example was the way in which South America was essentially partitioned when it came to the competing claims of the Spanish and the Portuguese. Both nations were keen to get their hands on the gold. The first European to set foot on Solomon Islands was the Spaniard Álvaro de Mendaña, who subsequently spread the rumour that the islands were where King Solomon found the gold for his temple. Realising that the competition between Spain and Portugal seemed destined to end in tears, the Church of Rome stepped in and unilaterally decreed how the world should be carved up so that both Spain and Portugal would be free to colonise and proselytise the world discovered by Columbus. That arbitrary division gave certain lands to Spain and certain lands to Portugal. It amounted to a series of decisions which explains why the official language of Venezuela is Spanish and the official language of Brazil is Portuguese. Following Columbus' first voyage to the Americas, a dispute arose between the rulers of Spain and Portugal as to which country would control trade and colonisation of the New World. Spain looked to Pope Alexander VI to settle the issue. Pope Nicholas V had already granted Portugal the right to explore the lands and the islands on the Atlantic coast of Africa, so King John II of Portugal was keen to claim the lands discovered by Columbus. It subsequently led the Spanish to appeal to Pope Alexander VI to arbitrate. That appeal led to 3 formal decrees. The first decree awarded exclusive and perpetual possession of the new territories to Spain. The second decree created a line of longitude west of the Cape Verde Islands in which all lands discovered or to be discovered west of that line were Spain's. The third decree extended Spanish influence east of Africa as far as India. This naturally raised the ire of King John, whose ships had succeeded in rounding the tip of Africa, arguably giving Portugal the rights to the Indian Ocean. Bypassing the Pope, John sought to negotiate directly with Ferdinand of Spain. Fearing the Portuguese and keen to confirm its presence in the New World, the Spanish were happy to compromise. The resultant treaty moved the earlier line of longitude farther west on the basis that Africa and Asia now belonged to Portugal and the New World belonged to Spain. But the shifting of the line of demarcation to the west brought the undiscovered land, later known as Brazil, into the lands belonging to Portugal. In any event, visits to either Portugal or Spain and their majestic cathedrals will attest to the gold which made its way to their respective home ports. Gold, of course, was not the only riches to be had on the other side of the world, and a path to the Spice Islands, Indonesia, was an equally high priority. Aside from the culinary delights of these condiments, a world without refrigeration was ever keen to source ingredients that would help to extend the life of perishable foods, particularly meat. Prior to the seafarers, spices had to be sourced through land-based importers via what was to be termed the Silk Road. It was, of course, the trail used by Marco Polo, a Venetian merchant who effectively connected the markets of Europe with the riches of the Far East. But economics and imperial pursuits were not the only agenda, as was evident in Cook's first assignment. It was the astronomers that had commissioned Cook to visit the South Seas and the island of Tahiti on a set date for the purpose of tracking the path of Venus across the sun. This observation was needed to inform more precise navigation at a time when such sciences were essential to the world's exploration. In stark contrast to the stories of Captain James Cook and Captain James McIntosh, the South Seas were the theatre for some amazing survivals. They evidence again the skills and fortitude of other intrepid seafarers. At a time devoid of global positioning technology, telecommunications and, in the following cases, anything but wind power and person power to complete their crossings, Sir Ernest Shackleton, Captain William Bligh and convict Mary Bryant remind us of the heroic and successful feats of the early seafarers. They are included to remind us of the lengths that some would go to survive or escape against seemingly impossible odds. Shackleton would make the remarkable crossing from Elephant Island to South Georgia Island in a yacht cobbled together from one of the tender boats of the Endurance. In doing so, he saved the lives of all those that were destined to die, stranded after months of isolation. Shackleton was for the many the most talented leader in a world of intrepid seafarers. Bligh and his followers were victims of a mutiny on HMS Bounty. Ironically, it would lead, with one exception, to the deaths of the mutineers on the remote island of Pitcairn. The leader, Fletcher Christian, would die at the hands of those he sought to rescue from the alleged tyranny of Captain Bligh. Mary Bryant would navigate the barrier reefs from Botany Bay to Timor in a boat she had commandeered from the governor of the penal settlement. Unable to read or write, and with no formal training in seamanship, she navigated the impossible passage. She was determined that her children would not grow up as prisoners. Sir Ernest Shackleton. The coat of arms of Sir Ernest Shackleton carries the motto Fortitudine Vincimus, through endurance we conquer. It should come as no surprise that the ship which carried him to his triumph over Antarctica would be renamed Endurance, or that biographers now record his spoken words. I believe it is in our nature to explore, to reach out into the unknown. The only true failure would be not to explore at all. Shackleton was undoubtedly one of the world's most remarkable explorers and one of its great survivors. Shackleton was born in 1874 in County Kildare, Ireland, after his parents relocated from England. His father's health had stopped him from joining the British Army, so he moved back to the country of his birth for a life on the land. Born in Ireland, Ernest was the first of 2 sons in a family of 10 children. The second son, Frank, was to become widely known as a suspect in the 1907 theft of the Irish Crown jewels. While Frank was cleared of any offence, the treasures were never recovered. In 1880, a year of profound importance to my great-grandfather, Ernest's father left the land to study medicine at Trinity College, Dublin, after which the family shifted back to London. While some speculate that there was growing unease in relation to the family's Anglo-Irish ancestry, Shackleton was proud of his birthplace and consistently described himself as an Irishman. Shackleton was homeschooled with a governess during his early years, and while his later studentship was not remarkable, his biographers depict an avid reader with a keen appetite for adventure. He was to leave school at 16 with a wish to go to sea. As the cost of pursuing a cadetship in the Royal Navy was out of bounds, he signed up for a mercantile cadetship, an apprenticeship before the mast. This was to take him far and wide on numerous vessels, and by 1898, at the age of 28, he obtained his first mate's ticket. He was now a master mariner and qualified to command a British ship anywhere in the world. After the outbreak of the Boer War, Shackleton joined the company of a troop ship where he met Cedric Longstaff, whose father was a financial supporter of the proposed British National Antarctic Expedition. Subsequent discussions with Cedric's father saw Shackleton appointed third officer to the expedition's ship Discovery. The expedition was being organised by the Royal Geographical Society under the leadership of Commander Robert Falcon Scott. Shackleton was to be one of the two officers chosen to accompany Scott in a trek to claim the greatest latitude, the farthest south, in Antarctica. While they beat the previous record, the men suffered frostbite and snow blindness, and the poor efforts of the sled dogs who progressively became ill and died. Writers suggest the possibility of a falling out between Shackleton and Scott, and the ensuing years saw a period of recovery for Shackleton and several shore jobs, despite his obvious wish to return to the sea and Antarctic exploration. He made no secret of his desire to return to Antarctica as the leader of his own expedition, and in 1907 he was to set sail from England as leader of the Nimrod expedition. In 1908, Ernest Shackleton again trekked the Antarctic icefields with Frank Wild, Eric Marshall and Jameson Adams. They were to establish a new farthest south record of 88 degrees 23 minutes south. They arrived back just in time to catch the departure of the Nimrod. Their efforts were acclaimed widely. The King appointed him Commander of the Royal Victorian Order, he was awarded a knighthood, and each member of the expedition was given a silver polar medal. Accolades were to follow from the likes of Roald Amundsen, Fridtjof Nansen and others. While his heroism and leadership were well recognised, his achievements were just a foretaste of what was to follow. During his time out, Shackleton engaged in a hectic round of public lectures and forays into business to generate an income for his family. He made it clear that his exploring of Antarctica was now at an end, and that he needed to devote himself to home and family, but other events would soon distract him. It was also during this period that Scott set out on the Terra Nova expedition in a race to reach the South Pole. By early 1912, the world was aware that the pole had been conquered by the Norwegian Roald Amundsen, but that the fate of Scott's expedition was not then known. Shackleton's mind inevitably turned to another project which had been planned but abandoned by another British explorer, William Bruce. It was to be a full crossing of the Antarctic continent by way of the South Pole. It would mirror the expedition attempted by the German explorer Wilhelm Filchner, but news of Filchner's failure left Shackleton to say that a transcontinental crossing was the one great main object of Antarctic journeyings remaining and now open to him. Fortuitously, Bruce had allowed Shackleton to adopt his plans for such a crossing when his project failed to obtain financial backing. The expedition was named the Imperial Trans-Antarctic Expedition, and Shackleton posted an advertisement aimed at recruiting the most intrepid men to accompany him. The expedition would involve 2 ships. Endurance would carry the main party into the Weddell Sea, aiming for Varsel Bay, from where a team of 6, led by Shackleton, would begin the crossing of the continent. Meanwhile, a second ship, the Aurora, would take a supporting party under Captain Ernest McIntosh to McMurdo Sound on the far side of the continent. At just 16, McIntosh's thirst for adventure got the better of him, and he first went to sea like the legendary Trojan prince he was named after. This party would be tasked with laying supply depots across the Great Ice Barrier as far as the Beardmore Glacier, with depots holding the food and fuel required to enable Shackleton's party to complete their journey of 1,800 miles or 2,900 kilometres across the continent. Shackleton successfully raised the funds needed to support his expedition and received more than 5,000 applications to join him. After a series of unconventional interviews, Shackleton selected a crew of 56, which were split equally between the two ships. The interviews were unusual in that some were very brief, simply based on Shackleton's first impressions, while others sought to determine each candidate's openness to the teamwork and the camaraderie which would be needed. In such vein, it was later observed that Shackleton allocated shipboard chores equitably between officers, scientists and seamen, and spent time socialising with his crew in games and sing-alongs after dinner. Despite the outbreak of World War I, Endurance was directed by Winston Churchill, the First Lord of the Admiralty, to proceed, after which Shackleton conveyed this patriotic message. We hope in our small way to add victories in science and discovery to that certain victory which our nation will achieve in the cause of honour and liberty. In addition to the combined crews of 56 men, the expedition would need to manage the health and fitness of 70 dogs. After reaching the South Pacific Ocean and South Georgia Island, the Endurance made for the Weddell Sea and Vassal Bay, but en route the weather worsened and the Endurance became trapped in ice. Knowing that they would be stuck fast until the following spring, Shackleton ordered a shutdown of the schedule, transitioning the ship to a winter station. Trapped in an ice floe, Endurance was compelled to drift slowly north. This endured from February 1914 until spring-September, when the ice began to break, a change that was to begin the compromise of the ship's hull. While Shackleton had hoped the ship might free itself from the ice and make its way back to Vassal Bay, those hopes received the worst possible blow when the hull cracked and the seas took hold. Declaring that she is going down, Shackleton ordered his men to abandon ship and shift the stores and equipment to camps on the ice. It was just a month later that Endurance sank, but Shackleton had worked to ensure the salvage of any timbers and material that could be of use in managing the challenges which awaited. Shackleton and his crew were to remain camped on the ice floe for the next 2 months, hoping that it would drift to Paulet Island, where more stores were cached. After several failed attempts to trek across the ice to Paulet Island, Shackleton decided to establish a more permanent camp on another ice floe, which he hoped might also take them to land. By March, their new ice camp brought them to within 60 miles, 100 kilometres, of Paulet Island, but they were still unable to reach it. On April 9th, their ice floe broke into two and Shackleton ordered the crew into lifeboats and to head for the nearest land. They were to spend 5 treacherous days at sea before the men managed to beach their boats on Elephant Island. It was the first time that any of them had set foot on land for more than 16 months. While terra firma must have seemed a relief, the challenges had only increased. Elephant Island was well away from any prospect of a chance encounter with shipping, and the island afforded little assistance to the marooned men. It was this reality that prompted Shackleton to attempt an open boat crossing to South Georgia Island, a whaling station where help would be available. The strongest of the 20-foot lifeboats was chosen. It was renamed the James Caird after the expedition's chief sponsor. Ship's carpenter Harry McNish made various improvements, which included raising of the sides, strengthening the keel, building a makeshift deck of wood and canvas and sealing the work with oil paint and seal blood. It is hard to imagine the fears of the 22 men who remained, hoping it was not the last they would see of Shackleton and the last they would see of their rescue. The James Caird had sailed, taking with her the best of everything they had. Alfred Lansing holds to the view that they remained confident, at least outwardly. What else could they do? As we sat there cramped, crowded and wet, wrote Macklin, we wondered how we were going to face the month ahead, which was the very least we could hope for before relief. And this, he admitted, was a most optimistic expectation, based upon a half-dozen assumptions, the first among them being that the Caird would actually get through. Also unknown to these frightened men would be the plight of their counterparts who had sailed aboard the Aurora to Ross Island with the commission to establish supply depots to Beardmore Glacier in support of Shackleton's planned trek from the South Pole and his completion of a transcontinental crossing. Unknown to the Aurora crew would have been the demise of Endurance and the predicament which would confront their mates on Elephant Island. It is a situation that reminds us of all the hazards facing explorers in an era devoid of useful communications. Captain McIntosh had no way of messaging Shackleton and vice versa. Shackleton equally had no way of letting his stranded crew know if he had managed to reach South Georgia Island and deliver the prospect of a miraculous rescue. The Aurora crew was facing its own challenges, and while tasked with a less risky assignment, it was the only team to suffer casualties. Their challenges are comprehensively detailed in The Boy from Long Gully, Australia's unsung hero from the early 1900s, heroic age of Antarctic exploration. The book details the feats of Richard Richards, a young science teacher from Bendigo who had been chosen by Shackleton for the Imperial Trans-Antarctic Expedition. Richards had responded to an advertisement in the Maryborough Advertiser and Shackleton's wish to recruit a physicist for the expedition. Richards could claim 2 years' study in mathematics and philosophy at Melbourne University. In the foreword penned by Tim Jarvis AM, we get a glimpse of the hardships which imperilled Richards and his 5 English companions as they traversed the 360 miles from Ross Island to Beardmore Glacier and back, in a mission which would have no reward for Shackleton and dire consequences for 3 of the men accompanying Richards, including Captain Aeneas McIntosh. In 1914, Richards joined a support party for Ernest Shackleton, and he became embroiled in one of the greatest stories of endurance in the history of polar exploration. Shackleton was planning to cross the Antarctic continent but needed several food depots to be put down by a support party. Despite many difficulties, Richards and his 5 English companions completed their given task. All the depots were put in place, but then they had to return to safety over 360 miles across the Great Ice Barrier. Wilson's book brings to life their little-known survival story from more than 100 years ago. It is an unrelenting tale that embodies the will to live of Douglas Mawson, the heroics of Ernest Shackleton, and the tragedy of Captain Robert Scott. McCorrist's recording of this support mission is a harrowing account of near survival. It gives us readers a first-hand taste of life on the ice in blizzard conditions and the life and death struggles of a party who had essentially been directed to play a part in Shackleton's ambitious quest to conquer the Antarctic continent. Tim Jarvis also treats us to a first-hand experience when he recounts his reenactment of the expedition. We ate the same rations as the early explorers, including hoosh, which is pemmican, a mixture of dried beef and fat, usually boiled up with crushed biscuits. To me, pemmican was congealed slop, glistening with globules of fat, a dense dark broth, slimy lukewarm lard with a pungent aroma that overwhelmed the senses. The team of 6 men had almost completed their trek to Beardmore Glacier, but with just one more supply depot needed to fulfil their mission, Spencer Smith and Captain McIntosh are both suffering very swollen legs. While the others can see their plight, there is little they can do than to push on. Joyce says, "Time is too precious to waste, and I expect it will mean carting them on the sledge." Thankfully, Richards, Joyce, Hayward and Wild are reasonably fit, but when Spencer Smith sits down in the snow and declares that he is spent, they confront their critical decision. Richards responds first, "We can't go on with Smithy." "And there's no point turning back now," says McIntosh. Appreciating their dilemma, they agree to Spencer Smith's suggestion that they put up a tent for him and collect him on their return. It is a plan that could have worked well had a blizzard not blocked their return, and the team of 5 men were required to seek protection in the one tent now left to them. It was a stoppage of 2 days and a dubious celebration of 12 months since they had left the Aurora. The next morning they find a way to the Beardmore Glacier and peer keenly into the distance in the forlorn hope of sighting Shackleton and the transcontinental party. It is not to be. After establishing the final depot, they depart the following morning on the homeward journey and a reunion with Spencer Smith. With 360 miles to go, they calculate that they should reach Hut Point in a month. On Shackleton's Nimrod expedition of 1909, Shackleton and his men, including Frank Wild, made the southbound journey from the Beardmore Glacier in 36 days. It is in January 1916 when the men leave Mount Hope along with 4 sled dogs. Miraculously, they manage to be reunited with Spencer Smith, but they quickly realise that he can no longer walk and will need to be transported on a sledge. Joyce, in the meantime, suffers snow blindness and needs to be treated with eye drops made from a dissolved sliver of cocaine. It proves to be enormously painful. They all realise that the need to transport Spencer Smith on the sledge would further compromise their progress, but as it was, the blizzard which hit just a day into the reunion compelled the 6 men to take refuge in the tents. Thankfully, the blizzard lasts just 1 day, and the men are able to resume with the added challenge of needing to bodily lift Spencer Smith onto one of the sledges and haul a much heavier load. McIntosh is also becoming lame and all have succumbed to scurvy. Notwithstanding, they plod on. They don't need their broken sledge meter to tell them that their progress has stalled. None of the men is in good shape, and McIntosh is now hanging onto the sledge most of the time. Come February 17th, their progress is again stalled when they lose the cairns that had been set up to guide their return. They are just 10 miles from the next depot and around 80 miles from Hut Point, which would hopefully be their refuge. Little would they have known that their path would be blocked with another blizzard, which was destined to persist for days. They had no alternative than to sit it out and adopt further restriction to their meagre rations. They are down to quarter shares, and as their cooking oil is now gone, they can't even melt snow or warm the water. When they do manage to resume their trek, McIntosh can no longer walk and needs to be tied to the second sledge. Thankfully, their dogs plough on, ignoring their own restricted rations. McIntosh is now all but spent, and bleeding from his bowels only adds to his excruciating leg pains. It is at this point that the 4 ambulant members make their biggest decision. McIntosh and Spencer Smith will have to stay while others push on to the next depot. They also realise that it is essential that a fit man be left to look after the sick men, and as Wild had been looking after Spencer Smith, the obvious course to follow would be for Wild to stay with them. Joyce, Richards and Hayward are a compact party and feel they should go on. A tent is erected for McIntosh, Spencer Smith and Wild, and the others set off in whiteout conditions to reach Bluff Depot and bring back food to their ailing captain. They set off with virtually no food, little fuel and nothing for the dogs. It is a desperate last attempt to save the lives of Spencer Smith and McIntosh, and of course themselves. Joyce, Richards and Hayward are at camp on the first evening after leaving the others, and they are having what they call their banquet, a cup of warm tea and half a biscuit. Despite the horrendous conditions, the men struggle on. They calculate that they travel between 1/2 and 3/4 of a mile per hour with less than 4 or 5 hours light to find their way. Their tent is now torn and they are almost out of food. Joyce has an idea. "You know, with some scrapings from the dog tank, I might be able to get us a scanty meal." The dog tank is the canvas bag in which they kept the dog pemmican, so they scrape it for crumbs and anything else left there to try and get some nutrient. They mix this with warm water, but when they come to drink it, they cannot stomach it. After 3 days, against all odds, the men manage to cover the 10 miles to the depot. They are now safe, but they have a desperate need to get back and rescue their colleagues. Again, they are thwarted by a strong blizzard. Joyce notes that they have not had just one travelling day for 11 days. Richards is distraught. To be within reach of the others but prevented from rendering aid on account of the thick weather. It is 7 days later when the men finally reach the others who had no alternative than to wait and wonder and cling to thoughts of food and rescue. "Full belly once more," says Wild, relishing his feed of hoosh. Spencer Smith admits how fortunate they were. "We've had the closest of calls." Joyce congratulates Richards. "We did it, Richie. We are back together and all still alive." But resuming the trek to Hut Point would also throw challenges. Realising their need to get there quickly, a decision was made to leave McIntosh and strike out for the refuge with all haste. The 5 men are camped just 20 miles from Hut Point when the Padre confirms that he had been bleeding from the bowels for some days. Richards encourages him to lie still. Sometime later, Richards looks across and sees ice on his eyelashes and beard. He knows Spencer Smith is dead. He had been carried on the sledge for about 40 days. Richards, Joyce and Wild dig a grave and bury him. They have to roll his body in his sleeping bag to the grave, dug in the snow, as they are now too weak to lift it. Words struggle to describe their battle to reach the Point Hut, but reach it they do, and they begin to feast on the food which has awaited them. They spend 2 days drying their gear, mainly their sleeping bags, and killing and cooking seals. Even within these 2 days they find the fresh meat improves everyone's health, so they plan to depart on the following day, taking sufficient cooked seal meat for them and the dogs for the journey out to McIntosh and back. Hayward is to stay in the hut as he can no longer bend his legs. After 3 days of excellent travel, they reach McIntosh, whose rotting clothes hang from his frail body and his teeth are now sunken well into his gums, which are black and badly swollen. His remaining eye is monstrously bloated. Richards, Joyce and Wild accept they will be living at the Discovery Hut for some months, until it is safe to walk to the hut at Cape Evans. But the attitude of McIntosh and Hayward is quite different. Within a few weeks, conditions in the hut become unbearable for both, particularly McIntosh. On the 8th day of May, McIntosh makes a sudden and unexpected announcement. "Hayward and I are going to Cape Evans today." The others are stunned, aiming to inform them of their folly, but there is little they can do. McIntosh and Hayward set off with little more than a bag of cold meat and some personal diaries and papers. They are soon to greet their folly. Their endeavour to cross the thin ice is to see them marooned on a breakaway sheet of floating ice which will carry them out to sea. Their friends despair in coming to terms with all they had done to keep them alive. McIntosh and Hayward are never to be seen again. Gladly the 3 were to make it to the hut at Cape Evans by mid-July, where they were welcomed by the men from the Aurora, who had been left behind to mind the base in anticipation of the team's return. Little did they know that the team of 6 would now be just 3. It would be an enormous recovery period for Richards, Joyce and Wild, made all the better with the sighting of the recovery ship Aurora, with Shackleton on board. They are soon to learn of the demise of Endurance, the challenges of reaching Elephant Island, and the valiant quest to reach South Georgia Island. On board, Shackleton presents both Richards and Joyce with a prismatic compass, and on the back of Richards he engraves the following inscription, using his diamond ring. To R.W. Richards from E.H. Shackleton. While Macoris believes that Richards' feats are inevitably dwarfed by the likes of Mawson and Shackleton, his book should ensure that his heroic part in the Imperial Trans-Antarctic expedition should never be forgotten. It is hard to imagine how such feats would position him to come to terms with a civilian life in Australia, or how he would come to terms with his subsequent work as a teacher at the Ballarat School of Mines. After acting as a government advisor on optical apparatus during World War II, he returned to Ballarat as principal of the college, retiring in 1958. Richard Walter Richards, AMG C. George Cross, died on May 8, 1985. But return as we can to Ernest Shackleton, James Caird, and that remarkable rescue. 5 of the crew were chosen by Shackleton to accompany him on the lifeboat mission to South Georgia Island. They included the captain of the Endurance, Frank Worsley, Tom Crean, who had begged to go, skilled sailors, John Vincent and Timothy McCarthy, and Harry McNish, the carpenter who had been responsible for making the James Caird more seaworthy. Shackleton had decided to put aside his earlier clash with McNish, given his possible need for more carpentry if the need arose. The boat was launched on April 24, 1916. It carried supplies for just 4 weeks. Shackleton knew that the boat crew had to reach land within that time if they were to survive. Thankfully, they made the treacherous crossing in 15 days. While the cliffs of South Georgia were now in sight, hurricane-force winds prevented a landing, and the men were compelled to ride out the storm offshore, despite the added risk of crashing onto rocks. They later learned that the same storm had sunk a 500-ton steamer bound for South Georgia from Buenos Aires. While managing to land the following day, a period of recuperation was needed before Shackleton, Worsley and Crean attempted to cross the island on foot. The terrain was mountainous, but Shackleton figured that any attempt to reach the whaling station by boat would simply be a bridge too far. Although it is likely that Norwegian whalers had already crossed the island at other points on skis, no one had previously attempted this particular route. The Norwegians would have had skis or snowshoes, while Shackleton and his men only sported the remnants of their clothing from their time in Antarctica, sorry boots which they adapted for climbing with screws bored into the soles and a 50-foot length of rope. Amazingly, they covered the 32 miles to Stromness in 36 hours, reaching the whaling station on May 20th. Shackleton quickly sent a boat to pick up the 3 men left stranded on the other side of the island and set about organising the rescue of the men on Elephant Island, an assignment which was to be seriously challenged by sea ice. After 3 failed attempts, Shackleton made an appeal to the government of Chile and succeeded in obtaining the support of a seagoing tug from the Chilean Navy. The tug and a British whaler finally reached Elephant Island on August 30th, 1916. The men had been isolated there 18 weeks. Thanks to Shackleton, all 22 men were safely rescued. As if to add a frightening postscript, the crew of the Aurora were also being challenged. The remaining men of the Ross Sea Party had been stranded at Cape Evans in McMurdo Sound when the Aurora was blown from its anchorage and driven out to sea. After a drift of 9 months, the ship and its crew limped into New Zealand. Shackleton travelled there to join Aurora and sailed with her to rescue the Ross Sea Party, which, despite many hardships, had successfully completed its mission. However, 3 lives had been lost, including that of its commander, Captain Aeneas McIntosh. Away from his expeditions, Shackleton's life was generally restless and unfulfilled. In his search for rapid pathways to wealth and security, he launched business ventures that failed to prosper, and he died heavily in debt. Upon his death he was lauded in the press, but was thereafter largely forgotten. Later in the 20th century, Shackleton was rediscovered, and he became a role model for leadership in extreme circumstances. A degree of international recognition is evident when at the London hearings Lord Mersey asked Shackleton to comment on the weather conditions confronting the Titanic on its fateful 1912 maiden voyage. Shackleton had first-hand experience navigating through icebergs and was a national hero whose comments carried weight with the British public. In his 1956 address to the British Science Association, Sir Raymond Priestley said, "Scott for scientific method, Amundsen for speed and efficiency, but when disaster strikes and all hope is gone, get down on your knees and pray for Shackleton." By 1919, Shackleton had returned to speaking tours, but few students of his history would imagine this to be the end of his explorations. Just a year later, he is again planning to visit the largely unexplored region of the Beaufort Sea area of the Arctic, but those plans were to change, and once again he would be headed to Antarctica on an oceanographic and sub-Antarctic expedition. The expedition was to involve a circumnavigation of the Antarctic continent, but en route Shackleton suffered a suspected heart attack. Shackleton declined a proper medical examination, and he was later to suffer a fatal attack after his boat reached South Georgia. He was buried in the island's cemetery on March 5, 1922. The expedition's physician, Alexander Macklin, wrote in his diary, "I think this is, as the boss would have had it himself, standing lonely on an island far from civilization, surrounded by a stormy, tempestuous sea, and in the vicinity of one of his greatest exploits." It is fitting that Shackleton was in South Georgia when he died. His final diary reads, "A wonderful evening. In the darkening twilight I saw a lone star hover, gem-like above the bay. Captain William Bligh." The names of both Cook and Bligh are indelibly etched in the maritime history of the South Seas. Their exploits have rightly become legend, but they are largely remembered for quite different reasons. Cook was an extraordinary sailor and an equally talented leader. From a very early age he was driven in his wish to go to sea, and he could see what steps would take him there. He also recognised that there was knowledge that would have to be acquired, and he immersed himself in the necessary sciences: mathematics, navigation, cartography, astronomy. Beyond what might have been anticipated, given his humble background, he would eventually find favour in the Navy with the invaluable support of the First Lord of the Admiralty, that he would win the commission to captain the Endeavour in its voyage to Tahiti, and its search for the Great Southland was probably once unthinkable. But Cook clearly had the credentials. As children at school, we learned only of his technical brilliance and his ability to manage a largely ragtag crew for what must have seemed like an eternity. However, the proof was in the pudding and has been well detailed. Many of his men re-enlisted for future voyages based on Cook's genius and his care for his crew. He was a captain who was reluctant to exact the harsh punishments which often featured in counterparts who struggled to maintain discipline. Bligh, on the other hand, is largely remembered for his captaincy of the Bounty and the mutiny which saw Fletcher Christian and his followers overthrow authority, a treasonable offence, and consign themselves to a life on a remote and at the time unknown island in the Pacific. Clearly Cook and Bligh were chalk and cheese, at least as many of us were encouraged to think. What is not popularly understood is that William Bligh learned his captaincy and seamanship from James Cook, and Bligh was an officer on Cook's voyage, which sought to find the Northwest Passage. Cook had become a brutal commander during that voyage, and that after the mutiny on the Bounty, Bligh had managed to get his men in a lifeboat with minimal provisions to the safety of Timor, a trip that must stamp him as one of the world's greatest sailors. While nothing should diminish the achievements of Captain Cook or the fearsome reputation of Captain Bligh, there are other stories that ought to be told. In Captain William Bligh, An Illustrated History, Philip Wheat and Caroline Graham detail Bligh's journey to captaincy. They point early to the passing of his mother, the second marriage of his father, and the possibility that Bligh's stepmother may have had something to do with his pursuit of a maritime apprenticeship and his enlistment at the tender age of 15. It was probably a worthy escape given his innate talents and his keenness to learn. Bligh must have attracted notice for exceptional ability, because in March 1776 he was appointed master of HMS Resolution for the third voyage of the famous Captain James Cook. Cook had returned to England during the year prior to 1775, when he found the Admiralty planning the expedition to find a northwest passage. There had been some 50 attempts to find the passage, but almost all had made their search from the North Atlantic. Cook's assignment was to search from the Pacific Ocean while charting the northwest coast of Canada and the northeast coast of Asia. A prize of £20,000 was on offer. Bligh was only 21 when he was appointed Cook's sailing master, and he was in a position where he would only answer to the captain. Cook, the great navigator and hydrographer, saw himself on this voyage as teacher to a small group of promising pupils, including Bligh, whom he had personally selected or approved. In the 2.5 years before Cook's death, Bligh seems to have absorbed many of the latter's attitudes and concerns, even his style of captaincy. Cook had a hasty temper and swore violently. It is to be noted that Bligh's tutelage with Cook was largely confined to his time on the third voyage, which writers suggest was a far cry from the Captain Cook of the earlier expeditions. In a detailed account of the rise and fall of Captain James Cook, Martin Dugard points to the declining morale of Cook's crew following the failed search for the Northwest Passage, the atrocious weather they faced sailing south, and the precarious condition of their ship. Small acts of theft had begun to elicit a disposition in Cook that would have been feared and unexpected. Cook's days of benevolent rule and respect for other human beings were long past. In fact, punishment actually seemed to have become entertainment for him. Cook not only embraced the cat of nine tails, but he also seemed content to ignore an Admiralty order that no one should receive more than 12 lashes. It was graphic and gory, and it's not surprising that even his officers were becoming horrified. On June 23, 1777, Cook shot a man as he leapt from the ship after stealing a trinket. Cook had begun keeping a loaded gun handy for just such an occurrence. When the thief successfully escaped the ship, Cook ordered a boat lowered. As his sailors rowed Cook in chase of the swimmer, Cook took target practice with his pistol. When the crew were close enough that shooting the man would no longer be sporting, Cook instructed the men to smash him down with paddles and throw the boat hook at his torso. When the thefts continued, Cook had 3 men taken prisoner on June 28th for throwing stones at a woodcutting detail. One of the men was given 3 dozen lashes, another 4 dozen, and the last 6 dozen. But that wasn't good enough for Cook. The final man, whose back lay open to the bone after 72 lashes with the cat o' nine tails, was administered the most inhumane punishment of all before Cook would allow his unconscious body to be cut down from the mainmast. Cook ordered a nearby seaman to produce a knife, then cut into the victim's biceps, all the way to the bone, fashioning a cross on the man's arm. All this was done as Resolution's crew looked on in horror. This was not the Captain Cook whose reputation for humanity and skilled management of a ship's crew were forged on Endeavour and maintained on his second and third voyages, except towards the end. It was also not the role model that Bligh needed in the lead-up to his own commission. How this played out for Bligh may never be known, but it seems reasonable to conclude that Cook had displayed actions which confirmed the unfettered powers of a sea captain, a long way from home. William Bligh was born in 1754, and while it is not known where, he was baptised in Plymouth, where his father served as a customs officer. Bligh was signed to the Royal Navy at age 7. That assignment would provide him with the prerequisite experience at sea needed for a commission. While that commission was not available to him when he turned 16, he was able to join HMS Hunter as an able seaman. The year is 1770, and the man who would be his future captain during the search for a Northwest Passage was busy discovering the east coast of Australia. Bligh clearly made the most of his opportunities in the intervening years, to the extent that he was selected by Cook to be his sailing master on the Resolution when she sailed in 1776. Following Cook's fateful third voyage, Bligh was to serve as master on various ships, including 2 that were engaged in battles, Doggerbank 1781 and Gibraltar 1782, where he would win commission as a lieutenant. From 1783 to 1787, Bligh was a captain in the Merchant Navy. The Royal Navy fleet was reduced significantly at the end of the war with France, and commissions were in short supply. He did, however, return to a posting in the Royal Navy in 1787 when placed in command of His Majesty's transport ship, the Bounty. The Bounty was commissioned to fetch breadfruit trees from Tahiti and transport them to the West Indies, where Britain was using African slaves on the colonial plantations. It was planned to see if they could be used as food for its unfortunate workers. While the breadfruit could have been sourced from other places, a visit to Tahiti might have been chosen to help affirm Britain's territorial interest in these South Sea islands, given ongoing tensions between Britain and France. But the Bounty would never reach the Caribbean given a mutiny led by the master's mate and acting lieutenant, Fletcher Christian, on behalf of a disaffected crew. HMAV, His Majesty's Armed Vessel Bounty, was built at a shipyard in Hull in 1784. It was first named Bethia and worked initially as a collier, but was to become HMS Bounty when purchased by the Royal Navy in 1787. Rated by the Admiralty as a cutter, the smallest class of warship, it would be commanded by a lieutenant, who would be the only commissioned officer on board. The voyage to collect and transport breadfruit had been organised by the Royal Society and its president, Sir Joseph Banks. Given its assignment, the ship had to be refitted, and the quarters allocated to the ship's captain were converted to a greenhouse. This inevitably meant that the accommodation which was reassigned to officers and crew would be seriously overcrowded, something which may have contributed to the unrest which was to follow. While Christian had been on 3 previous ships under the captaincy of William Bligh, the voyage to Tahiti would prove to be a defining period for both men, fame for one and infamy for the other. The fact that Bligh had also suffered a dramatic pay cut would have only added to any shortcomings in his demeanour. His lieutenant's pay of 4 shillings a day or £70 a year contrasted with the £500 a year he had earned as captain of the Britannia, a vessel owned by his wife's uncle, Duncan Campbell. Most of the crew was selected by Bligh. Including Bligh, the crew comprised 44 Royal Navy personnel and 2 civilian botanists. Fletcher Christian was descended from a wealthy Cumberland family. He and several others had sailed with Bligh on the Britannia. Christian had also sailed previously with Bligh on voyages to the West Indies. As one of Bligh's protégés, Christian had already become a skillful navigator. Overall, Bounty's crew was relatively youthful, the majority being under 30. Bligh was just 33. The commencement of the voyage was not without challenges. Bligh was keen to get going so that he could round Cape Horn during the brief southern summer. but delays imposed by the Admiralty saw the ship caught in bad weather, even before its departure. It was an inglorious start to a problematic voyage. While attempting to reach Cape Horn, Bounty was pounded by a sustained period of severe weather. The weather was such that Bligh was forced to concede, and to the delight of his exhausted crew he announced that they would turn and head for the Cape of Good Hope. Despite their weather battles, Bligh and Christian had good working relations, as evidenced in Bligh's decision to assign Christian the rank of acting lieutenant and second in command. It was a decision which must have annoyed John Fryer, the sailing master, a man senior to Christian, and Fryer's relations with Bligh worsened from this point. After rounding the Cape, the Bounty and its crew had the long voyage to Tahiti via Van Diemen's Land. They arrived in October 1788, concluding a journey of 27,086 nautical miles, 50,163 kilometres. Bligh was greeted warmly in Tahiti, being remembered when he visited with Captain Cook around 15 years earlier. Gifts and greetings were presented by Bligh on behalf of King George, and permission was given for the collection of breadfruit. Christian was assigned a shore party for its collection and the establishment of an area where the fruit would be nurtured prior to their shipment to the West Indies. Beyond that, life would be easy for the crew during Bounty's long 5-month stay in Tahiti. Huff asserts that many of the men, including Christian, led promiscuous lives and had to be treated for venereal infections. While Bligh did not stray, he was not surprised that his men succumbed. They had been at sea for more than a year, and while Bligh was prepared to make allowances, he demanded high standards in the performance of their duties. He was soon to be disappointed by signs of neglect and slackness on the part of his officers. Such neglectful and worthless petty officers, I believe, were never in a ship such as are in this. Floggings, which had been rare prior to Tahiti, were now commonplace, and Bligh was no doubt increasingly angered when 3 of the crew deserted, taking a small boat, arms and ammunition. Bligh's disappointment with his crew would soon embrace Christian, who found himself humiliated in front of the crew for real or imagined slackness. It was at a time when Bligh needed all hands to pot up more than 1,000 breadfruit and store them in the great cabin. The Bounty also needed to be overhauled in preparation for the long homeward voyage. Bligh was clearly keen to get underway, but failed to anticipate how his company would react to the severity and austerity of life at sea after 5 dissolute, hedonistic months at Tahiti. The Bounty left Tahiti on April 5, 1789, and arrived in the Friendly Islands, now Tonga, about 2 weeks later. It would be the last stop for replenishing supplies prior to Endeavour Strait, the strait between Cape York and Torres Strait. Bligh had visited there previously with Cook and knew that the inhabitants could be difficult. For whatever reason, he assigned Christian to the rewatering detail. It didn't bode well, and there were an altercation and a pilfering of some equipment. Bligh was quick to blame Christian. Huff maintains that the men were not at a stage close to mutiny, but they were very sorry to have left Tahiti. This view is supported in the journal of the Bounty's bosun, but Huff suggests that the events which followed the ship's departure were determined in the weeks prior to departure. Bligh's anger and intolerance reached paranoid proportions. Christian was a particular target, always seeming to bear the brunt of the captain's rages. The dispute between Bligh and Christian in the Friendly Islands may well have been the last straw. Soon alerted to the likelihood that he would have supporters, Christian decided to act. It is in the early hours of April 28th that Christian took control of the upper deck, then went below to raid the chest containing the ship's store of muskets. These were quickly distributed to those wanting to join the mutiny, while Christian made his way to Bligh's cabin. Bligh duly had his hands tied, and he was frog-marched to the quarter-deck. According to Huff, his hands bound by a cord, held by Christian, who was brandishing a bayonet. Other reports state that Christian also had a sounding plummet hanging from his neck so that he could jump overboard and drown himself if the mutiny failed. Huff describes the scene. Everyone was, more or less, making a noise, either cursing, jeering, or just shouting for the reassurance it gave them to do so. Christian originally thought to cast Bligh adrift in Bounty's small jolly boat, together with his clerk John Samuel and the loyal midshipmen Hayward and Hallett. This boat proved unseaworthy, so Christian ordered the launching of a larger ship's boat, with a capacity of around 10. However, Christian and his allies had overestimated the extent of the mutiny. At least half on board were determined to leave with Bligh. Thus the ship's largest boat, a 23-foot, 7-metre launch, was put into the water. In the end, the launch had to accommodate almost twice its capacity. It could have been worse had Christian not made the carpenters remain on board. He obviously knew that their skills could be needed in the future and numbers would be required to crew the Bounty. Thankfully, Bligh's clerk was able to take his captain's journal, a compass and a quadrant, but he was compelled to leave behind Bligh's maps and charts. Christian must have recognised that he too would need this information as he looked for a refuge for him and his mutineers somewhere in the South Seas. With the 18 men who remained loyal to Bligh, the launch was supplied with about a week's food and water. It was dangerously overloaded with little freeboard. Around mid-morning, the line holding the launch to the ship was cut. Bligh set a sail and the loyalists headed for the island of Tofua. Bligh had hoped to find more food and water on Tofua, but their visit quickly became unwelcome, and Bligh was compelled to summon his men and retreat. This encounter served to warn Bligh that they could be unwelcome on other islands, and that their best chance of survival was to try and sail directly to the Dutch colony of Timor. It would be a journey of 3,500 nautical miles, 6,500 kilometres, and would necessitate strict rationing of food and water, a daily ration of 1 ounce of bread and a quarter pint of water for each man. Despite the impossibility of the voyage which confronted him, Bligh maintained a journal and even set about mapping his journey. He was essentially recharting the islands and coasts which he had done under Cook, copies of which were now in the hands of Fletcher Christian. Not long after fleeing Tofua, the launch is caught in a treacherous gale. Bligh records a situation more distressing, has perhaps seldom been experienced. It is not simply that the launch threatens to take on so much water that it will sink. It is that the water will get into the bags holding the bread and spoil it, in which case they would be as good as dead anyway. The only possible way of surviving is to lighten the boat further, and so on Bligh's orders, more clothes are thrown overboard, together with some rope and spare sails. It is an order which helps the launch sit higher in the water and creates more space for those needing to keep bailing. Bligh is on the tiller at this stage, needing to employ all his seafaring skills to avoid a capsize and a certain death for all on board. Despite days of horrendous weather and mountainous waves, Bligh manages to steer a course to the Fiji Islands, but their narrow scrape in Tofua determines that there will be no landing, and the men can only dream of what could have been. Water, pork, coconuts. Ironically, it would be 91 years later that my great-grandfather, Captain James McIntosh, would come to a grisly end when he visited the island of Colombangra to collect copra or dried coconuts. The records indicate that Bligh remained resolute in terms of discipline, as if on the Bounty. Each man is responsible for his own section of the boat, ensuring that it is shipshape, clean and organised. The launch is clean once more, everything is dried, and in the evening Bligh uses a pint cup to give each man a quarter of a pint of water, and a little more than half an ounce of bread, the last measured by putting 1 pistol ball in 1/2 coconut, and the commensurate amount of bread in the other. Samuel had fashioned a set of scales with a half coconut shell at each end. Peter Fitzsimons records how the men would dip their portion of bread into seawater to make their bread a little savoury. Bligh, of course, has a different approach. I generally broke mine into small pieces and ate it in my allowance of water out of a coconut shell with a spoon, economically avoiding taking too large a piece at a time, so I was as long at dinner as if it had been much more plentiful. By mid-May, Bligh and his men passed north of the New Hebrides on their way west. Their starvation is bad enough, but their predicament is made worse as they pass islands teeming with life and they are unable to stop. How enduring and intense is their hunger, how much it depletes their energy, morale, and how slowly it makes the minutes crawl by through the long miserable days and devastatingly cold nights. Bligh talks to his men about New Guinea and New Holland, sharing as much information as possible. Leaving nothing to fate, Bligh is determined to ensure that his men will manage should anything happen to him. He is desperate to have at least some survive, if only to ensure that Christian and the other mutineers get to pay. Bligh hardly sleeps. Even in the dead of night, he remains vigilant. His men are, in his view, half dead and need constant surveillance. Meanwhile, he continues to make constant calculations, working out just how long it will take to reach the infamous barrier of reefs that lies off New Holland. On May 24th, almost a month after the mutiny, there are signs of life and the sight of birds confirm that they must be near land. Bligh calculates that there is just enough bread for 29 days. If all goes well, he may get the men to Timor, but all going well assumes that Bligh, like Cook, can find a way through the reefs without mishap. By May 28th, they sight the reef and run the boat ashore on a small island off the coast. The men find berries and oysters, and they eat ravenously, ignoring Bligh's order to avoid any fruit from unknown plants for fear they might be poisonous. Before leaving the island, Bligh observes that the date is the anniversary of the day of restoration of King Charles II, and given that the decision to stop had worked to restore the health of his men, he names the place Restoration Island. The men were ordered to collect more fruits and oysters, and they were ready to leave that afternoon when they observe a group of spear-carrying natives beckoning them from an opposite shore. Fortunately, Bligh can see the heads of others peering from a hill above the beach. He welcomes his decision to have half the men sleep in the launch during the night, appreciating that their boat was their lifeline to Timor. By daybreak next morning, they are back in safe water. They continue to see natives on several of the islands they pass, and Bligh resolves not to come closer than 200 yards. They eventually make landfall again on an island some miles to the north, and the men are again ordered to collect food. This directive wasn't well received, as Bligh had divided the men into teams, one team for the collection of food and one team to guard the boat. Some of the men declared that they would rather go without food than go collecting again. It led to a standoff and the potential for another mutiny. Bligh chose to stand his ground. The captain chose to strike a final blow to either preserve my command or die in the attempt. While the dispute did not escalate further, the event is a compelling reminder of the enormity of Bligh's challenges. Aside from having to manage the near impossibility of navigating a less than seaworthy craft through treacherous waters, he had to maintain order among desperate and fearful men. The fact that all then worked towards gathering food and water for the next stage of the voyage appears to confirm Bligh's authority and his ability to manage in the most difficult of circumstances. While the men were collecting, Bligh went to the highest point on the island, intending to plan his overnight course to the north. He soon realised that he was much further away from the mainland than he had imagined, and he decided that he should head for the coast. He was sure that the islanders were aware of his presence, and he decided that the islands presented the greater risk. Before departing, Bligh named the place Sunday Island. They set sail from Sunday Island with an abundance of oysters, clams and small fish, which they had collected from rock pools, along with a good supply of fresh water. While they reached the coast in daylight, they were unable to reach the shore given rocky reefs and the risk of staving the boat. They were compelled to spend a rough night at anchor. In the morning they decided to beach the boat on the ebb tide to ensure that it remained safe. Bligh's dedication to his position had him continue to make notes that might be of benefit to other seafarers. He even wrote an apology that "it is not within my power to speak of the depth of the water." Over the next 4 days they island hopped northward, anxious to avoid the mainland and possible encounters with natives who appear to be monitoring their movements. By June they have cleared Cape York and are back in the open waters of the Arafura Sea, still 1,300 miles from Kupang. After rounding the northern tip of New Holland, the Loyalists head west through waters dotted with islands. Bligh doesn't hesitate to name it the Bay of Islands, but this is the end of the island hopping, and the launch now begins a new trial in open water. They are now back to open ocean sailing with nowhere to hide, should the weather turn foul. The problems are compounded when the gunner's watch stops, and Bligh is forced to rely on the position of the sun to calculate time. It is not long before conditions worsen, and the men need to keep bailing as the launch takes on more water. Thankfully, Timor was getting nearer. The following 8 days is recorded as the toughest travel of the entire journey, but miracle of miracles, they reach Kupang harbour. After reporting the mutiny to the authorities, the launch proceeds to Batavia, Jakarta, where the men will wait for a ship back to England. While Thomas Hall, the cook, will die in Batavia, he has been ill for weeks. It is amazing to know that every one of Bligh's men had survived the voyage. Bligh's navigation of his boat on a journey of over 3,000 miles to Timor must rate as one of the greatest achievements ever for a sailor. That Bligh managed to navigate that distance with no charts and limited navigation equipment was an amazing feat of seamanship. The voyage of Fletcher Christian and the mutineers is a whole other story, and one that did not end well. Realising that there would be a search for the Bounty if Bligh managed to report the mutiny, Christian decided to take his men to Tubuai, where they would establish a settlement. While Christian attempted to establish friendships with the local chiefs, clashes developed and there was growing discontent amongst the mutineers. Christian determined that the men should be given the chance to voice their wishes, and 16 decided that they would rather return to Tahiti and take their chances on being discovered. The 16 were ultimately offloaded, and the others under Christian set sail in search of a safe haven, eventually settling on Pitcairn Island. The island had been identified years earlier, but its location was never verified. Christian rediscovered the island more than 200 miles east of its initially recorded position. On arrival, the ship was unloaded and stripped of its masts and spars for use on the island. Bounty's complement now comprised 9 mutineers and 20 Polynesians, mostly women. The Polynesians had been coaxed on board in Tahiti and effectively kidnapped. The Bounty was set ablaze and destroyed as a precaution against discovery or to stop any escape. While life for the mutineers and their hostages began peacefully, difficulties surfaced and there was a series of murders, including that of Fletcher Christian. Those that remained were not found until 1810, when they were stumbled upon by the Topaz, an American sealer ship. At the time, the Admiralty was busy attending to England's war with France, and no action was ever taken to retrieve the miscreants. When Bligh gets back to England, he relishes the opportunity to report on Christian and the mutiny. He is exonerated in a court-martial inquiry into the loss of the Bounty, and on resuming his service in the Royal Navy, he is appointed Master and Commander of HMS Providence, tasked to transport breadfruit from Tahiti to the West Indies. He had now gained a reputation as a disciplinarian, and on the recommendation of Sir Joseph Banks, he was offered and accepted appointment as Governor of New South Wales. This was an assignment which also ended badly, and it compelled Rob Mundell to ask, was Bligh the cruel tyrant he is so often made out to be? I don't think so. He preferred encouragement over punishment and health over hardship. And whereas Nelson became one of the world's greatest naval leaders through grand victories in battle, Bligh's legacy to maritime history is more subtle, an explorer in every sense, an exceptional maritime surveyor, cartographer and navigator, a strong leader of men in battle and above everything else, a bona fide master mariner, convict Mary Bryant. As these stories reveal, there are many early triggers to the pursuit of life at sea. Shackleton, Bligh and Cook were clearly motivated by an insatiable desire to explore, while James McIntosh was just wanting to follow in his father's footsteps and ultimately ply his trade as a merchant seaman. Also the child of a mariner, Mary Bryant was a hardy soul striving to escape a life of servitude at Botany Bay. Although she lacked the training enjoyed by the others, she was no less adventurous or remarkable, as Rob Mundell writes in Bligh Master Mariner. While first claiming that Bligh's voyage on a 23-foot boat, deep loaded with 18 souls, without a single map, was one of the greatest ever feats of navigation, seamanship and endurance. He states, in maritime history, only Sir Ernest Shackleton's death-defying 17-day voyage in 1916 and convict Mary Bryant's escape in a stolen boat from Sydney to Timor 2 years before Bligh's ordeal come close. She was clearly one of the greats when it comes to seafaring. Mary Bryant was born in Cornwall, England, in a family with a reputation for sheep stealing. In May 1786, aged 21, she was charged with assault and robbery, convicted and sentenced to death. It was a sentence which was later commuted to transportation for 7 years, and she was taken from Exeter Jail to Dunkirk, the prison ship at Plymouth. She remained there until transported to Sydney, Australia, on the Charlotte, a First Fleet convict ship. It was one of 9 boats comprising Captain Arthur Phillip's flotilla. Phillip's boat HMS Sirius was the 540-ton flagship, and like the fleet's armed tender HMS Supply and the store ships Golden Grove, Fishburn and Borrowdale, it did not transport convicts. That task fell to Alexander, Scarborough, Lady Penrhyn, Friendship, Prince of Wales and Charlotte. The latter transported 108 convicts, 3 of whom would die on the voyage and 1 who would be an extra. On the voyage, Mary, one of 20 females, was delivered of a fine girl who was baptised Charlotte Spence, bearing the names of both the ship and her father. The manifest lists her as Charlotte Spence Braund, infant, Braund being Mary's family name prior to her marriage to William Bryant. As Mary could neither read nor write, her history is devoid of the logs and the letters she could well have penned had she been able. Such things have clearly helped to inform the lives of our other seafarers. There is, however, no shortage of material to tell us about the life she and others had to cope with during their transportation and their subsequent escape. Don Charlwood's anthology, The Long Farewell, details many of those challenges. While Charlwood's book captures the first-hand experiences of the diarists who documented life on board both the convict and the migrant ships, those sentiments may have been expressed more simply by Dr. Samuel Johnson. A ship is worse than a jail. There is in a jail better air, better convenience of every kind, and the ship has the additional disadvantage of being in danger. When men come to like a sea life, they are not fit to live on land. Despite all that, the death rate of convicts in transportation was remarkably low. Of all who set out, it is ironic that those condemned to transportation as convicts had best prospect of coming through safely. Fearful though their treatment often was, especially in the earliest years, losses among them through illness at sea averaged less than 4 per voyage. The various accounts of life on the convict ships are chilling, and the months it took to reach Botany Bay would have surely taken their toll. Squalid would best describe the conditions that convicts endured in their dark, damp, rat-infected quarters being little more than the planks that they had to lie on, chained from waist to ankle irons. These were the conditions suffered by Mary Braund following her jailing in Exeter and 9 torturous months on the convict hulk Dunkirk awaiting transportation. We boarded the crusty, seaweed-sided, slimy old Dunkirk. The Dunkirk was more a wooden island than a sea-going vessel, and her smell was enough to make you quake. Below decks we heard men and women cackling, cursing and crying, and thus it was we exchanged a damp and dingy jail cell for a damper and dingier one. Our quarters 'tween decks were dark as a dungeon, 9 feet long, 20 inches wide for each prisoner. Following would be months at sea for Mary on the Charlotte, with only marginally better conditions, although reports indicate that Captain Phillip was concerned for his charges and keen to help them cope if they behaved and abided by the rules. In any event, it would come as no surprise that many convicts plotted to escape when they reached dry land, given the endless misery of their new lives. At Sydney Cove, Mary was to marry William Bryant, who had also come from Cornwall. They were to have their second child, Emmanuel, in 1790. While they were to enjoy the benefits of living away from the other convicts, they remained deprived of adequate food and shelter, and their prospects could only be described as bleak. Like the other convicts, William and Mary would ponder a possible escape. William's skills as a fisherman were important to the survival of the colony, and he was given use of the governor's cutter to help feed both the convicts and the Marines at Botany Bay. His access to the cutter would soon be key to the couple's escape plan. To that end, William and Mary began to stock the boat with whatever provisions they could secretly source. Compartments were created beneath the timber flooring, and William carried out various works to make the craft more seaworthy. William was known to be planning an escape and was closely watched, but in February 1791, after a squall had nearly wrecked his boat, he contrived to give it a thorough overhaul. Fortuitously, in October 1790, there arrived at Port Jackson with badly needed provisions the Dutch schooner Waxhamhyde under Captain Detmer Smit. From him William obtained a chart, compass, quadrant, 2 muskets, ammunition and food. On 28th March, 6 days after supply had been sent back to Norfolk Island, the Waxhamhyde sailed for England. That night, with no ship at Port Jackson to overtake them, and no moon to betray them to the lookout at South Head, the Bryants and 7 convicts escaped in the governor's cutter with new mast, sails and oars and a good supply of provisions. Their voyage to Timor was hazardous. They landed at Coepang on the 5th of June after travelling 3,254 miles in 69 days. The escape of Mary Bryant, her husband, their 2 children and 7 convicts has been widely documented despite Mary's illiteracy. They are contained in the following records, logs and memorandums. The report published in the Dublin Chronicle of Saturday, the 21st of July, 1792. Wonderful escape from Botany Bay. On Saturday, James Martin, John Butcher, William Allen, Nathaniel Lilly and Mary Bryant were brought by several of Sir Sampson Wright's officers from on board the Gorgon frigate to this office. They are all that survive of 11 persons who escaped from the settlement at Sydney Cove. This escape was perhaps the most hazardous and wonderful effort ever made by 9 persons, for 2 were infants, to regain their liberty, which they declare they should not have ventured on but from the dread of starving, and the certainty that if they did survive the period for which they were transported, they should never again see their native country. They said that Governor Phillips used them very well, but that the soil did not return half the quantity of grain which had been sown on it. Their cattle had been destroyed by the natives, and a famine was the consequence. They were reduced to 4 ounces of flour and 4 of salt beef per day, half of which was cut off, if from illness or accident they were unable to work. They therefore seized the first opportunity of throwing themselves upon the mercy of the sea, rather than perish upon this inhospitable shore. A Dutch schooner under the command of Captain Smith brought a small supply of provisions for the colony from Batavia, and William Bryant, who had married the prisoner Mary Bryant, found means to persuade the captain for a sum of money for the convicts, not having any use for their money in the colony, had all by them which they took from this country, to let them have a 6-oared boat with a lugsail, a quadrant, and a compass. The captain gave them 100-pound weight of rice, and they purchased off the baker of the colony 100 weight of flour at half a crown and 18 pence per pound, which with 14 pounds of pork they also got from the captain, and 10 gallons of water was all the provisions they had. At 10 o'clock at night, on the 28th of March 1791, William Bryant, with his wife and 2 children, one 3 years and the other 1 year old, Samuel Bird, William Morton, James Cox, James Martin, John Butcher, William Allen and Nathaniel Lilly, embarked in order to reach the island of Timor. They were 10 weeks but 1 day on the voyage. The first 5 weeks they had continual rain and were wet the whole time. When forced to lie on shore, they were in continual danger of being murdered and ate by the savage natives, and part of them were obliged to keep a strict watch while the rest slept. They discovered an island in latitude 26 degrees 27 minutes, where the boat was swamped in going on shore, and they were near losing her and their lives. On this island they found plenty of turtles, but no inhabitants. They dried and took to sea with them as much turtle as lasted them 10 days, which, with a few fish they caught, was all they got while they were out. On the 5th of June they all landed at Kupang, a Dutch settlement on the island of Timor. The governor, whom they told that they belonged to an English ship which had been wrecked on her passage to New South Wales, treated them very kindly, but happened one day to overhear a conversation among them by which he discovered that they were convicts who had escaped from New South Wales. On the 29th of August 1791, His Majesty's ship Pandora, in a voyage to New South Wales, was wrecked between that place and New Guinea. The captain, Edward Edwards, and those of the crew who survived took to their boats and got safe to Kupang, when the governor told Captain Edwards of the people he had got there and of the conversation he had overheard. Captain Edwards took them with him to Batavia, where William Bryant and his eldest child died. From thence the captain hired the Rambang, a Dutch ship, in which he sailed with the rest for the Cape of Good Hope. On the passage there, Bird, Morton and Cox died. On his arrival at the Cape, he found the Gorgon frigate bound for England, and gave the survivors of these unfortunate adventurers in charge to Captain Parker, who brought them all to England but Charlotte Bryant, the second child of William, and Mary Bryant. William Allen is 55 years old. He was convicted at Norwich more than 6 years ago of stealing some handkerchiefs, the property of Messrs. Lewis and Hayward. John Butcher is 50 years of age. He was convicted of stealing 3 pigs, the property of John Harsbury, 5 years and a half ago at Shrewsbury. Nathaniel Lilly, 39. He was capitally convicted 5 years ago last March at Bury St Edmunds of stealing a fishnet, a watch and 2 spoons, the property of Benjamin Somerset, privately in his dwelling. But there being favourable circumstances in his case, the judge reprieved him on his agreeing to go for 7 years to Botany Bay. James Martin of the county of Antrim, Ireland, 32 years of age, was convicted at Exeter 6 years and a half ago of stealing some old lead and iron in the whole about 20 pounds weight, the property of Lord Courtenay. Mary Bryant was convicted by the name of Broad at the same assizes with Martin of a street robbery and stealing a cloak, which being a capital offence she received sentence of death, but was, with 2 other women who were convicted of the same offence, pardoned on condition of their going for 7 years to Botany Bay. William Bryant was convicted of interrupting some revenue officers in the execution of their duty, and immediately on his landing at Botany Bay married the above woman. They were each sentenced to be transported for 7 years. It was remarked by every person present and by the magistrate that they never saw people who bore stronger marks of a sincere repentance, and all joined in the wish that their past sufferings may be considered as a sufficient expiation of their crimes. They all declared they would sooner suffer death than return to Botany Bay. They were committed to Newgate Prison, now the site of the Old Bailey. The Historical Records of New South Wales, an account of the escape in Volume 2, July 1792. After the convicts were handed over to Captain Edwards in Timor, they were transported on board 3 Dutch ships to the Cape, along with the survivors of the mutiny on the Bounty. They were then transferred to HMS Gorgon, which had arrived from Sydney en route to Britain. On HMS Gorgon, Mary was to meet again with Watkin Tench, one of the officers she remembered from a voyage to Port Jackson on board the Charlotte. A verbal account of the escape quickly came to Tench's attention. The David Collins account of the English colony in New South Wales, March 1791. The most well-known escape of prisoners transported from England to Australia in the 18th century has been brought to life thanks to the handwritten accounts of the convicts unearthed by philosopher Jeremy Bentham. The Classical Library of Public Events, Volume 4, 1792. On Saturday, July 1st, there was an examination at the Public Office, Bow Street, of 5 convicts who escaped Botany Bay in March 1791, and who were brought from the Cape of Good Hope in the Gorgon man of war, lately arrived. Captain Edwards deposed that he left England in the Pandora frigate. On arriving off the coast of New South Wales, she struck on a reef of rocks and went to pieces, and taking what provisions they could, committed themselves to the mercy of the sea. Arrived at Timor on the 29th of August. On his landing, the governor gave him to understand he had in custody 8 men convicts, 1 woman and 2 children, and suggested to him as having escaped from the colony of Botany Bay, very much distressed, in an open 6-oared boat. Literary Magazine and British Review, Volume 2. The Records of Captain Watkin Tench, 1792. Captain Tench mentions the elopement of 11 convicts in the governor's cutter, and his meeting with 6 of them at the Cape of Good Hope on his return to England. In March 1792, when I arrived in the Gorgon at the Cape of Good Hope, 6 of these people were put on board of us. 4 had died, and 1 had jumped overboard. They coasted the shore of New Holland, putting occasionally into different harbours which they found along the way. It was at one of these harbours they hauled their bark ashore, paid her seams with tallow and repaired her. But it was with difficulty they could keep off the attacks of the Indians. At one stage they were driven by a current 30 leagues from shore. Among some islands they found plenty of large turtles. Soon after they closed again with the continent, when the boat got entangled in the surf and was driven on shore. They had all well nigh perished. The log of the proceedings of HMS Providence, on a second voyage to the South Seas under the command of Captain William Bligh, July 1792. It appears these wretches had taken away a fishing boat with which Governor Phillips had entrusted them with. They had flour and pork in the boat, nails, beeswax and rosin, and mention is made of repairing the boat and paying her bottom. They ranged along the coast, frequently getting supplies of fish undergoing many difficulties until they arrived at Timor. The women and children bore the fatigue wonderfully well, and not one person died. The Memorandums of the convict James Martin. The most well-known escape of prisoners transported from England to Australia in the 18th century has been brought to life thanks to the handwritten accounts unearthed in the collections of the philosopher Jeremy Bentham. The Memorandums of James Martin records are the only first-hand account of the famous escape. They recount their fascinating and ultimately tragic tale in full. James Martin's notes graphically describe the trials and tribulations of Bryant's bold escape and the challenges in bringing both her accomplices and her babies to Timor. We attempted to, and when we found a place convenient for to repair our boat, part being ashore there came, they natives in vast numbers with spears and shields, and we formed in parts one party of us made towards them they better, by signs to pacify them, but they not taking they least notice accordingly, we fired a musket thinking to affright them, but they took not the least notice. On perceiving them rush more forward, we were forced to take to our boat. But that night they wind changed, and drove is quite out of sight of land. They next day we made close into they land, but they surf run so very hard, we cared not attempt to land, but kept along shore, but making no harbour or creek, for near 3 weeks, as we were much distressed for water and wood. Boat being very leaky at that time, that it was with great difficulty we could keep her above water, where we landed and hauled her up, putting some soap in the seams, which answered very well. Our boat being very deep, we were obliged to trow our clothing over, board they better to lighten our boat as they sea breaking over us. Quite rapid that night. We ran into an open bay and could see no place to land, at the surf running that we were afraid of staving our boat to pieces. Our grappling broke, and we were drove surf in the middle of expecting every moment that our boat would be staved to pieces and every soul perish. The sea coming in so heavy upon us every now and then, that 2 hands was obliged to keep bailing out, and it rained very hard all that night. The gale of wind still continuing, we kept on under close reef mainsail, but could make no land all that day. I will leave you to consider what distress we must be in. We found a great quantity of shellfish, but none of them very fit to eat. But being very hungered, we were glad to eat then, and thank God for it. If it had not been for the shellfish and the little turtle we had, we must have starved. Both these extracts and the foregoing references are but snippets of the Mary Bryant story, but they combine to validate the significance of a voyage which succeeded against all odds. Thankfully, the records have been extensively explored and employed to recreate the story she might have penned had she been able. It is the work of history writers Gerald and Loretta Houseman in Escape from Botany Bay, the true story of Mary Bryant. It is an account skilfully written in the first person as acknowledged in the author's note. By casting Mary's spoken tale in the first person, as if she were reeling it off to James Boswell, as in fact she did, we sought to recapture the immediacy of Mary's plight. To the extent that we may have succeeded, we thank her, yes, Mary herself, for many times we felt her presence. Bryant and the others were eventually detained in Timor when it became known that they were escaped convicts. They were then held in irons. Emmanuel died on December 1st, 1791, and William Bryant 3 weeks later. Mary Charlotte and the surviving convicts were transferred to the Gorgon for the voyage to England. Charlotte died at sea on May 5th, 1792. On June 7th they escaped the death penalty but were ordered to remain on their former sentences. The press took up their story and James Boswell appealed to the Home Office for clemency. Mary Bryant was pardoned on May 2nd, 1793, 6 weeks after her original sentence had expired. Boswell continued to help Mary and regularly sent her money when she left London to rejoin her family at Fowey in Cornwall. An acknowledgement of one of these gifts in November 1794 is the last that is known of her. Mary survived it all, and her saga of Botany Bay and her escape of 3,000 miles in an open boat with husband, 2 children and 7 other convicts is the stuff that movies are made of. Mary was the most famous survivor of her time. Her open boat voyage has never been bested by a woman under those prevailing circumstances of bad weather, unknown geography and hostile native population. In her day it was done by Captain Bligh, but he was a seasoned navigator, whereas Mary was an unskilled woman who knew more about skinning pilchards than raising sails. Much of the story is also detailed in Jonathan King's biography of Mary Bryant, her life and escape from Botany Bay. Bryant, her children and 8 other convicts escaped in Governor Phillip's 30-foot cutter, and their journey in that open boat from Sydney Cove to Timor in Indonesia is one of the great voyages of all the stories of the First Fleet, that of Mary Bryant, the only woman convict to escape from Botany Bay. The review concedes that the first problem for any would-be biographer of Bryant is the paucity of written records. She was illiterate and left no personal testimony. For all wishing to know the final chapter of the Mary Bryant story, Gerald and Loretta give the following account. Mary Bryant returned to Cornwall, where she remained supported by the stipend financed by James Boswell until his death in 1795. It is believed she married Richard Thomas in 1807 and bore a child, Mary Ann, in 1811 at the age of 44. Sam Broome was pardoned and enlisted in the New South Wales Corps. He returned to Botany Bay, where he was granted 25 acres to farm in the district of Petersham Hill. James Martin was pardoned, and his account of the escape was published in the Dublin Chronicle in 1792. He lived the rest of his life in Ireland. William Allen, William Morton and Nathaniel Lilly were pardoned, and all disappeared into anonymity. Captain Watkin Tench wrote several journals in relation to the New South Wales settlement and had a distinguished career as a captain in various colonial outposts. He wrote of his personal sorrow at seeing the convicts so mistreated. Captain Edwards faced a court-martial in London because of his brutal treatment of the Bounty mutineers. The city of Sydney was founded by the families of the First Fleet, most of whom were convicts whose only crime was stealing to stay alive. Bryant was obviously not the only escapee from Australia's penal colonies, and it would be remiss not to include, albeit briefly, the amazing story of James Porter, who managed to go from Sarah Island off the coast of Tasmania to South America. Porter was one of 4 convicts, all former sailors, sent to Sarah Island in 1834. Sarah Island was a prison administered by the penal colony of Van Diemen's Land. The island first came to attention when Master Mariner James Kelly discovered it during his 5-day circumnavigation of Tasmania. He identified its abundant timber and its potential for shipbuilding. The island is located on the remote west coast in what was to be named Macquarie Harbour. It would soon become a place of ultra-banishment and punishment for any convict who committed a second offence after arriving in the colony. Macquarie himself, as early as 1818, had considered the spot an excellent location for a penal settlement and had some preliminary plans drawn up for the site, proclaiming at the time that escape from thence would be next to impossible. The 4 convicts were assigned to Sarah Island because of their history of failed attempts at escape. The main part of the settlement was established about 30 kilometres from the harbour entrance, infamously named Hell's Gates. When new arrivals left the ship, cold, hungry and confused, it would almost certainly have been raining in torrents, as Macquarie Harbour is the wettest place in Australia, with an average rainfall of over 2 metres. Tobacco was forbidden. One prisoner was convicted of murdering another convict in a chain gang because he could not stand living without tobacco. He wanted to hang, and hang he did. James Porter had been a whaler and had previously lived in Chile, where he left a wife and child before returning to England. He was transported to Australia after being convicted for the theft of silk. On January 14th, 1834, 10 convicts led by Porter seized their chance to escape by hijacking a merchant ship, the Frederick. The men had managed to overpower a small contingent of jailers. They left them on shore with provisions, cognizant of the fact that the ill treatment of overpowered jailers during the Cyprus Mutiny had been a factor in the harsh punishment of those mutineers when they were subsequently captured. The men then sailed across the South Pacific, and on February 25th, 1834, after 6 weeks at sea, they reached the mouth of the Bueno River on the coast of Chile. There they scuttled the Frederick offshore, travelled the remaining miles in the ship's tender, and passed themselves off in Valdivia as survivors of a shipwreck. While the governor of Valdivia was initially suspicious, intending to have them executed as pirates, an impassioned address by Porter saw lenience, and the convicts were permitted to remain in Chile, where several were to live for 2 years, some of their number relocated to America. In 1836, Valdivia bore witness to a new governor who was less convinced about Porter's story, and he alerted a passing frigate, HMS Blonde. As a result, Porter and 3 others were arrested and shipped back to England, and subsequently Hobart. They arrived in Hobart in March 1837 and were tried for piracy, an offence which could result in their execution. Porter argued that as the Frederick had not been officially launched, it was impossible for them to have permitted piracy. It was canvas, rope, boarding and tree nails or wooden pegs, put together shipwise, yet it was not a legal ship. The seizure might have been theft, but not piracy. Their situation was further alleviated by the fact that the Frederick had been stolen from the harbour, as opposed to the high seas, one of the requirements of piracy. In the end, Porter and the others would be found guilty of piracy, but not sentenced to hang. They were imprisoned for 2 years in a Hobart jail prior to being transferred to Norfolk Island, where he wrote his memoirs under the governorship of the prison reformer Alexander McConaughey. Some of their number relocated to America. Porter's sentence on Norfolk Island was reduced after he rescued several officers when their boat capsized. He was later released and sent to Newcastle, where in 1847 he again escaped and was never heard from again. End notes. Delving into the past is prone to reveal information that has been buried or ignored, or things that can only be described as coincidental. My research penning Esperanza did not disappoint. In an earlier memoir, Chances Matter, I recalled my chance encounter with a Canadian pilgrim on the Camino Portuguese. The contact was a result of greetings exchanged as I was approaching the beautiful town of Ponte de Lima. In what was no more than half a dozen sentences, I discovered that this Canadian lived in Edmonton, the same city as my cousin Lyndall Osborne, a great-granddaughter of Captain James McIntosh, and that my cousin was this man's business partner. Most of us have had such encounters, and we are left to ponder how such things happen. Clearly the meeting would never have happened had we not been at the same place at the same time, and even if we were, the coincidence was dependent on one or the other initiating a random conversation. Such things amount to happenstance, and it was no accident that this would be the title of my book about the life and times of my mother-in-law, Frances Kathleen McAllister. Among other things, happenstance records a time when Kath, as she was known, decided to meet with her daughter, my wife, when Christine was in Ballarat for our son's soccer match. After the game, Kath asked her daughter if she would take her to visit the new war memorial commemorating the POWs of World War II. As they passed by the countless names of those whose sacrifice is there remembered, Kath pointed to a name and whispered to Chris, "This man could have been your father." It wasn't until Kath's passing that Chris was to discover the identity of this mystery man and the fact that they were unofficially engaged before Mike left for New Guinea, never to return. Identifying Mike was no easy task, as the only clues discovered in Kath's treasures gave reference to someone called Kenneth. Fortunately, Kath's sister was able to reveal that Mike was the nickname of Kenneth Carmichael. Subsequent research by Chris revealed that members of Mike's extended family are near neighbours in Mildura and that they were unaware of this family history. Once again, the discoveries can only be described as accidental given the need to link a soccer match, a quickly planned meeting between Chris and her mother, and a chance discussion with Kath's sister. The research in relation to the Esperanza also required an examination of the McIntosh family tree, if only to try and understand the background of Captain James McIntosh and how he came to be the captain of the Esperanza at the time of its fateful voyage to Solomon Islands. This research produced two fascinating findings. The first was the discovery that James's wife, Margaret Lawson, was born at Coatbridge in 1859, just north of Glasgow. Her father, David, was born at Thornhill in 1836, around 100 kilometres south of Glasgow. This became interesting to my wife, as her paternal forebears also hailed from Thornhill, a connection made even more compelling in the McAllister family history, titled The McAllisters of Thornhill. Our visit to Thornhill several years ago alerted us to the tiny population which continues to inhabit this beautiful village. The second discovery emerged when I came to look more closely at the lineage of Margaret Lawson and James McIntosh, and the family of their daughter, my maternal grandmother, Georgina McIntosh. After Georgina McIntosh married Frederick Ferdinand Bailey on May 27, 1911, they produced 6 children: Hubert Lawson, Winston Locke, Iris Margaret and Cherry Frieda, all loved by and well known to me. What wasn't ever known to me was the existence of 2 other children, Neville and Hazel. The family records detailed by Hubert indicate that Neville was likely to have been born between 1917 and 1919, between Iris and Cherry. Hazel was likely to have been born after 1921, following Cherry. Death certificates indicate that Neville died in 1919 in Penrith, registration number 23,746/1919, and Hazel died in 1923 in Granville, registration number 8007-164/1923. In previous books I have given attention to the significance of chances. Happenstance continues to intrigue me, and it is my feeling that 6 points of separation could well be more like 5 or 4. Reflecting on some of the stories of the Esperanza, it is tempting to wonder how history was or was not changed by chances. The decision of the Royal Society to dispatch Cook and HMB Endeavour to Tahiti to observe the transit of Venus across the Sun was designed to determine the size of the universe by measuring the apparent solar parallax between different points on the surface of the Earth. Had the voyage not occurred, Australia would have remained unknown to all but its First Nations, and our history could have been vastly different. Had the Endeavour not survived its collision with the Great Barrier Reef, then England would have remained unaware of Terra Australis, and its scientific discoveries would be left for another time. Had Cook not suffered a broken mast on his return from his attempt to find a northwest passage, he may have lived to have other adventures and discoveries. Had Shackleton not managed to cross the mountains of South Georgia Island, then the 22 men stranded on Elephant Island for 18 weeks would have certainly perished. Had Pope Alexander VI not issued decrees leading to the demarcation of the world, determining the possessions of Spain and Portugal, Venezuelans may not now be speaking Spanish, nor Brazilians speaking Portuguese. Had there not been a civil war in America, the cotton mills in England may not have come to a standstill, and Robert Towns may not have tried growing cotton in Australia. Putting aside our nation's water issues, had cotton growing in Australia not commenced, then labour recruitment in the South Seas may not have occurred and South Seas labour recruitment may not have been instigated. Had John Montague, the 4th Earl of Sandwich, not requested servants to bring him some roast beef between slices of bread in order that he could remain at his card game, and he could eat with his hands, the humble sandwich may not have been born. As a result, the islands we now call Hawaii may not have been named the Sandwich Islands, and, to quote the Wall Street Journal, Britain may have lost its biggest contribution to gastronomy. These coincidences serve to remind us that the coast of Australia and the islands of the Pacific are littered with the misfortunes of boats of all sorts. Victoria's shipwrecked coast is a veritable graveyard of sailors and their vessels. It is to be remembered that it was the waters of the South Seas that were delivering their welcomes to Cook, Bligh and countless others. How some would even live to tell the tale is itself a mystery. As indicated, I was hoping that my research would reveal whether Georgina would have met her father, and likewise did Captain McIntosh ever meet his daughter. Of equal interest were the intentions of James McIntosh when he sailed as the mate on the SS Ripple and subsequently commanded the Esperanza. Was he, knowingly or unknowingly, a blackbirder? While these questions remain unanswered, the backgrounding of James McIntosh with the exploits of other amazing seafarers has produced some interesting conclusions. The first is the obvious recognition that they had a common heritage, having been born and raised in either England, Scotland or Ireland. These were all countries with maritime interests. All are deemed to have had a family connection to the sea or an early desire to make one. Shackleton's biographers depict an avid reader with a keen appetite for adventure. He was to leave school at 16 with a wish to go to sea. Bligh's stepmother is thought to have had something to do with his quest for a maritime apprenticeship and his enlistment at the tender age of 15. Mary Bryant was the daughter of a mariner. As a teenager, Cook made his way to Whitby, where he would seek employment with John Walker, the owner of a fleet of cargo ships. McIntosh's father was a chief steward with the Aberdeen Steam Navigation Company. The other Captain McIntosh, Aeneas, one of the leaders of the Shackleton expedition, had also left school at 16 to go to sea. Sadly, his voyage would fare no better than that of James Sheriff's McIntosh. All bar Bryant displayed a thirst for seafaring and continued to sail even after some near-death experience, while not even months of incarceration on a convict hulk, nor the experience of travel in the First Fleet would dissuade Mary from her attempt to sail from Botany Bay to Tamra. As Gerald and Loretta Houseman indicate in the true story of Mary Bryant, she was determined that her children would not grow up as prisoners, and she was prepared to roll the dice, knowing full well that death or deaths could easily be the likely result. Sadly, deaths would ultimately be the result for both her children and her husband. While life expectancies in the era were clearly much less than those of today, our seafarers were young by any measure. Shackleton was 33 when he first tackled the Antarctic as the leader of the Nimrod expedition. Bligh was 32 when he commanded the Bounty. Mary Bryant was 26 when she tackled her voyage of escape. Cook was 39 when he captained the Endeavour, and my great-grandfather was just 26 or 27 when he took the Esperanza to Columbangra. Each, it may be said, were adventurers and risk-takers. Most began their seafaring as teenagers. In some cases they served before the mast, at an age when, by comparison, most of us were worried about letting our own children cross the road alone or get themselves to school. Despite what I believe was a significant decline in the mindset of Cook after his failure to find a northwest passage, I remain persuaded that all were decent people. Shackleton was obviously loved and respected, Bligh was admired. Bryant must have won the loyalty and devotion of those who joined her daring escape, while Cook had already earned his reputation for fairness. I've learned nothing which suggests that my great-grandfather was any different. I can accept that he was a party to Labour recruitment on board SS Ripple, but there is nothing which implies blackbirding. It is evident that revenge in the islands was rife, and I am left to conclude, as implied in the Sydney Morning Herald, that he and his crew were probably in the wrong spot at the wrong time. My family memorabilia include the badge and the tartan of the McIntosh clan. I note its presence nightly on the wall in my bedroom. The Cairngorm Mountains form the southern boundary of the clan territories. This rugged mountain range is the last remaining habitat of the Highland wildcat, from which the name Clan Chattan, the clan of the cats, is derived. The cat salient is featured in the crest of the coat of arms of the McIntosh chiefs. The motto, "Touch not the cat but a glove," is said to mean, "Don't touch a cat when its claws are bared," an obvious reference to the ferocity of this untamed feline and the warlike nature of some clans. Captain McIntosh would have done well to heed the advice of his clan's motto when he agreed to divide the crew of the Esperanza and accept Chief Haley's invitation to send some of his men ashore. In so doing, he effectively gloved his ability to manage the unexpected. It is ironic to note that the name Esperanza derives from the Latin word sperare, which means hope or expectation. It has deep roots in Spanish-speaking cultures reflecting optimism and positive outlook. In ancient times, the name Esperanza was commonly used among Spanish-speaking communities, symbolising the desire for a better future. It carries a sense of optimism and strength, embodying the notion that hope can be a guiding force in one's life, and once more, ironic. The afterwords. The foregoing words aim to portray the misfortunes of my great-grandfather and his crew in Solomon Islands and the context which surrounded such atrocities. It has been written for the edification of the captain's descendants, who may know little or nothing of life in the South Seas, whether black or white. It will hopefully inform the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the captain's widow, Georgina. But there must have been other losers in this drama, as evidenced in the gravestone in the Nellfield Cemetery in Aberdeen, where James' mother paid tribute to her late husband and her son, James Sheriffs, killed at the Solomon Islands by the natives. Her pain would have no doubt been shared by James's siblings, John, Alexander, Oliver, Isabella, Catherine and William. In his record of the Lawson-McIntosh families, my uncle Hubert indicates that possibly all James' brothers migrated to Australia. We know this for certain in relation to John, who was also a sea captain, and, along with Captain Alex Ferguson, was appointed to investigate the Esperanza massacre. The killing death of Ferguson in Bougainville in late 1880 would put an end to that plan. No attempt is being made at this stage to explore the lives of Isabella or Catherine, but the following seeks to discover which brothers came to Australia and the details of any children who might lead to the naming of any grandchildren who might wish to know about their great-uncle. John William Ross McIntosh was born in Aberdeen in 1849. He married Henrietta Stein in 1881, and they had 5 children. Gordon born 1884, Remus born in Camden in 1885, Alexander J. also born in Camden in 1886, Annie born in Balmain in 1893, and Margaret born in Balmain North in 1897. John died in 1924 and is buried at Manly. Henrietta died in 1897, presumably in childbirth, and is buried at Bronte. Gordon migrated to America and at the age of 47 he married a widow, Mary McCarrigal Urquhart, also 47, in Manhattan. It is to be assumed that there would be no issue. Renus, also known as Remus, enlisted in the AIF for service in the First World War at age 29 and joined the 13th Battalion. The battalion was recruited in New South Wales, and with the 14th, 15th and 16th Battalions formed the 4th Brigade, commanded by Colonel John Monash. The 4th Brigade landed at Anzac Cove late in the afternoon of the 25th of April 1915. From May to August, the battalion was heavily involved in establishing and defending the front line. The 13th suffered heavy casualties during the attack on Hill 60 on 27th August. Records show that Renus was discharged following a gunshot wound to the leg in October 1915. On return to Australia, Renus took up a soldier settlement block where he hoped to farm poultry. He was soon to suffer other medical issues resulting in financial difficulties. His letter to the soldier settlement branch in 1923 states that he also had the task of caring for his father and his sister. Shipping records show that his father, John McIntosh, took a trip home to Scotland, arriving back in Australia in February 1921. He is listed as retired. Renus died in July 1952 and is buried at North Ryde. There is no indication of marriage or family. Alexander John married Gwendolyn Annie Shuck, born Staffordshire, England, around 1905. They married in 1927. John died sometime after 1958. Gwendolyn died after 1963. No children are recorded. Katie, or Kate, known as Catherine, married James Bailey at Woollahra around 1914. She died in 1960. No children are recorded. William Ogilvy McIntosh enlisted for the Great War in 1915 and served in the 1st Light Horse Brigade. On return to Australia, he married Doris Ena Agnes Cowan, and the couple bore 4 children: Betty Rose, Jean Margaret, David William and Alan Leslie. Betty married Thomas John Hendry in 1946 and died at Crow's Nest in 1999. Jean married John Scrimshaw and died in 2021. David died while resident at Mareeba Aged Care in 2019. Alan died at Woy Woy in 1997. An inquiry to Mareeba Aged Care put the writer in contact with David's widow, Sally, and the couple's daughter, Sharon. It was a contact which helped find more information and images and the family's desire to know more about their forebear and his ill-fated brother. Given Sam Neill's view that the arrival of the Europeans in the South Pacific didn't do anyone any good at all, his sympathies clearly lie with the inhabitants of the South Sea Islands, who would fall victim to the diseases and the cultural encroaches put upon them by their uninvited guests. Many of the uninvited visitors would fare no better.